After shocking OKC to win Game 3 in Indiana with an excellent team performance, Benedict Mathurin was the surprise top scorer with 27 points for Indy. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to Channel 9 for the extra audio used in this episode. You've been listening to ABC Sport Daily. If you've missed any of today's conversation or you want more from us, you can find ABC Sport Daily on the Listen app. It's where we've got hundreds of episodes for you ready to go.
Step back 66 million years.
When amazing creatures of epic proportions ruled the Earth.
Join Bertie Carvel for Walking with Dinosaurs. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
AFL.
On ABC Radio.
On digital. And on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
It's a quirk of the fixture, but less than 8 weeks on, these two teams meet again. It is St Kilda versus the Western Bulldogs. It was Easter Sunday when they last played, and the Saints copped the return of Marcus Bontempelli, who went on to be best of field that evening. Tonight, they copped the return of Sam Darcy, the game's fastest rising star, who rises again tonight under the roof at Docklands. Welcome to ABC Sports coverage. This is Thursday night footy on what is a cold day in Melbourne. It is currently a dozen degrees, but it's going to get down to 4 overnight, so it will be particularly fresh. So it's a good night to have a roof on here at Docklands Stadium. Great to have you with us. My name's Corbin Middlemass. The teams are in. There's no late change. Jack Carroll, the former Blue, is going to start as the sub for St Kilda. Meanwhile, Cooper Hines, who returns for the Bulldogs, will start as their tactical sub. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Good evening, Clinchy.
Good evening, Corby. Good evening, everyone. It's always a short week whenever you come off the back of the King's birthday. We have the Australian Football Hall of Fame. It's always a nice week to reminisce and pay tribute to some of the champions, and yet there's been no shortage of news stories, has there? Sam Darcy makes his return. Everyone was sort of hyped to see, can he take the Bulldogs to the next level and be a challenger? Then Cozzy Pickett signs a big $12 million contract, which everyone's sort of still knocked back in their chairs about how he's committed to 9 years at the Demons despite the lure of WA. Dills has announced the grand final is staying in the 2:30 time slot, which no one was really surprised about. And then obviously the announcement as well that Braden Maynard has re-signed at Collingwood. And then Tom Harley, with his 28 years of experience in the AFL, he is going to be the 2IC to Andrew Dillon. So it's a short week, but there's been no shortage of talking points, and I'm still trying to work out where the Dogs sit in terms of the contenders. So tonight is ever intriguing, and Jack Sinclair plays his 200th game, so can Ross tap into those sentimental, those motivational themes in which he's so good at to bring the challenge tonight.
There's a great expression in the NFL and American football where they always talk about it's hard to beat the same team twice. And that might be the case given the fact that you often learn a lot from your previous defeat, and perhaps the side that won gets caught napping somewhat. I think when you win to the extent of what the Bulldogs won by the last time they met, that's significant ground for St Kilda to try and make up this afternoon. They did play each other, as mentioned, on Easter Sunday. The return of Marcus Bontempelli, he was outstanding that night, and particularly what happened after quarter time. It was a staggering turnaround. 73 points the Saints were outscored by after quarter time, and conceded 69 inside 50s, the most ever under Ross Lyon. It's Thursday night footy, which means the Richmond champion number 1 pick, Brett Delidio, is here. Hello, Lids.
Corby, gents, great to be here. I'm excited for this game. I haven't seen Sam Darcy, the proclaimed unicorn, play too many times, so I'm keen to see what he has to offer. No one's more excited than my 3 little next-door neighbours, the Fletcher boys there. They are absolutely stoked for tonight, so hopefully we actually get a good spectacle. That's what I'm keen to watch and see whether the Saints can hold up and perform better than what they did last time. But I'd like to see the Dogs get rolling. I think they're smoky to make a fair crack at it in the finals.
Adam Ramanaskas is here, the Essendon Premiership star. Hello, Ram.
Good evening to all. Clinchy, he was real newsy, wasn't he, to start the...
Just saying it's been a big week.
Yeah.
Short week, but a big week.
When you put it that way, there was a lot that happened this week. There was a lot that happened. And usually it does. I just think we paid more attention than normal this week. So I love the Hall of Fame as well. I agree with that. I think it's a great night, and to honour champions from around the country, not just within VFL and AFL, but you head to Tassie and you go to the SANFL and the Waffle, and hearing those stories, I think is really important for the game to continue to tell.
Enormous team change with us on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron's out on a mid-season sojourn, as they say, so he's off on a little holiday. Ray Chamberlain is in.
Oh, upgrade.
Yeah, that's where I was going. yeah, that's where exactly what I was thinking.
Similar height.
Yes.
Very similar.
Well, I think Ray's a bit smaller, but he's a bit tougher.
And Ray's
Ben would say that.
a hell of a lot fitter.
We'll go down to Razor Ray in just a moment. He's inside the Bulldogs camp, so we'll hear from Brendan Lade and Robert Harvey as part of our opener. You mentioned busy Newsweek. Newsweek particularly pertaining to both of these clubs. We'll get to the St Kilda side of things in just a moment. But at the Dogs, we've been talking all year about Luke Beveridge and Jamara Ugle-Hagan, and so it was again this week. Starting with Bevo, so a new 2-year extension. Did a good move by the Dogs at this stage of the season. 6-6 to make sure that their boss is staying there for at least another 2 more years.
Yeah, look, I would have said, prior to the last couple of weeks that he was coaching the pants off the side. Like he was going really, really well. They, given the injuries that they'd had, the interruptions that they'd had with some players not being fully available and whatever else, but they just haven't quite. It surprises me that they are where they are on the ladder and their win-loss ratio. So. But I think solidarity and really making sure that you're locking in, so and I think that'll help the Marcus Bontempelli case as well. Well, you think it will. I don't actually know. I haven't spoken to Marcus about it. He's not my mate. Ramo will give us a better insight with that, but I think it's a good signing. He's got some runs on the board that, I know they haven't finished top 4, but their ability to continue to compete has been pretty classy.
Look, I think you got to be careful of change. A lot of change is good.
Yep.
I'm not mistaking that, but I think we're seeing the influence of that at Sydney at the moment. There's enormous change at the moment, and okay, we can talk about personnel of what Sydney are missing at the moment, but there's big personnel change behind the scenes. So look, I think Luke Beveridge has been a tremendous coach for the Western Bulldogs. Played numerous finals, a couple of grand finals, a premiership. You've got to be careful what you wish for sometimes in this game. And,
I agree. You want to be sure you're getting something
Yeah,
better.
that's right. You've got. I always think if the team's not a complete disaster,
Yep.
Okay, are you actually upgrading?
Yep.
And I don't think there's a coach necessarily out there that would be an upgrade from Luke Beveridge at the moment.
And remembering where the Dogs have been in their history too. I mean, he's the most storied coach in the history of the club.
Yeah, Coley Watson-Wheeler said that it was a unanimous endorsement and the board were full in belief that he is the best person to drive sustained success, cutting-edge brand of footy, new ways to challenge and motivate this playing group.
And I also think what you will also figure out as a football club is when there's a little bit of chatter about is he staying or is he going, you get a temperature check from the other clubs. Other clubs would have been all over Luke Beveridge. There's absolutely no doubt about that. So he's the right person. He's no doubt still got the ear of the playing group, which is vitally important. But at the same time, he continues to upgrade his own coaching staff and what happens around the edges there. So I'm with Lids. I'm expecting big things from the Dogs in the second half of this season because they are a super talented team and. Now there's a sense of calm that Luke Beveridge is going to stay. Hopefully things continue to move forward.
Do you like the fact that he is prepared to flip the magnets? And we saw it firsthand last week. The one magnet that doesn't move is Aaron Norton. Do you like that? Do you think that's one of his greatest strengths, or do you see that as just flipping it around? Let's just see what else can happen because they weren't playing that well.
Yeah, I played under a coach that loved flipping the magnet, so I'm so used to that. That's to me. I think if a player is getting stale in a position, whether it's during the game or over a number of weeks and not playing the football that you expect of him, move him.
Beats the alternative, doesn't it?
That's right.
Imagine losing the same way over and over again.
Well, the alternative for an individual,
Yep.
the alternative for an individual if they're not playing well is go back to reserves.
Yep.
So go and find something out. You're putting a player from back line to forward line or forward line to mid or whatever you want to do. You find something new about that player. So
how long do you last though?
No, not long. You'll go back to your.
I know that, but how long do you wait for them to then work through it? Say you've got Adam Treloar in there, and he's got a hard tag from Marcus Windhager, and how long do you fight with him? Say, no, we want you to work through this before saying that's not working. Get out to the wing and let's see who the next guy is who can come in and play a role.
I think that's always been result dependent.
Yeah,
like if they're winning still. And he's getting a hard tag, but if they're losing, well, that's a different story.
It's one of his great strengths and great weaknesses, isn't it? For Bevo, that he's the way that he flips the magnet.
But I do agree with the Aaron Norton piece. That's just like, free him up.
Yep.
Free Aaron Norton's mind up.
I think that's a curiosity with Sam Darcy returning. Does that then allow Aaron Norton the freedom of not getting the same attention, given they didn't really have another key forward there? Does Rory Lobb then go back to defence? Does Buka Kama spend more time there? How can they get that consistency from week to week to try and make a run in the second half?
The reality of that is, if I'm Ross Lyon tonight, I put Cal Wilkie straight to Aaron Norton because I know he's asleep. He's not going to play well, and then you find someone else for Darcy.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Just repeating, no late change. Jack Carroll is the sub for St Kilda, and it is Cooper Hines for the Western Bulldogs. Let's go inside the Dogs camp, and Ray Chamberlain is down there for us. Ray.
Thanks very much, Corbin. Well, we're down here with the senior assistant coach of the Western Bulldogs, two-time All-Australian and all-time good guy, Brendan Lade. Brendan, thanks so much for joining us this evening. 6-6 at the halfway, really healthy percentage, 122 if my research is correct. But by and large, the Dogs have been in every game up to their eyeballs. There's been a fair bit of sizzle when it comes to discussing the Dogs. But 6-6, how would you view the start to the season?
We have done your research. There's a lot of stuff on your page there. When I saw 6-6, I thought it was my size. But no, look, we have been in every game this year, and probably a couple of disappointing quarters here and there, which has really cost us. We had a half against Brisbane, which was really good, and their second half was really poor. Collingwood were right in it right up to the end, same with Geelong. So we've had opportunities. We just got to play our way for a bit longer, and we think the wins will come.
Big news coming out of the Whitten Oval this week, 2-year extension for Luke Beveridge. What impact does that have on the week for the guys?
Look, he addressed it early in the week and just thanked everyone in the room for their efforts and help him get to that stage again for another couple of years. And he's a great coach, a great mentor, and he's great for our footy club. So hopefully we can repay it by getting some wins soon. You have a bit of an affinity with the opposition this evening. You spent some time at St Kilda. What are you guys inside at the Bulldogs expecting from Ross and his men tonight? We're expecting high pressure. They have scored a lot from the back half their last couple of games. So what that suggests is they're putting a lot of numbers behind the ball, and then they're slingshotting off of that. So contest can be really important all over the ground for us tonight, whether it's in our forward line or between the arcs. They like to go to low number contests quickly. So if we can halve them or win them, it stops their offence. So that's a big part of the game, and what we think we can, we've got to stop to be able to beat them. So you welcome back Sam Darcy and Cooper Hines. For those at home who aren't potentially au fait with the 19-year-old 190-centimetre Cooper, what can we expect from him tonight? I thought you were going to say they weren't au fait with Sam Darcy. Cooper had a great game last week against Coburg, had 30-odd possessions. He's an inside mid that can play forward. He'll do a little bit of both tonight, and he's really clean with the ball in hand and makes really good decisions. So we're excited what he's going to turn out to be, and he's still learning. He's still on his journey as a kid and learning the game, and hopefully tonight's another step for him in that direction. Speaking of excitement and Sam Darcy, everyone except probably those cheering for the Saints tonight are rapt to see him back. I was at home when I saw the scenes on the TV, and everyone was holding their breath, and then all of a sudden sort of more good news and more good news. Talk us about how that unfolded at the club, and then what sort of role we'll expect from Sam tonight in his first game back. Yeah, there was obviously a lot of worry about it initially, and everyone thought it was the ACL. And the big thing the club did, they didn't rush. They saw a lot of people and got a lot of opinions after the diagnosis that it wasn't an ACL, and just to make sure he went down the right path. When we chose that path, he's 22 years old. He's the biggest professional I've ever met. You tell him to do something, he'll do it to the nth degree, and with his rehab, it's been just second to none. So he comes back fully confident in his knee. He's trained for the last 2 weeks and been competing against 4 or 5 guys every time. So he's ready to go, and hopefully we can get the ball to him. Libba gave us a little bit of feedback before we started up as he went down. And when I got to see you guys last was up in Ballarat, and I chatted with Libba, and we spoke about the Bulldogs and their work at stoppage and hitting the scoreboard inside forward 50. Now, he paid a lot of credit to Tim English. He didn't give as much credit as I think he should be giving to your good self. When you're doing this stuff and you're setting it up, do you show them some tape from back in the day? No, not yet. When it goes bad, I'll start showing that. No, look, it's a group effort to get our structures all. We're all good on the same page that way, and look, everyone's got input into those decisions, and Bevo makes the final call. And our stoppage structures we think are very strong. We score really well. I think that day we scored 8 goals from forward 50, so I think it was a world record actually. So hopefully tonight we get a few more again, and Darcy in the ruck and English will get some good looks anyway.
Well, regardless, I reckon run the tape, you to Silk over the back, goal Port Adelaide. It will do no harm. Brendan, thanks so much for your time tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks to Brendan Lade downstairs with our own Ray Chamberlain. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. More from Ray coming up in just a moment. We'll duck inside the Saints camp and get the latest there. The team news is in. There is no late change. So Jack Carroll is going to be the sub for St Kilda, and for the Western Bulldogs, it'll be Cooper Hines, which means Sam Darcy is playing, returning from that knee injury that he sustained the last time they met 8 weeks ago. Back with the full preview coming up next.
Meet the people who dare to imagine.
Making colour sing.
You feel it. In Picasso, the piano, the Classic 100 and creative types with Virginia Trioli.
Give me more of that.
Where it's always free, always creative. ABC iView.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the net.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's pulled the river and magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. It'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the roof. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The Western Bulldogs out to snap a 2-game losing skid. Back in the winners list is where they're looking to head. That's where the Saints have been residing for the last 11 days as last start winners, taking down the Demons in the red centre. That was before the bye. This is now, and they come up against a familiar opponent. They met just 8 weeks ago. They'll play again tonight at the same venue under the roof at Docklands. That night it was the return of Marcus Bontempelli. Tonight it's the return of Young Sam Darcy, who was injured the last time these two teams went at it, and here he is back less than 8 weeks later. Great to have you with us for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Round 14 begins just a couple of days after round 13 ended. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch here to call the footy with me. Clinchy, no late change tonight.
No late changes. So Carroll, the sub, and Hines for the Western Bulldogs. The Dogs sit at 6-6, and I think most people feel they're a better side than that, but they need to start to get a bit of a wriggle on. So a chance to start that tonight. They have the Tigers, Sydney and North Melbourne in the weeks to come, so a chance to try and build a bit of stability after the contract signature of Luke Beveridge, signed on for another 2 years. Marcus Bontempelli, we're told, won't be too far behind. As you said, the return of Sam Darcy tonight. Everyone's excited as to what he might be able to grow to in the Western Bulldogs. And Jack Sinclair plays his 200th game for the Saints tonight. So they would love to spoil the party, the Saints, and they may not be in the 8 come season's end, but they might shape it in the final third.
That's how we're talking about it. The last time they met, it was 71 points the difference. The Bulldogs, big winners, particularly after quarter time pulled away. And yet if the Saints cause the upset tonight, they're both 6-7 on the season. It's amazing. There's only one game between them at the moment, and that probably says a little bit about the Dogs, given they're unproven against the best teams in the competition. They have cleaned up the sides below them, of which the Saints are one. So let's see what we're going to get here tonight. Brett Delidio alongside Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport, and Ray Chamberlain is on the boundary. We touched on the Dogs for those of you that weren't with us off the top of the broadcast. Luke Beveridge, obviously, with that 2-year extension. The other big story pertaining to the Bulldogs this week is one of your number one brethren, Lids, in Jamara Ugle-Hagan.
Yes.
Scott Gollan's story in the Herald Sun that he has his appetite back for footy. So he's returned from his Northern States health retreat. He's back in Melbourne. He's ready to go. He wants to come back and try to resume his football career.
Yep.
He knows it's going to be through the VFL. He's yet to meet with the Bulldogs. That is expected to come in the next week.
Yep.
How would you handle it if you're the Dogs to try and reintroduce Mara into the footy program?
Oh, we need to keep that appetite. It's going to be a long journey to get back to play because you need to make sure that, one, he's fit enough to come back. You can't just go straight into the VFL and say, I'll just build my fitness from here. He's going to have to put in, 5 or 6 weeks, I would have thought, of a small pre-season, and then prove his worth in the VFL and earn his place back into this senior side. He's no doubt he's talented enough, but you need to earn that trust back that he's given up, essentially.
So do you have him immediately back in the football program, or would you say, hey, train with the VFL for a month and let's see
that's not a bad shout.
How that goes, and run around at 6 p.m. at night and see what it's like.
Let's see how hungry you actually are for it. Yeah. I mean, that shows if you're willing to come back and try that. Like, I get it. I'd be open to that.
What do you reckon,
I think it's ultimately up to him.
Yeah.
So the Bulldogs have tried most things with Jamara, so it's ultimately up to him. The reality is he's got to want to turn up to work.
Yep.
That's the reality of it. You can't just go, come in and go through the motions, because that's not going to work for the rest of the playing group. So if you're coming back, we'll have you back, absolutely, but come to work.
He's going to be a lightning rod, whatever he does, wherever he plays. He goes and plays in the VFL. There'll be media there
that's right.
watching him because he is a number one draft pick. He's a talented player. Could that be a distraction for the Bulldogs as they're trying to get their season up and running in the second half?
All publicity is good publicity, I think. I mean, for me, it has to be on the Dogs' terms. I get what you're saying there, Raman. Like, it's up to you, but on our terms, there's no drinking. There's none of this carry on social media. And it's the first time we see that, right, you're back gone again. I think you've got to take, yes, we'll welcome you in with open arms, but you've got to buy into what we're trying to stand for, not just for the greater good of the club, but like the younger players that are coming through and the supporters.
And the other reality is he has got to work out whether he wants to have a long-term AFL career.
Yep.
Otherwise, like Jamara, don't waste your time and don't waste everybody else's time, mate.
And credit to Laura Kane here as well, who's taken a lot of shots recently, but he is part of the AFL's mental health plan at the moment. So the AFL needs to tick off on everything that happens with Jamara, and they'll obviously have a role to play in that reconciliation again with Mara back with the Bulldogs. But they basically explained to him very clearly that don't expect us to sit out and have a Ferris Bueller and all of a sudden roll up in the trade period and expect to get to the Swans or wherever you want to go. They said to him, mate, we won't register or approve that trade. So the idea is you need to show between now and the trade period, even if you want to go somewhere else, that you're committed to being a professional footballer. So I think the AFL have handled that pretty well. And I actually think him showing a willingness to come back is great for every party. It's great for the Dogs. If they try and ship him, they need to have an asset that shows that he's committed and he's back in the program. It's clearly good for Jamara to be part of a structured environment and to be able to get his profession back on track. And for a prospective buyer, they're going to want to see a young man who's committed to getting his football career back up and going. So I think it's a win-win-win for everyone, and something that hopefully we are talking about very differently in 3 months' time when the season ends.
Not just that, Cor, but I think it also sets a great example right across the board that talent will get you so far, but hard work will pay off in the long run, and you need to earn that. And it's typically the trust back to be able to come back into. You can't just walk straight into an AFL club, because I think it takes the mickey out of, the other 800 professional athletes that are out there fighting and scrapping to try and make a living of it.
The kid that's 35, 40 on the list, busting his backside day in, day out to try get a game, and then Jamara walks back in and it's, roll out the red carpet. I don't think that's the right way.
And this is always the Paul Roux side of things as a former senior coach. Not every kid wants to be an AFL footballer once they realise the requirements, the commitment, the work that has to go into it. Yeah. So what odds would you say, Corby, that he's at the Bulldogs at the end of the season, given he's still got a year to run, and they're the foundations, it's been laid out to him as to what he would have to do if he doesn't want to be there at the end of the year?
I would say less likely than more likely. But that's just
I'd say 25% chance he's there next year.
Yep. Sounds about right?
Oh, I think so.
Yep. The Saints, so their week is really centred around Nasiah Wanganeen-Milera, whose name was part of a story broken by Caroline Wilson on Channel 7, saying that he didn't want to pursue a trade to the Adelaide Crows given the history involved with Taylor Walker and his past indiscretion, obviously with racism on field that has since been obviously dealt with by the Crows and the AFL. Ben Williams, the manager for Nasiah Wanganeen-Milera, came out and refuted that claim, basically said that Nasiah would be happy to go to Adelaide, and Wanganeen-Milera himself actually picked up the phone and spoke to Taylor Walker during the week. But the one thing here that does persist, regardless of everything that's going on when it comes to that story and Adelaide's connection, is that he's still off contract. So the Saints have had their bye, which, as you guys both know in the player management space, ordinarily is where a lot of these deals get done. Chance for a player, particularly from out of the state, to get home, talk about it with their family, come back, put pen to paper. So far, at least, with the Saints stepping back on the field tonight, he hasn't re-signed or recommitted at St Kilda, with obviously strong interest from not only the Crows but also Port Adelaide. What do we make of the status as it pertains at the moment to Nasiah?
Look, I think he's well within his rights to see where the club's heading in its general direction.
Every player is
100%, and I know that the club is eager to, as you would be. He's a star player. Like he's one when you build a lot of your team around. But he's got every right to say, well, let's see who you're bringing into the club. Let's see the direction. Let's see how we finish this season, because the wheels could completely fall off here, and they don't win another game for the rest of the year. And he's like, well, that makes it pretty hard to re-sign him and see the general direction of the club. I don't think that's going to happen, mind you, but, why does he have to sign it now? There's nothing to say that he has to.
Does it take the gloss off if they do get Tom DeConing, which you put your finger in the wind, it feels like they're going to? Does it take the gloss off that somewhat if all of a sudden their current star walks out the door as they get another one in?
Well, the reality is he'll probably get the biggest contract at St Kilda. They've got the most money.
Yep.
So if it's a money decision,
which is unusual, because usually you pay overs to get someone out, don't you?
That's right. So then the other question to that is around, well, as Liz mentioned, does he think then St Kilda aren't on the right path for any sort of success over the coming years? So he might have to take a little bit less money. Now, I think St Kilda learnt a little bit of a lesson last year with Josh Battle. In the end, St Kilda offered him the most money, but he still chose to walk out the door to Hawthorn. So that's, you play a dangerous game.
Yeah.
You can play a really dangerous game. But
if you were Tom DeConing, would you be monitoring that situation?
With
Nasiah, thinking, well, hang on, I don't want to roll up there, and all of a sudden he's not there.
Well, again, that's a whole different conversation, because you got his current club that can't get anywhere near that number.
Yep.
And then you got a club that wants him. That it's not just it's not a small margin of the difference in contracts.
But part of the appeal of going to St Kilda would be, wouldn't it? Well, I can play with him and the two of us together, and
When the number's that big that's being reported, I don't know whether it is.
None of that even matters.
I don't think it matters, because I don't think you go in there to try and achieve the ultimate success in the next 2 years.
It's almost like the offers that were put forth when GWS and Gold Coast
It's the Gary Ablett Jr., isn't it?
That's right. Yeah. But just to finish on Nasiah, I actually thought it was pretty poor journalism, to be honest with you. So clearly Ben Williams will know what's going on with his own client, clearly. And for Caroline Wilson to say otherwise, well then, who are your sources then? This is the guy that manages Messiah, who's very close to him.
Is it not in Ben's best interest, though, that Adelaide remain a viable option if he's trying to drive the best deal for his client? So wouldn't he be expected to say that?
If it's purely about going home, yes.
Yep.
But every other club will want him anyway.
Right.
So it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter.
22 years of age. His ceiling is not yet even tapped,
exactly right.
even close to it. So, I mean, if he is to walk out of St Kilda, it will be a body blow to Ross and what he is trying to build, given that he is the exact player they're desperate to keep and part of the hole they've had really in the last sort of 3 or 4 years.
But again, that's up to St Kilda in the second half of the season, how they play.
Jack Carroll is the sub for the Saints and Cooper Hines is the sub for the Western Bulldogs. While we're on St Kilda, let's duck inside their camp before the teams make their way out. Robert Harvey is about to join us in a few moments' time, so we'll check in with Ray for all of that. Just quickly on some other matters, of course, the World Test Championship final is taking place currently. The first ball is going to be bowled at 7:30 Eastern tonight, so Australia making 212 batting first, South Africa 4 for 43 in reply, so 169 runs ahead as it sits currently. There's also NRL action tonight. The Sharks up against the Dragons. The kickoff there is 10 to 8 Eastern time. You can find both of those things through the ABC Listen app, where you can also listen to every game all weekend. Let's go inside the Saints camp. Ray Chamberlain.
Thanks, Corbin. Well, I'm down here with the St Kilda assistant coach, Robert Harvey, number 35, a St Kilda icon. Robert, thanks for taking time today. We round halfway. The Saints are 5-7. When you guys win, you do it in style. You've had some great wins. I think immediately, obviously last week in Alice, Fremantle was a great win. How would you see halfway of the season so far?
Well, exactly that, Ray. It's been up and down. I think the footy we played last week was better, but the last probably 5 weeks we've sort of been a bit patchy. So we were looking for more consistency. I mean, we like playing here, obviously, so do the Dogs, but we like to get our pressure game going here, and I thought we moved the ball a lot better last week with end-to-end. So we like that part of our game. Obviously a huge challenge against their midfield, and that was a one-way traffic last time we played them, to be honest. They cleaned us up in the middle, so we need to be more competitive in that part of the ground if we're a big chance tonight. But we had a good week, a good prep. We're off the coming off the bye, obviously, so we're looking forward to being fresh and getting after them.
Well, you talk about coming off the bye. You have 2 big ins tonight. You've got Jack McRae comes back in, and one of my favourites, Liam Stocker, a couple of seasoned, hardened bodies. What are you looking to see from those two gents this evening?
Well, probably a lot of what you said, but like some experienced heads come back in. Obviously, McRae in the midfield against his old team is going to be really important. Well, I mean, the clearance game is going to be massive, so he's our best clearance player, so that's can't hurt going into this game, right? And Stocker obviously had his concussion, so I think he's had 2 or 3 out to get that right, and he brings a tough edge to our back six. So we look forward to having just those experienced heads back in the team, ideally putting their head over the ball and doing what they do best.
You talk about nose in the trough sort of stuff. You look at the Western Bulldogs, they're best in show when it comes to stoppage inside forward 50 and hitting the scoreboard. For the Saints fans who are listening at home, how do you go about negating that type of stuff?
Well, I mean, they're on world record pace for stoppage scores, right? So we've done a lot of work on it, but it's easy to do the work in the classroom and in the training track. We've got to transfer it into tonight. So we obviously got to limit the damage that they can do, particularly at a centre bounce and those forward half stoppages. So we've put a lot of time into it. Hopefully we can execute as we should, because if we can get it to the outside and we can play our game, we get some flow on the ball, I think we can be in the game. So we just got to match them around the ball, be tough, be strong, make sure we've got system, and we get to work in the clearance game.
You talk about sizzle on the ball, and you've spoken about that a couple of times. It's been a big week this week in the media for Nazai with his name in the media. He must be looking forward to just getting out on the football field and doing what he does best.
Yeah, he's right next to us, so he probably can hear us. But we do. We love what he does, and he's in great form. All the noise around him hasn't affected his form at all. So we just look forward to him getting his head down and doing what he does best tonight on a fast deck under the roof. Should really suit him. Him and Sinclair are a really good combination, so we want them at their best tonight.
I'm glad you mentioned Jack. I was just about to lead in there. So, Rob, you spent your whole career charging up and down the field like a madman in the number 35. It was iconic. And then we talk about Jack Sinclair this evening, game 200. He's now adorned in the number 35. Obviously, you have a great deal to do with him in the midfield. Can you give us a bit of an insight into Jack and what it's taken for him to get to game 200?
Well, I mean, I also had a little bit to do with him early on when he was a fledgling player and he's trying to make his way as a small forward, like he was in the other team. Yeah. So to do what he's done, it's a credit, and he's on track to be one of our great players. The way he goes about it, I mean, he's so respected by his teammates for how he goes about it. He's so reliable. How he is on the field is very much how he is off the field. He's so trustworthy and reliable. There's really, his sister came in and did a presentation to the players, and we're trying to get some dirt on him. There's just literally none there, right? So that's what he's like, and he's just loved by his teammates. And when either he's going back with the fly of the ball, or he's being tough, or he's running with the ball and carrying and being creative, he's got both sides of his game, and it's just a credit to him to be here tonight for his 200th, but he's got many more to come, and he's looking forward to being a premiership player with his club.
Rob, thanks so much for your insights tonight. More importantly, thank you for your time, mate, and good luck.
Thanks, Ray. Appreciate it, mate.
Robert Harvey, the assistant coach with the Saints, and of course St Kilda great, the dual Brownlow medalist downstairs with Ray Chamberlain. You heard Robert Harvey say Nasai Wanganeen Miller is alongside him. He's just burst through the banner and the Guard of Honour, and the Saints, the first team out on the ground. It's their home game, so they've got the columns on, the red, white and black home jumper with the black shorts, and of course all eyes on Jack Sinclair tonight as he celebrates a special milestone. Game number 200, becomes the 691st player in the history of the game to get to 200 games. But for St Kilda, this is a club that started in 1897 in the VFL. Yep. How many do you reckon got to 200 in the past?
We've spoken about this before, you and I. I reckon is it in between 50 and 100?
No, lower.
Lower. It's 40-something.
Lower.
Oh, no.
36.
33rd.
Yeah.
Wow. Only 33 players in the history of the club have made it to 200 games. I mean, it goes to show just what a special milestone it is.
So that'd be well and truly over 1,000 players that have played for St Kilda.
Yeah.
Easily, yeah.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Good on him. And what a resume he's got too. So two best and fairest, two All-Australians. I noticed in Tom Morris's story last night talking about the guys that have done that off the rookie list. So 200 games, 2 BNFs, 2 All-Australians. Aaron Sandilands, Rory Laird, Matthew Boyd, and now Jack Sinclair. Yeah, wow. So he's one of them.
He's a very good player.
Yeah. Second best carbs in the AFL. Behind Lockie Neal, not me. I certainly wasn't putting myself up there. God almighty.
Well, he's so unassuming because he's not out there, but he just gets the job done.
Yeah. His mum, Kerry, by the way, has attended just about every single game. She's in India, so won't be here tonight, but I'm sure she'll be listening to the ABC Listen app, no doubt, to follow along. So
text in, Kerry.
All the best to Jack tonight in his 200th game. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch for the call. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. We'll get back to him in just a moment. Number 1 pick, Brett Delidio, and the Essendon Premiership player, the youngest one on planet Earth, in Adam Ramanaskas, with you tonight for Thursday night footy. Before the Dogs get here and the full preview, the teams for this weekend. So a couple of changes for the Hawks tomorrow night. Watson's back from illness, and Henry Huswaite takes the place of James Warple. So Warple's got that corky, didn't come up. Finn McGuinness loses his place in the lineup. For the Adelaide Crows, Lockie Murphy comes in for the suspended James Peatling. That is a Friday nighter at York Park in Launceston.
It'll be cold. Get the long sleeves out.
4 degrees. I'm actually making a little trip south tomorrow, so
pack your jacket.
I will be. There'll be multiple layers and a beanie, no doubt. Mick Moldhouse is coming with me, and he's from Ballarat, so he'll probably be rolling with a T-shirt or something else. He'll absolutely embrace it.
He'll love it, Mick.
Saturday afternoon footy actually comes to you from the Gabba. Brandon Starcevich is back, so good news.
Good.
After a series of concussions. Sam Day also in that lineup. No room for Robertson or for Gallup, so they're the 2 changes for Brisbane. Finn Callahan's back for GWS.
They need him too.
As is Harry Ralston, so he makes his return. There's no Ware, there's no McMullen, so they're the 2 that go out of that GWS team. You'll notice there's no out listed in the captain, so Toby Green's been named, despite the fact he
had a vision of him training. He looked like he was moving okay, but to get through a whole game might be a bit different.
Had the glute issue. In the twilight on Saturday, Essendon up against Geelong. Bailey Smith has been named to come back in from that hamstring tightness, so Ted Closey misses out. Ben Hobbs has been omitted.
Yes.
Pick 13 from a couple of years ago, off contract, so he's out of the Essendon team. Sammy Durham is obviously suspended. The 2 guys that come in, Lids.
Yep. Couple of mid-seasoners.
First of all, Archie May, who has been spoken a lot about out of Subiaco. He's a Victorian originally. His mum is actually dating Dermot Brereton. Of course, it was well documented. The other man I want to ask you about is Lockie Blackiston.
Don't know a heap about Lockie, to be honest.
He's going to make...
Ruckman for...
I think he's going to play back, though, is what I've been told.
East Perth.
Yep, also out of also out of
so
the
he played
WAFL.
centre half back last week in Essendon's VFL team and equipped himself quite well.
So
they
their
need
numbers
some
are
height.
crazy. Is it 14
Redmond's
unavailable players at the moment for the Bombers? Like
All 190 centimetres and above.
Redmond's not back in the team, so they need another tall.
Yep.
Simple.
That's now 10 debutants this year for Essendon, their most since 1974 when Simon Madden debuted in that season. So hopefully there's a Simon Madden somewhere in amongst those 10 debutants.
Nice, that'd be nice.
It would be. Saturday night footy, by the way, Kellen Dawson comes into the North Melbourne team. The Dockers are as named. Dawson's in there to take the place of Charlie Comben, who unfortunately is injured. The rest of the weekend's news, Horn Francis among the ins for Port Adelaide. For Melbourne, Jack Viney's been named again. These are squads, obviously, given the Sunday games. And then for the Blues, there's no listed outs at this stage. Tom Cole is injured for the West Coast Eagles. That is the last game of the weekend come Sunday night. So that is round 14 of the AFL Premiership season. He's from East Freo.
Yes.
Lockie Blackiston. So all the best to him making one of two debutants
close with the East.
for the Bombers.
I said East Perth.
Yeah.
I was close.
Yep. That's... yeah.
It's over there.
Starts
WA,
with east. Different sides of the city. The river, as we always talk about in Perth.
Yes.
You're either north or south, so there's technically...
Are you still from Perth, are you?
This is I think I've been away 9 years now. But always native sandgroper at heart.
Sure?
It's hard to shake.
Are you sure?
It's hard to shake.
Don't you hear the passion?
There's,
So if the State of Origin was on tonight at the MCG, Victoria versus WA, you're going in your WA.
Black and yellow.
No doubt.
You are.
Yeah, the gold jumper with the black swan, for sure.
But you'll do that more as a fashion statement, rather
Have a matching pair of shoes to go with it.
It is State of Origin, so that was my origin.
I
Played
reckon,
junior footy in WA and grew up there.
I reckon you're a Vic now.
Yeah, it's been a minute, but I'd love to see it. I'd love to see WA and Victoria. What an occasion that would
pantsing,
be.
that's what it would be.
Both teams are out there on the ground. The full preview from Rama and Lids. Just repeating, no late change, which means Sam Darcy is back tonight. What are we in for, gentlemen? Just 8 weeks on from the Dogs' 71-point belting of the Saints on Easter Sunday.
Well, I'm just excited to see what the Dogs how they can bounce back, Rama, hopefully from last week. I think, you know, the Saints will put up a good challenge. I think Ross will try and choke the game up, but ultimately, if they can't, you know, keep that ball in nice and tight and not allow the Dogs to get on the outside with their speed of ball movement, Richards, Bontempelli, Treloar's back in that side. You know, Sanders, I love his ability to get up and down the ground. Then having Darcy up front, you know, I think that frees up Norton. We're speaking a little bit about it off air, even on air as well, about him. Can he release the shackle, so to speak, and have a bit of a day out here? I'm not convinced he will, but I'm hopeful for the lad that he can find a little bit of form, because that'll be the difference with the Dogs going forward. For the Saints, they've just got to find a way to continue to compete, I think. You know, do what they did to Melbourne up in Alice Springs and try and choke up a good side.
I think if we were here last week with the Dogs and Hawthorn game, what Hawthorn did, they turned the game into a scrap, which the Dogs didn't like. So Hawthorn were able to lay 86 tackles last week. So that really annoyed, I think, is the best word to use. Annoyed the Dogs because, as Lyd mentioned, their strength is running game. Their strength is maintaining possession. Their strength is flying off half back and creating scoring opportunities from the back half of the ground. So I think you'll see a real inside to outside game from the Dogs tonight, where it's quickly on the inside, then let's get the ball to the outside as quickly as we possibly can to get movement. Now, with the Saints, we know their good players generally play well week in, week out. So you know what you're going to get from, you know, a Jack Sinclair, for example, Rowan Marshall, Jack Steele, Nasai Wanganeen Malera, Brad Hill, those guys. But it's the next cast that I'm always looking out for with the Saints, and that's always what concerns me with the Saints. It's the difference in talent.
I agree. I would be concerned too as a St Kilda fan. You look at their four guys in Sinclair, Wanganeen, Millero, Wilkie, Higgins.
They're
all in
well.
Australian contention. Like, they couldn't have had a better year, and they're still in this position where they've won 2 of their last 7 or whatever.
And that's where St Kilda continue to talk about the golf in talent compared to other clubs. Now, okay, you can put it down to how they've developed when they've come into the club, or you can put it down to who they've drafted, or the like, or you can put it down to they're simply just not good enough as well. But so Windhager did a role a fortnight ago on Cosy Pickett clinching.
Certainly
did a really good job. So can he go and do that role tonight, for example, on a Ed Richards or a Marcus Bontempelli and really shut him out again? Like Windhager was one of the best on ground.
Who would you tip
in that
go
game?
to?
Probably Ed Richards. I think.
Would say, yeah.
I think more for the height. Like Bont's just that taller player. I would expect a Jack Steele to probably go head to head with a Bontempelli. And then
who goes? Does Libba go to anyone? You think? Does he go and match up against? I mean, who would you put him to in terms of in the midfield?
Libba's an interesting one. He has season low 14 disposals last week. Luke Beveridge used him on half back and was asked in his press conference as to whether that was part of the planning going forward. And he said we need adaptability, we need versatility. Ideally, we'd like to use him more forward, but we'll try that again throughout the season. So every now and then they get a little funky with players coming off the back of the square, trying to find different roles.
Libba might go to his old mate in Jack McRae.
Yeah, true.
Might play that
Just
sort of
go
role.
head to head there.
But what I do think will happen in this game is the midfield options for the Bulldogs will end up overwhelming St Kilda. You know, we haven't even spoken about Matt Kennedy in the year he's having at the moment. Another big mid that St Kilda probably won't be able to compete with. So do they throw, for example, a Liam Stocker up around the football for a bit more size? He's played a lot of his football as a defender. So, but what are the other options? You look at their team. Mitch Owens, could he come in? But they played Mitch Owens as a second ruck.
I think so.
At times.
Hunter Clark's probably one that I look at that I think needs to elevate his game. But then you got Ryan Burns.
Like you look at the midfield. You look at the midfield group here. They're right in front of us, the Bulldogs, as they're warming up. Bontempelli, Davison, Riley Sanders, Kennedy, Ed Richards, Tim English. There's one other I just can't quite see, but they've got so many options that are going to go through that midfield tonight. I just think they'll overwhelm St Kilda in the end with it.
What about the unusual quirk that they met less than 8 weeks ago?
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous.
So
how does that work?
I don't know. It's the first
I just don't understand how you don't play every team once and then it sorts out from there.
Carlton West Coast they're playing this weekend again as well.
Same thing. Yeah. 71 points is a lot to make up in 8 weeks. As much as it's they will take a lot out of that meeting.
Yeah.
You would think that'd have to be a drastically different version of who these two sides.
You reference the NFL. Now the NFL is a lot of set plays. So football's got a few more variables than the NFL, obviously. So
it's less stealing plays.
Yes.
And you can't dramatically if you're getting smacked around the ball.
You can't set your defence up to go. Okay, they're going to run this play now. So. I think St Kilda's best play is to sit back, to defend back, and then to go forward with speed. I think that's what they did against Melbourne, Clinch.
Yeah, Sam Darcy makes his return. Max King, we haven't seen this season at the other end. John Ralph reporting that Sam Darcy's put on 3 kilos of muscle in the 7 weeks he's been off. He's been doing a lot of work in the gym and the cardio work, but the Bulldogs are surprised as to how good a nick he's come back in, and that he'll start forward alongside Norton and Buku Karmas in their forward line tonight.
He's rolling with the Mustaka now too over the 7-week period, so that's grown in quite nicely for Sam Darcy.
Coin toss about to take place. Marcus Bontempelli is there. What a job he did on the Saints last time they met. Got the full 10 votes from the coaches in his first game of the year with 30 disposals and 2 goals. And Jack Sinclair also celebrating game number 200 tonight. Ray Chamberlain is with us on the boundary. Of course, 300-game umpire. He's usually with us on Saturday afternoons. We brought him into the Thursday night spotlight, and a man who sits beautifully under the Thursday night lights. Ray Chamberlain, appreciate your time. Welcome to you, Ray.
Good evening, fellas. And I tell you what, has there ever been a stronger case for the mid-season draft than this evening's personnel change? Frodo Baggins out, Bilbo Baggins in. I love it.
How are conditions down there, Ray?
I tell you what, there's no breeze, surprisingly enough, but actually, without being silly, the ground is in perfect nick. Sometimes it can get a bit greasy here on top of the surface, but none of that tonight, and I expect to see the ball pinging off half-back from both sides.
Ray, we usually don't talk about our conversations off air, but Lids and I were talking earlier, and he goes, I just don't know what to expect from Ray tonight. I'm a little bit worried.
And you know what? I've never felt better in my life. No, I've got that hanging over Lids.
I can't wait for it. Give us your best,
mate. It's the honour's mine. It's good to see you, mate.
Yeah. Did you guys ever have any run-ins on field?
No, not that I can remember.
Nah, mate.
Lids was too busy getting the ball.
There's a few B Delitios on the...
Probably the only 3 voters come from Ray, I reckon.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
I used to butter him up before the game.
Friendly from the start, but we do have a long way to go. So let's see how it pans out. Ray Chamberlain with us on the boundary all night. Corbin Middlemaster, Matt Clinch on the call. Adam Ramanaskas and Brett Delitio. Thursday night footy. It is the on-ramp to round 14. 71 points 8 weeks ago was the margin. How far have the Saints come? It's the Bulldogs and the Saints on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
Bontempelli alongside Windhager and McRae and Liberatore. As English wins down the opening tap for the Western Bulldogs, but Steele gets a hand pass out to Ward. Around the back, releases Jack Sinclair. Game 200 as he drives the Saints inside 50 in the direction of Keeler. Brought down by Lobb. Front and centre, Fraser. Hand pass away to Williams. Back to Rory Lobb in the back pocket. A worm-burning kick looking for Sanders. Sport away. Brought down to the front. Burns towards the teeth of goal. In front, no mark claimed. In fact, it was by O'Donnell. As he just hangs on at the top of the defensive goal square. His kick looking for Davidson is chopped off. And Jack Sinclair on cue takes the mark in the right forward pocket. Well, this would be fitting in his 200th game if he can keep the opening goal of the match.
Oh, what a start. He bounced off half-back there, left Adam Treloar in his wake. He just could not go with him off the half-back flank and then just followed up, kept coming down the ground and then read that play beautifully. A bit of a slow kick from O'Donnell.
How's the red paint all over the footy from the centre bounce area? It looks sort of blood-stained already as... we're literally minutes into the game and there is red paint all over it.
In the right forward pocket, St Kilda's smooth mover. He misses to the right-hand side and the dream start is just behind. Saints on the board through a minute on ABC Sport.
Rammer's pocket.
Dale attempts a kick short to English and marks in the defensive 50, kicks out of the defensive arc to Liberatore. Hand pass to Dale, who keeps on running. Short kick to Darcy. Here he is, his first involvement back. Marks gives a handball to Dale, his third touch in the chain. Kicks to centre half forward, intercepted. Wanganeen Millera collects on the hop. Hand pass away to Sharman. Not a heap up ahead, and Cooper just dishes a little handball back to Bradley Hill, and he can go all the way back to Wilkie, defensive side of the wing.
And Wilkie's going to switch it back inside defensive 50 to Webster, who takes the mark in front of Sam Darcy. Runs away from him. Darcy put a good chase and bumped him as he kicked out to the wing. It misses the intended target in Hunter Clark, but it will be a downfield free kick.
Yeah, just an unnecessary push from Darcy late as he was chasing Webster.
So Wood takes the free kick, comes inboard to Jack Sinclair. So a third touch for him in the opening couple of minutes. Spots up McRae against his former side, just outside 50, with Marcus Bontempelli on the mark. Decides to get the hand pass around the back to Jack Sinclair. Out 55 metres out from home, goes long to the goal square. Rory Lobb comes across and punches it through for a minor score. The Saints 2 behind, so the Bulldogs yet to score. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Circle work at the moment, Corp.
Yeah. How about this for a start off the SMS2 lids from Don in Mildura. Sitting at Lord's wearing my Dogs colours, listening to your coverage. Have a great call. Go the Dogs. Nice to have you with us, Don. What a way to keep across both. We're doing the other way. We're sitting at Docklands and we've got the pictures on from Lord's. And, of course, a call available through the ABC Listen app. So if you want to listen to that, you can toggle between both the footy and the cricket tonight. Jim Maxwell, of course, part of the TMS team at Lord's. And South Africa still 4 down, 4 for 45 early on day 2. And the kick out, and we've got a boundary throw in. Broadcast wing, Saints with the first 2 scores. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. English palms it down, Libber keeps it alive. Back to Kennedy. Oh, he's tackled, his head bouncing off the deck in the Hunter Clark tackle.
It's a hard head, but that was a bit of a sling. Yeah, I think he's got word there, Lee Fisher, that that was a sling.
And his own umpire lending a hand, so Kennedy bounces up, grabs the footy.
We saw Peatling go for a week for that. It might be looked at, I think.
It was in the first 5 minutes last week as well that Peatling made that tackle on the Friday night. What are we, 3.5 minutes in here, and we'll mark down H. Clark for his tackle on Matt Kennedy. Short kicking game for the Dogs. Bailey Williams on the wing. Sells it to Higgins, gets past him, puts the Dogs inside 50. Darcy the target, ball hits the deck. Norton critical touch away to Treloar. Hand pass too hot for Darcy, and the Saints win it back. Little kick goes out wide. Here's Windhager. Hand pass away to McRae. Handball knocked out of bounds as Bontempelli forces it out against his old premiership teammate in Jack McRae. Up against his old team for the second time tonight. Saints with 2 behinds. Dogs yet to score. And we're 4 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
You called it, Rammer. Wilkie's gone to Norton. You try and keep him quiet as possible. Don't let him get any form.
Caminiti alongside Sam Darcy is thrown back in. Norton doing the ruck work, but Roll Marshall just takes out of the ruck, kicks up the wing. It's over the head of Cooper Sharman. And the mark is taken by Bailey Williams for the Western Bulldogs. between wing and half forward. He stepped off his line, so called to play on. Has to kick a high ball inside 50. Bontempelli sets himself in the pack. Wilkie makes the spoil. Riley West scraps against Stocker at ground level. Darcy comes over the top to lay the tackle. And the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket. Bailey Dale with 5 disposals early. Jack Sinclair with 4 for the Saints. Thrown up in the right forward pocket. Comes down to McRae. Looking to clear. Hand pass to Sinclair. Kicks towards the boundary line. Cleary runs out of room and is taken across the boundary line by Wood, and a boundary throw in.
Bailey Dale will get 30 plus tonight. There you go. Put your house on it.
Won't even go close to his season high of 49.
Well, no, I'm just saying 30 plus. That's still a damn good game.
Isn't it? 5 already. What a start. They've all been damaging for Bailey Dale. From the boundary throw in, Clark to Windhager. Hand pass to Steele for the Saints. Sells a dummy around Richards. Actually sold it twice. Kicks down the wing. Lob. Breaks it up. Ball hits the deck. Butler sockers it forward. Then becomes tackler. Runs down O'Donnell. His hand pass ends up out of play. So boundary throw in high half forward here for the Saints. Thin crowd. I'd say it's a bumper crowd for Thursday night footy. Has got that sort of biting coolness to it, doesn't it, when you go outside? It's feel it in your bones. It's very fresh in Melbourne, 11 degrees and getting cooler tonight.
From the throw-in, it's taken by Matt Kennedy. Kicks up towards Buku Kama's caught behind against Wilkie. Wilkie down to the front and lays the tackle on Dolan as the ball goes out of play. In front of Adam Treloar, who's getting some work on the hamstrings. 6 minutes gone. It's the Saints 2 behind, so the Bulldogs yet to score. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Corbin Minimas calling the action. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary line for you tonight with Brett Delidio and Adam Ramanauskas in the experts chair. English and Marshall, one of the intriguing battles of the night. Marshall wins down the tap, looking for Steele. Kennedy couldn't take it. Marshall squeezed the kick out towards the boundary line. It trickles end over end, insufficient intent. And a free kick going the way of Bailey Dale at half back for the Dogs.
Touched off the boot. Possession 6 for Dale. They're all kicked so far. Under pressure from Butler, sends it down to half forward, and there's Rowan Marshall. Picks it off. Retreats back to Wanganeen Miller. Ordinarily a good idea to put it in his hands. First 2 behinds for St Kilda, 7 minutes into the game. They're trying to launch some kind of a rebound here from defensive 50. That kick overcooks it a little bit. Missed Windhager. Dogs win it back. Frazier gives it to Cleary. Puts it back inside 50 for the Bulldogs. And Stocker backpedaling takes the mark in the back pocket. Immediately switches out to left half back. And here's Burns for the Saints. 2-point advantage, 7 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I'm going to look into the stats, Rammer, as to Bailey Dale's 49, how many he had in the first quarter against the Bombers. As the kick up towards Rowan Marshall, can't take the mark. English sees it out of play, and the umpire will throw it in.
It's 15 to 16. Right?
Yeah, I think so.
So he's on track for that. It was 12.
Oh, 12. Okay, gave a bit more.
So he is already up to 6 so far tonight as it's thrown in. English wins down the tap against Marshall, who lost his footing. Dolan couldn't gather cleanly. Windhager gets down low, tackled by Richards. Hand pass out to Webster. Dolan's got him, and we're inside 50 for the Bulldogs. They're yet to score. St Kilda 2 behind.
It's an interesting matchup with Bailey Dale and Dan Butler. So Butler kicked a couple of goals up in Alice Springs by getting out the back. So Bailey Dale's going to have to be very aware of that tonight.
From the stoppage, Hall, hand pass away to Burns. Saints with a win there, but they've coughed it up now. Dale, a hand pass to Dolan, to Sanders. All by hand at half forward. Handball to Dale, under pressure, got it to Libba. Handball away to McNeil, gives it back to Dolan. Kick smothered, nice work Sinclair on the 1%er. Ball spills out to Burns. Clears defensive 50 for St Kilda, but only as far as Williams. Intercept mark for the Dogs. Short kick to Dale.
Possession 9.
Dale into the forward pocket. Darcy straight onto his chest like a heat-guided missile. And Sam Darcy, all he had to do was wrap his mitts around it.
That was perfect delivery, but the way he has started, you'd almost have to look at, is Windhager the one to come off Bontempelli, back in mids in, and get him as a defensive half forward just to try and quell his influences. He had 9 and 229 metres gained.
What a start this would be. Darcy hooks it near side and a behind. So Sinclair in his 200th started the scoring for the Saints with a behind, and now Darcy, big focus at the other end on his return for the Bulldogs with a behind to start their scoring.
I just think Dan Butler's got to be more accountable.
Yeah.
Simple.
6-2, the inside 50s the way of the Western Bulldogs as Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller brings the Saints back into play. Dawdle's out of defence and kicks out to Sinclair. He runs away from Matt Kennedy up to the wing, clears Mason Wood and Davidson, picked up by Fraser. Hand pass to Dolan, links it forward to Davidson at left half forward. He has McNeil all on his own inside 50, he finds him. All eyes are on Bontempelli leading out. And Lockie McNeil just slightly left of centre will kick from just inside 50. Still looking for the first goal of the match.
Yeah, plenty of space there, McNeil, didn't he? No one really was accountable for him. The turnover, then pick him up back on the way through. It was a nice kick from Davidson. Probably overcooked it a little bit. He was lucky he didn't have a backman right behind him.
Had a season low 4 disposals against the Hawks last week. Before that, he kicked 8 goals on the bounce, 1 goal in each week. The kick is on line, but it's out to the right in the end and just rushed through for a minor score. Scores a level, 2 behinds. We haven't quite had the fireworks we hoped through the opening 10 minutes. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sinclair with the kick-out duties goes short. There's Caminiti. Going to wrap a hand pass around the back to Sinclair. Gets it again. Low trajectory drop pump. Finds Stocker. Moves it immediately. Handball to Jones. Jones runs into trouble. Caught by Richards. Holding the ball.
Oh, I don't reckon Ross will be happy with that.
Richards can reload for the Dogs, puts them back inside 50, and English plucks it out of the sky.
Ed Richards is a quick... This will sound weird. The ball in the air for Richards always moves quickly, whereas some other guys, the ball moves slowly through the air, so...
He's got penetration.
Yeah, he pierces Ed Richards with his kicks.
English going to dab it into the pocket, and Buku bursts up and marks a little closer to goal, but on a tight angle, left forward pocket.
Left footer too, Buku, so... Yeah. I'm not sure that was the option, but back your teammate in, I suppose. They're pretty adept, aren't they, these blokes, at being able to curl the ball around.
One of half a dozen lefties in the team tonight for the Dogs. Karmas off his right peg, steps around. No problems with that. Off his non-preferred, Buku Karmas kicks the first of the night. The Dogs 1-8. St Kilda 2 behinds. We've been travelling a dozen minutes. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio.
Well, they're persisting with Buku as a forward, which I thought with Sam Darcy coming back into the team, he would have been one of those players to go back, because that's some real trouble. They tried Ryan Gardner down there last week and he looked all at sea in his first game back. But what they've done, the Bulldogs, they've moved Bailey Williams back to a half-back flank. He's been playing on a wing a lot of the time this season. So they've tried... not trying Williams because he's played there previous, but they are tall. They are a tall forward line with Karmas, with Aaron Norton, with Sam Darcy. So those ground level players, McNeil, Laith Vandermeer, Dolan, Riley West, they're going to be at their best tonight.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Roll Marshall takes it out of the ruck against English, kicks up towards the 50. Back with the flight was Hunter Clark. Can't take the mark. Mitch Owen squeezed the kick out in front of Cooper Sharman. Clean pickup. Needed someone to give the hand pass on. On the bounce, Hall got down low. He's tackled and brought down by O'Donnell. The umpire will ball it up 15 metres out from the Saints' goal. So his clearance is 6-3. St Kilda's way, but the inside 50s 8-3. The way of the Western Bulldogs. Keeler doing the ruck work against English. It spills down, though, the way of Richards. Kicks end over end. Only as far as Mason Wood, who fends off the tackler. Davidson turns towards goal and misses to the right-hand side. 3 behinds for St Kilda to the Bulldogs. 1-8. 13 minutes gone. Opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And Rory Lobb leads. Still with the blue hair, but yeah, feels like it's faded a little bit from last week. A week on from his fight MND message into the back of his bonds. Long kick up to the wing, through the hands of Stocker, who flew. Spills to Wood, hand pass to Wilkie. Handball away to Clark. Kicks into the corridor, missed Travalia, who runs onto it now, collects true centre-half forward inside 50 and getting back O'Donnell. Punches it out of bounds and a throw-in half forward for the Saints.
I would love to see the lad just back himself, break 50 and have a shot on goal. I mean, a difficult shot. It was a well-weighted ball, but O'Donnell just read it too well, didn't he? He's become such a good player, O'Donnell. You know, limited games already, but geez, you can really back him in to get the job done.
Toby Travalia, Carlton fan growing up. Most admired player was Will Day, who he's drawn comparisons to. And the boundary throw in, Zach Jones, hand pass away to Windhager. 55 out, kicks to full forward and intercepted. There's a lob, picks it off. Last line of defence for the Bulldogs. Dogs 1-2, St Kilda 3 behinds. 14 minutes in, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Rory Lobb kicks up towards Bontempelli. Windhager worked him underneath. It's gathered by Wilkie. The umpire's blowing the whistle, though. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting in those marking contests with Windhager and Bontempelli. Obviously, severely outmatched in height. He's had no choice but to wrap him up. The umpires will be all over that.
I can't wait for your insights, Ray, so chop in as much as you like as Bontempelli looks to switch across half-back into the path of Cleary, who marks at left half-back.
Be careful what you wish for, Clinchy.
Well, it's an open invitation. We might take it away at some stage. O'Donnell from half-back, received the hand pass, kicks up to McNeil. He marks at left half-forward. Lockie McNeil looks inside 50. Aaron Norton is the deepest target. He'll try and get it in that direction. Wilkie's set. Caminiti in from the side. Richards got fingertips to it. Couldn't reel in the mark. And Hunter Clark is tackled. West almost wrestled the footy clear. But the umpire had blown the whistle for a ball up.
I say this weekly. I just hate that kick. It's such a defensive kick to the forward pocket. Really doesn't give your forwards any chance to mark the ball.
Norton palms it down, but Hill for the Saints. Hand pass away to Sinclair. Kicks out of defence. Leaping up English. No mark. Sharpman spoils and then tackles English as they both come to ground together. Ball up, half forward for the Bulldogs. The Dogs to the Coventry end in this opening term, 15 and a half minutes in. The only goal of the game for the Bulldogs so far on a 5-point advantage. There's a throw. It's going against the Saints. Going against Jack McRae, had one arm held. Perfect tackle by Ed Richards. Richards rewarded in that launch pad, 70 metres out. Kicks into the pocket, the bont the target. Two Saints hit the deck. Owens and Caminiti. McNeil grabs the footy, gives it to West. Clever kick. Finds Sanders, who marks top of the goal square. He'll kick from point-blank range. And we saw Riley West last week, well blanketed by Blake Hardwick. He
had a shocker last week. Riley West.
Riley West, worst performance of the year. He had 11 disposals. 7 clangers.
Yeah, nothing went his way last week, did it? Yeah, but that's a great start for him. It'll give him some confidence that, I can still play this game a little bit, but she said it's pretty humbling footy at times. Yes. You're going well, it soon kicks you fair in the backside.
Riley Sanders, a career high last time they met with 32 and a goal. Well, in the opening term, he's already matched the goal. Pokes it through, and the Dogs have the first couple, so 2-2 to 3 behinds. The Tasmanian kicks the Bulldogs second. 16 and a half into the opening term. Bulldogs by 11 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it's flat, Lids. The game's very flat at the moment.
Yeah.
And it's more from a St Kilda point of view. Inside 50s at the moment, 10-4 in the Bulldogs' favour. Clearance. St Kilda are on top in clearance, but a lot of that clearance has been out of their back half of the ground where they've had to dump kick, and then it's just come straight back into a forward line. So, I think the Dogs would want a bit more bang for buck at the moment, but after last week, it's a good start. I don't know about this, Sam Darcy in the ruck.
No, here he is up against Royal Marshall. Marshall wins down the tap to Zach Jones, who rode the bump, gets the hand pass to Steele. Another centre bounce clearance of the Saints. Long inside 50, clear and Lobb. Lobb makes the spoil. Higgins races after it. The footy runs out of play in the left forward pocket for the Saints.
Sorry, Clinchy. To me, that's the perfect opportunity to put Aaron Norton in the ruck.
Yeah.
Bevo did flag it during the week to get him around the footy.
Yeah, correct.
Well, not Norton, but Darcy.
Oh, Darcy.
He said, no, we'll get him involved, try and get him a couple of touches, get his confidence back up.
Had an early shot on goal in the right forward pocket, Sam Darcy, a miss. Keeler wins down the tap. Down to the front of the pack where Hunter Clark is onto it. 50 out from goal, centering ball, no one home for the Saints. And Bailey Dale takes the intercepting mark. Hand pass away to release Cleary, kicks out towards Davidson. Webster underneath it, read it best and gets a fist in over the top to spoil it out of play. Bailey Dale up to 10 disposals after he was running hot in the first 3 or 4 minutes. The Bulldogs leading by 11 points.
I get the Saints want to have their best users off the back flank, naturally.
Yep.
But when does it get to a point where you go, let's just put them in at the centre bounce, put Nasai Wanganeen Miller and Sinclair there, and just try and get it going forward. Otherwise, they're going to play the entire game.
In the back half.
In the back half. Going to make it for tough work from the boundary throw in. McRae, hand pass to Clark, kicks inside 50 here. O'Donnell gets up high, knocks it away. Saints through Higgins, little hand pass came out. In fact, it was Hall to Butler. Now to Wanganeen Miller, a true centre half forward. Fleet-footed, kicks inside 50 to Higgins, who marks at full forward for the Saints. How about that for a bit of work from Wanganeen Miller?
Yeah, not bad off halfback.
He could have done that at the centre bounce. They would have done that 3 minutes earlier.
He hasn't shown us any sort of inside mid-craft, though, to suggest that. I get why.
Higgins hurriedly shoots and go through The usual routine, moved it on in a flash and kicked another behind. So 4 scoring shots each. Bulldogs 2-2, Saints 4 behinds, 19 minutes in.
29 goals, 10 for the season for Jack Higgins, so he's normally been pretty reliable in front of goal. Saints through the Bulldogs through Bailey Williams up towards the wing. Here's Dolan trying to knock it out. He's tackled by Hunter Clark, and the umpire will ball it up.
What about Sinclair, though? Should he have more centre bounce attendances?
No, I don't think so.
No, just keep him roaming.
That or even get him forward and coming up to be a bit more centre forward, maybe.
Western Bulldogs by 10 points. They've got the only 2 goals of the match. Riley West gets a hand pass forward. Tackled. Hall. Kennedy wins a free kick for holding the ball. Saints will take it attacking side of the centre square as the umpire gets tangled over. Riley West coming one direction. Umpire trying to get out of the designated area as Hall takes his free kick and chips it in the middle of the ground. And Webster takes the mark. I'm coming your way, Ray. As Jimmy Webster has it in front of the centre circles in the middle of the ground. Kicks looking for Keeler. It's over his head. And the mark is taken by Riley Sanders. How'd you see it, Ray?
Whenever you go into set kick control, you've got to do the old Stevie J curve, yeah, and stay out of the road of the blokes who are in and around set kick. So that'll be a lesson learned for our boy Curtis Du Bois.
As Vandermeer marks the Sanders kick at half-back. Heads down the wing. Naz over the top, takes the intercept mark. What a player he's becoming. Bites off a little more than he can chew here as he turns it over, and McNeil with the intercept mark back in the corridor. He's told to go. Comes laterally to Williams. Bailey Williams, short kick to Liver. 2-2 to 4 behinds. 21 minutes in. Liberatore. Inside the forward 50 with the kick. Wilkie down there. Puts his fist through it. Into the path of Kennedy. Bowled over. Lost it. Here's Wilkie. Kicks it back down the wing. Straight to Williams. We'll do it all again. Marks in front of the interchange cats.
It's 11-7. The inside 50 is the way of the Bulldogs. It's about to become 12 as Bailey Williams inside 50. Darcy out in front. Can't complete the mark. Rookie was caught trailing. Couldn't hang on to it. And he's stuck on the bottom of the pack with Jimmy Webster over the top. I spotted a bit of blood, so we're going to have a blood rule here as Dolan is going to have to come from the field. The Bulldogs by 10 points. They have the opening 2 goals of the match through Karmas and Sanders. Hunter Clark will be sweating on a tackle on Matt Kennedy as he sort of slung him across the boundary line. But Kennedy's head did hit the back of the ground. And the Bulldogs, who were slow to get out of the blocks last week, they managed just 1 goal 2 to Hawthorn's 5 goals 2. They're much more defensively intent tonight. From the restart, Riley West tries to wrestle the footy clear. Gets it out to English. He's tackled by Steele. Didn't get a hand pass away. It spills out. Onto it, Liberatore. He tries to knock it on to Treloar's advantage. Was a hold there, and it's going the way of Jack McRae in the back pocket. The former Bulldog playing for the Saints tonight, making his return after suffering that punctured lung in Perth.
She wasn't at a gruesome injury. The delayed return. The 2016 Premiership Bulldogs against his old team for the second time. To Wangane Millera, to Webster. Back to Wangane Millera. Off the back flank, kicks down the wing, overcooks the kick.
Third one.
Turnover. Bramble on halfway, hands it to Williams. Short kick to West. Darting through the wing, short kick to Treloar. He marks, looks back corridor. Fraser camped underneath it, marks. Looks inside the forward 50. In fact, he's going to look a little longer than that. He pulls the trigger, and Fraser pops it through for the third of the night. The Dogs with the first 3. The Saints inaccurate at the other end. 3-2 to 4 behinds. 23 minutes in. Dogs lead 12s to 16. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they've been looking to come into corridor, so they've been trapped on this broadcast side of the ground, so the Dockland side of the ground are the Bulldogs, but they kept going down the boundary, and it was suiting St Kilda because it was easy to spoil, easy to defend. So really it was the little short kick by Riley West, and then Treloar could have went, but he waited for Fraser. Fraser was that true centre-half forward right on the line, and this is the problem with the stand rule. Like Brad Hill just had absolutely no chance of getting to him, so Fraser plays on, and it was a straightforward goal from probably just right on the paint of 50.
The second-year Bulldog has his 8th goal of the season. Back to centre-half back as Bontempelli gets the clearance for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Liberatore, trying to link it up with Richards. He gathers and now looks up inside 50. The kick in the direction of Norton. It's wide of him. Darcy down low. Did he get his fingertips underneath it? Umpire says no, it's a ball up. May have just got it on the half volley. Ooh, he's smiling as he thought he might have had enough of it, but will now compete in the ruck. As he's up here against Rowan Marshall, Darcy wins down the tap towards Norton. Tackled off it. Wanganeen Miller on his little toe poke to Burns, who looks out of defence for the Saints. Kicks wide of Cooper Sharman. Williams reaches across and makes the spoil for the Bulldogs. Throwing it right half forward for the Dogs. The Bulldogs leading by 16 points. 3-4-20 to St Kilda, 4 behinds. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Dogs have already gone to Sam Darcy 4 times inside 50s. So they got, what have they had, 14 inside 50s.
Currently standing at full forward, Sam Darcy with Anthony Caminiti for company from the boundary throw-in. Windhager got it out. Hall, hand pass inside to Burns, caught. Steele coughs it up. Here's Dale for the Bulldogs. Kicks back inboard and Wanganeen Miller intercepts. And a few wayward ones so far tonight. He goes laterally to his mate Sinclair. Game number 200, the 33rd Saint to get there. Hand pass to Wilkie. Handball out wide to Stocker. He heads up front. Higgins the target. A little bit of body on Cleary. Can't mark and then tackled as Lobb locks him up. Cleary's hand pass picked off. Owens half forward for the Saints. Hands it back to Higgins against the boundary line. In fact, there's a whistle. It's coming back. It's a Bulldogs free. And a throw is the ruling. So it'll be Bramble who will get up left back pocket for the Dogs. 16-point advantage for Footscray. And they have kicked the only 3 goals. 26 minutes into proceedings. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
As Bramble out of the back pocket, sends it long in the direction of Norton. Bontempelli works his way to the front and takes the mark. They're on the break here as Riley West is streaming forward at centre half forward. Jack Sinclair tries to get back. He makes the spoil. Umpire says no, a free kick going the way of Riley West. He didn't have eyes on the ball, and West has it at left half forward. He's still 65 metres out from home though. Into the pocket, looking for Dolan, getting back Steele. Gets a fingertip to it. Dolan kept his feet, runs the behind line, jags it towards goal and puts it across the face. Out of bounds on the full, down to Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
I've seen St Kilda turn the ball over a couple of times, burst out of the centre, come up empty, and then I think you're a little bit kind on Bradley Hill on the mark too there, Rammer, earlier on. They just look like a side that's had a week off for mine.
He's arrested all rusty. And looks a little rusty at the moment for the Saints as Wanganeen Miller under pressure pokes him out of bounds on the full.
Going just 56% by foot at the moment.
It's 4th turnover or 4th error by foot.
It is.
Kennedy kicks back inboard West. The target offhand spills to Jones. Can the Saints get something on the counter-attack? Gives it to Hall. Long kick to Higgins, who's out the back. Higgins marks, plays on, shows him his tail lights and goals. St Kilda's first and some counter-attacking footy off the back flank at last for St Kilda. 1-4 to 3-2. Dogs by 10 points. 27 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, just an errant kick inside from Matty Kennedy there. They forced the pressure, Wanganeen Miller, to put it out of bounds on the full, but he just went for a little bit too much with West. I get the feeling that the message will be, let's just get it in and put him under the pump again. But, geez, they went slingshot back, straight back at him. Cleary got caught far too high up the ground, trying to squash the ground. And once that turnover happened, Higgins was out the back and off to the races, wasn't he?
That's his go, isn't it?
It is. And what I liked is he didn't show the footy back to... Got plenty about that.
Full respect for the game?
Full respect for the game for Jack Higgins. Just celebrate with your teammates, go back, slap them on the bum, let's get going again.
Just 3 disposals from half back to goal. Zach Jones to Hall to Higgins, who finished the work. St Kilda's first of the match. Back in the middle of the ground, Ed Richards breaks away and takes a bounce. Gets the centre half forward, cuts around Sinclair, burns away from Zach Jones. Now the finish. No, kicks to Darcy, who hasn't paid the mark. He had a lot of it. It's socket out of defence and Davidson tries to scrap for it. He leaves it for Kennedy. Gets the hand pass back to Richards. He might have to go a second time. Long to the goal square for Darcy once more. Wilkie makes the spoil. This time a free kick going the Dogs' way. And Sam Darcy will have it at the top of the goal square.
No, it's going the other way, I think.
No.
Is it?
Would you have paid that, Ray, the initial mark to Sam Darcy?
You got to catch him. Well, they won't give that out over in England, does he?
Herschel Gibbs found that out, didn't he? Hold it a little bit longer than that. I would have loved to have seen Ed Richards pin the ears back there and knock that one through. Geez, it was a good run from out of the centre, but I can see what he was trying to do, bring Sam Darcy into the game.
He's at a sider in the right forward pocket. Sam Darcy in his return from the top of the goal square comes in and slams it through. The top dog making his return tonight, 7 weeks after he suffered what many feared was a season-ending injury. He is here to try and lift the Bulldogs into a finals campaign. And Sam Darcy is on the board, got very close to the man on the mark. The Bulldogs by 16 points as they answer back the Jack Higgins goal at the other end. 4-2-26 to St Kilda 1-4-10. And some of the impressive parts about Sam Darcy, he's still in sort of top 5 players in the AFL for contested marking, despite missing so much footy.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Liz?
I've seen less paid, put it that way, Corb. Yep. I thought he controlled it.
Or either that or he got a whack over the forehead.
And then Caminiti wrapped him up in a bit of a bear hug there. Didn't give him a chance. So you can understand why he got that free kick.
Anyway, 16 points, and he got the goal in the end. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Naruk share it down. Bontempelli tackled by Windhager. Ball spits out. Saints win it. Steele, hand pass away to Hill on the wing. Kicks inside 50. Owens and O'Donnell in a tangle. Says keep rolling. Cleary, short kick to half-back. Here's Dale. He's been very busy. Handball away towards Liberatore. Long kick to the wing, and Stocker takes the mark as Caminiti professionally keeps Darcy out of it. And now the switch is on. Back to Wangane Millera at centre half-back. Bulldogs by 16. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Wangane Millera switches to Cal Wilkie, who marks at left half-back, up to Burns, who takes the mark in front of Sanders. Bulldogs lead by 16 points, but Ross Lynewood felt it could have been more with 17-10 inside 50s the way of the Dogs in this first quarter. The kick up the wing. Flying was O'Donnell. Went to spoil rather than mark, and it goes out of play in front of the St Kilda bench.
It's a half back off here at the moment, isn't it?
It is a bit.
Wanganeen Miller at 12, Sinclair 10, Bailey Dale 12, Williams 9.
On the cricket, by the way, South Africa have added 25 to their overnight score, so without loss, 4 for 68. We're about half an hour into the morning on day 2.
Coverage, of course, available on the ABC Listen app. That's what we'll be tuning into as we make our way home from the footy. Hall is tackled by Liberatore, and the umpire will do it once more. Jim Maxwell seems to be in his element whenever he's joining the BBC team.
Loves it. Red cricket ball button. You can follow along right throughout the night as we got a repeat stoppage on the wing. Luca from Largs off the SMS. I don't understand why Higgins would rush that kick for goal. Do you? He ran into the open goal and...
Where did he rush it? How did he rush it? By playing on?
Just snuck it.
Oh, the one when he...
The first
goal. Set shot.
Oh, right. Sorry.
He tends to do that a bit, though, doesn't he? Doesn't like to go back over the mark and spend a heap of time. So I think that probably is his routine.
As Clinchy says, it's been working for him. 29 goals, 9 leading into the night. He's 1-1 this evening. Even the one he kicked from the goal square when Cleary was chasing him, he only just snuck that through. Saved an embarrassing moment as Richards, with the last kick of the quarter, sends it down to half forward. That'll do us. The crowd not too happy. Obviously a pro St Kilda crowd, their home fixture on this Thursday night. It is the Saints 1-4-10. They trail the Western Bulldogs.
Ross Line is steaming out here.
4-2-26.
Sorry, Corbs, but I've just got my eyes on Ross Line, and he's getting the players in straight away here. So I think they're going to get a decent old bake.
Ray made the observation about whether they were a little lethargic coming back from their bye, and if they were so in that opening quarter, they won't be after this. So it's immediately said, come on everyone, get in. And now Ross is addressing the team immediately, so don't worry about breaking off into your lines so far. And Ross Lyon with a good old-fashioned bake here at quarter time. Dogs 4-2-26, Saints 1-4-10, 16 points the margin at quarter time. Goal kickers, Karma's kicked the first of the night. Sanders, Fraser and Darcy all with 1, while Jack Higgins has the only goal for St Kilda as it stands. And from Martin in Queensland, dear Ray, if the footy completely crosses the goal line from an acute angle, but its trajectory or wind forces the ball to graze the back of the far goal post, I presume that it's a goal. That's what Martin wants to know. How's your goal umpiring book, Ray?
The dark arts of goal umpiring. If the ball hits the post, they're going to say it's hit the post, surely.
Yep, regardless of whether it's hit it from behind the line or whatever it turns out, hits the post.
I love curiosity and I love to imagine here, Corb, but I'm just trying to figure out how that works. But if it hit the back of the post, it'll hit the post. It'll be a behind.
All right, I hope that clears that up for you. Martin, Ray Chamberlain with us on the boundary. Every Saturday in Melbourne throughout the home and away season, or throughout the season in AFL footy, and I'm very lucky we've got him with us this Thursday night as well. Dogs by 16 points, more from Roma and Leeds coming up next. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
On the ABC Listen app, hear the latest true crime podcasts. Binge the full investigation on Someone Knows Something, Unravel and Mushroom Case Daily. True crime on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Richards with reload for the Dogs, puts it back inside 50, and English plucks it out of the sky. English going to dab it into the pocket, and Buku bursts up and marks a little closer to goal, but on a tight angle, left forward pocket. Karmas off his right peg, steps around, no problems with that. Off his non-preferred, Buku Karmas kicks the first of the night. West darting through the wing, short kick to Treloar. He marks, looks back corridor, Fraser camped underneath it, marks. Looks inside the forward 50. In fact, he's going to look a little longer than that. He pulls the trigger, and Fraser pops it through for the third of the night. Kennedy kicks back inboard West. The target offhand spills to Jones. Can the Saints get something on the counter-attack? Gives it to Hall. Long kick to Higgins, who's out the back. Higgins marks, plays on, shows him his tail lights, and goals. St Kilda's first.
Kennedy gets a hand pass back to Richards. He might have to go a second time. Long to the goal square for Darcy once more. Wilkie makes the spoil. This time a free kick going the Dogs' way. And Sam Darcy will have it. He's at a sider in the right forward pocket. Sam Darcy in his return from the top of the goal square comes in and slams it through.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
4-2 to 1-4. The Dogs by 16 points at quarter time. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. South Africa 4-4-69 is their score at the moment. They've added 26 to their overnight score without loss in the first 38 minutes on day 2. Coverage available through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for that red cricket ball button. Brett Delidio and Adam Ramanauskas here on ABC Sport with the Saints trailing by 16 at quarter time.
Yeah, not an overly contested style of game at the moment. It's pretty open, and I think that he's proven through the numbers of the half-backs. They've been given free rein, essentially. Wanganeen Miller up to 12, Sinclair 10. Bailey Dale for the Dogs has had 12. I've tipped him to have over 30. I think he's well on his way. That was a pretty safe bet, that one. But there's just not a whole heap of pressure from the Saints, and you spoke about it just at quarter time there. Ross pulled them straight into their huddle, and I think it might have been just a little sharpen up after coming off a bit doughy after the off the bye. So they need to just get a bit more pressure around the footy rammer, I think, to not allow the Dogs just free rein going forward.
Give us your best Ross line. What would he have sprayed his team at a quarter time?
I think one would have been the kicking. I thought their kicking was pretty ordinary. They went at 56%, which is about 14% below or 13% below league average. So, and it was their better kick. So Wanganeen Miller had missed a couple that he would usually just gobble up, and
Sinclair's the same. They're both going at 50%.
That's right. So I think that would have been one part of it, but also so they win stoppage. Clearance 15-9 that quarter. But as I mentioned, there's a lot of stoppage in the back half of the ground, so they just continue to kick back to the Bulldogs. So it's using your hands out to get some free space rather than just kicking up in the air. Because what the St Kilda are doing, they're bringing one extra to the stoppage, which is allowing one extra Bulldog to sit behind the ball. So Bailey Williams was able to clean up that quarter. Joel Fraser was able to clean up that quarter just simply sitting behind the ball. So I think it'll be a little bit structurally for that Ross was disappointed at, a little bit of, and possibly a little bit of kick chasing by a couple of his players as well. So
yeah, the interesting thing for me, Ramo, is that the Dogs only have one more possession than the Saints, but they've had 300 metres more in terms of metres gained. Their ability to go forward with the footy and get it deep inside their forward 50 has been the difference.
16 points the margin at quarter time. Aaron Norton. Donuts in that opening quarter did not touch the footy. It was much talked about during the week. He started forward again, Lids.
Yeah, Cal Wilkes a start. That's why I'll put that down too. But yeah, Aaron Norton's been out of sorts, hasn't he? He just needs to get to work and, if nothing else, blow the GPS up.
Yep. All right, second quarter's here. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clench, Brett Delidio, Adam Ramanauskas and Ray Chamberlain. And we're about to restart this quarter as Windhager alongside Bontempelli, Steele alongside alongside Richards. English doing the ruck work. He wins it down. Here's the Bont. Handball out to English. Dogs win it. Gives it to Kennedy. Kicks inside 50. Half volley pick up awkward for Stocker. Sinclair is clean. Got it out to Wood. He's not, but knocks it away to Caminiti. Hand pass to Wanganeen Miller. Spears the kick to Steele. Marks at half back. Just dabs it over the man on the mark to Wood. Mason Wood, defensive side of the wing. 16-point lead for the Bulldogs. Just the one goal for the Saints. Down to half forward he heads. Owens in the pack, not to be, spills to McRae, still in St Kilda's hands, hand pass to Clark, kicks inside 50. Oh, Higgins didn't know whether to collect or leave it for Keeler. Keeler in the end got it. Handball out to Sharman, kicks to the top of the goal square, punched away from the back by Williams. And through for a minor score, so St Kilda 1-5 now. And the Bulldogs lead trimmed to 15 through the opening 50 seconds of this second term.
Marcus Windhager's had 5 disposals. Marcus Bontempelli's just had the 3 in that opening quarter as Bramble brings the Bulldogs back into play. Kicks into the back pocket to Fraser, one of the goal scorers in that first quarter, to Bailey Williams. Gives it back to Fraser, trying to run his way out of defence. Hand passes out to Lobb. In the left back pocket, kicks up towards Bontempelli and Windhager. It clears the 2. Gathered by Wood for St Kilda. Hand pass to Sharman. Hand pass away to Marshall. Now to Jack McRae, top of the 50. Pokes it towards the goal square. No one home. And Bramble takes the mark. Owen was trying to get back, couldn't get there. And the Bulldogs, through Bailey Dale, receives the mark and kicks it inboard to Fraser. Back around the back to Bailey Dale. Possession number 13 coming up. He ran a long way as he eventually had the bounce and feeds it out to Bailey Williams. So they are waxing across half back. He gestures for someone to lead up the wing and has to send it into space. McNeil's the target. Good strong mark as he presented in front of Sinclair to claim the mark.
Wants to keep it moving with a bit of speed on the ball, and Wilkie awake to that. Floats through, intercepts. Takes the mark and kicks back down the wing. McNeil skims off his knuckles. Still on the city wing. Kennedy for the Bulldogs. Hand pass back to Williams. High kick down the line. Stocker in the box seat. West breaks it up. Saints with the numbers. Wilkie to Stocker by hand. Stocker's hand pass just missed his intended target. Cole ends up out of bounds and a throw in on the wing.
Not a great couple of minutes.
It certainly was not. No, it's not a big crowd, not a pretty game. The Bulldogs will be happy there on top by 15 points. Rob from Greensborough off the SMS. Based on your excellent coverage, I'm pleased I chose to listen to the footy while watching the cricket instead of the other way around. You all sound great. Thanks, Rob.
If we're being honest, Rob, there's a couple in the box who are doing similar. As Liberatore scrubs a kick in the middle of the ground. Fraser, what a clean pickup as he kicks long towards Bontempelli, one-on-one with Windhager. Clears the back. Wilkie and Norton. Norton shoves him out of the way and finishes from millimetres out. Aaron Norton kept his feet and got the ultimate reward for doing so. And his first disposal is a goal. It comes in the second quarter at the 3-minute mark, and the Bulldogs extend their lead 5-2-32 to the Saints 1-5-11. The Bulldogs by 21 points. I'd love to check the stat as to how many goals Aaron Norton has kicked from sort of 15 metres out to the goal line, because he does finish in that position on a number of occasions.
Well, I actually thought it should have been a free kick to Bontempelli. So Windhager has followed Bontempelli into the forward line, so that will really stretch, no doubt, Windhager and how he's able to...
What have you made of his job so far?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Stuck to his task.
But I feel like now with Bontempelli being one out in the forward line, so Bontempelli's sitting about 20 metres out from goal.
Good luck.
Like that height advantage that Bontempelli and the forward craft that he's got will really test Windhager.
Aaron Norton now becomes the leading goal kicker this year for the Dogs with 20. This is his 13th game. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, Windhager had the role on Max Holmes, and he deferred to the same sort of scenario, and he was able to clunk a few. So I think money's on that.
Okay, thanks, Ray. We've got our third ball up in the middle of the ground. Nowhere fast here. They'll do it all again. McRae buries in on top of it, and they all get around him.
That Aaron Norton one in the goal square was the exact Mark Choco Williams. Don't play athletics. Push him out of the way. Use your strength.
English wins down the tap to Richards. Hand pass to Liberatore. Chopped off by Jack Steele. He's tackled by Libber. Ball spills clear. Sanders trying to get it to Fraser. Higgins putting the pressure on. He can't take it cleanly. Treloar can. Hand pass to Liberatore. The way to numbers win out. Kicks long inside 50. Darcy the target. Brought down by Caminiti. Wagner Miller is the loose in defence of the Saints. He can't gather though. Vandermeer swoops onto it. Gets the hand pass out to Bramble, who's going to chip it back up the wing. And Bailey Williams takes the mark. Possession number 13 coming up for him. Behind 14 for Dale and 14 for Wanganeen Miller. Kick inside the 50. Bontempelli flying. Treloar front and centre. Dribbles across the goal square. Richards is going to finish it off. He does likewise in the right forward pocket. And the Bulldogs put on 2 quick goals to start this second quarter. And all of a sudden it's a 27-point lead the Bulldogs' way. Ed Richards, always dangerous in front of goal, and here once more, putting himself in the right place at the right time. He is having an incredible season. 12 goals so far. 6-2-38 the Bulldogs to St Kilda 1-5-11. Adam Romanascus and Brett Delidio, your experts. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Bontempelli had a real play on this ball. It just bounced off his hands, but Treloar, right spot, right time, in front and centre. Just got it going forward. Richards followed up all the way to the top of the goal square. It was a clever little pick-up and goal. But what concerns me is how many Bulldogs players were actually getting onto that loose ball versus their direct opponent of the Saints. I think that would have pleased Ross Lyon too much. He's having a good season, Ed Richards.
Yeah. Stringing them together all of a sudden, isn't he?
Yep. Hard to keep him down.
He had a breakout probably 2023 and then kept up his high standard last year, and this year basically as a full-time midfielder playing some sensational footy as Marshall punches it forward at the restart. Liberatore, hand pass out to Davidson off the wing. Handball to English, the big man back involved. Dishes it off to Kennedy. Dogs going forward again. Short kick finds Vandermeer. Marks and rolls immediately. Kicks deep inside the forward 50. Norton had his jumper tugged. He took the mark anyway, but he was getting a free before that. And Norton has a chance to make it 2 in the term. And St Kilda in for some real pain.
What I like from Norton here, he was fighting for front position. So he knew Wilkie was coming back hard with body contact, but he wanted to get front position. That forced then Wilkie to hold on. So it's funny, one goal could just give you that little bit of confidence that you need.
Well, if they were hoping for a bit of a rebound after that spray at quarter time, the Saints have not got it. Norton goals, and the Bulldogs are threatening to bust this wide open. The lead is 33, 7 minutes into the second term. 7-2-44 the Bulldogs. St Kilda 1-5-11. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Watching both screens here, Lids, because Alex Carey just dropped the catch behind.
Oh no, you're kidding!
Behind the stumps. But
what's concerning me here, Rama, in this other game that's right in front of us is
Feckle.
The ability of the Dogs and the inability of the Saints to be able to stop them getting their handballs out, and that's what they weren't able to do last week. The Hawks were great at one tackle, two tackle, being able to swallow it up and keep it in tight. It's getting on the outside now, and that's what's allowing these half forwards to get involved. We saw there Vandermeer leading up on Wanganeen Miller. Get it in quick, put Wilkie under pressure.
Well, Hawthorn had 86 tackles last week.
Yep.
And it just, they kept the ball in a scrap for a long time.
6th time in the season, Aaron Norton has kicked multiple goals as the Saints emerge with the clearance. Jack Sinclair drives it inside 50. Keeler the target. Had a couple of metres on his defenders and he was able to take the mark directly in front. 40 metres out from goal.
I think Keeler is a forward or a player that St Kilda really need to persist with over this the second half of the season. So he kicked a couple of goals up in Alice Springs. I think it was three, wasn't it, Clinchy? So, and looked really promising, but it looks like he's got the athleticism. He hasn't quite got the body yet, no doubt. He needs to do a bit of work on his conditioning, but it looks like he's got the smarts.
Kicked 2 in the opening quarter in that match in Alice Springs and very much showed what the future could be. Here he is directly in front. The Saints need a response. Keeler comes in and he sends it straight over the goal umpire's hat. Boy, St Kilda needed that. After the Bulldogs had slammed on 3 goals to start this second quarter, the margin got out to 27 points. And 33 points, I should say, and now it is 27 points. The Bulldogs 7-2-44 to the Saints 2-5-17. Brett Delidio and Adam Romanascus with you for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And he's got a good defender, Keeler, in Rory Lobb. So Rory Lobb's taken front position here, and it's really smart. Keeler's gone the other way on him.
Yeah.
So he knew that Lobb had lost contact with him, body contact, and then obviously the eye contact as well. And Jack Sinclair, as we know, 200 games is a brilliant kick of the football. So once Keeler just found that couple of metres of space, Sinclair was able to hit him.
A touch of arrogance almost there from Lobby, wasn't it? Thinking, I'll just read this off the boot and I'll make the young kid look silly. But they pay all opponents respect.
4 for 76 South Africa, so they've added 33 to their overnight score without loss. With 50 minutes in the morning on day 2, call available through the ABC Listen app. Back in the middle, 27 points the difference here as Darcy soccers it inside 50. McNeil goes once and twice, and then West goes darting through, grabs the footy. He's tackled immediately, and the ump says holding the ball. Trying to fight through the tackle, and Travaglia made it stick. So much hope and promise on the 2 early picks. We haven't seen Alex Taru as yet, and this young man, Toby Travaglia.
He back from suspension yet?
That's a great question. I'll follow that up. Certainly got that VFL suspension.
At one stage he was going to be out to about round 20, wasn't he?
Right. Darcy earns a free for a Marking contest infringement on the wing. Decides to kick off the left to Norton, who flies for it. No mark. Spills to Caminiti. Caught by Karmas, holding the ball.
Great tackle.
He tried to get the arms free and evade it, Caminiti, and Buku Karmas made it stick.
Well, he had the arms free, but Buku was too strong in the tackle and took him off his line. Oh, he jumped. That's the biggest issue for any young kids watching there. Keep your feet, drive through the tackle. Don't jump to try and get up and over it. You've got no power.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, in those tackling moments, if you take those hands from low to high in an avoidance sort of action, the umpires will deem that to be prior opportunity. So an attempt to handball is not good enough in that circumstance.
Karmas kick one already from the left forward pocket at the other end. This kick is superb. He's a marksman. BK goes hard. He's got a couple. And all of a sudden the Dogs are back out by a game high 33. 8-2-50 to 2-5-17. A dozen minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And again, so we talk about Keeler at one end. I think you persist with Karmas up there as a forward.
So bouncy.
Yeah, and he's got speed. So here he tries to he gets to the front and square contest. Darcy wins a free kick. Then he's on his bike again, back inside forward 50. Could have got the ball almost. But what I love about these taller type players is when they want to work at ground level.
Yep.
So a lot of them go, well, if I can't mark the ball, I'm not going to work. It's all too hard. But laser tackle. Caminiti's a big man, 199 centimetres. Caminiti, so it was a good tackle.
Up to 12 goals for the season for Buku Karmas. It's volleyed forward by Adam Treloar. Free kick going against Aaron. No, it is going Aaron Norton's way. I was hoping you might be able to tell me against Ryan Burns. Norton has it at the edge of the centre square, just short of half forward, with the Bulldogs leading by 33 points.
I had a feeling it was downfield more.
Right, against McRae. Bontempelli swoops onto the footy from 50, out to the left. This is where he loves it. And he just drifts it from left to right and through for a minor score. The Bulldogs by 34 points. They are peppering to burst open this game. 13 minutes gone, second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
We met less than 8 weeks ago, Easter Sunday, and it was 71 points that night.
Yeah, it'd be close to that, I would have thought, Corb, at this point in time.
Bontempelli was best on that evening as Wanganeen Miller along to the wing and Williams takes the intercept mark. The Bont was crunched in all of that as he's a little slow to get up and was sore and sorry. The Dogs champ. Short kick to Dale, short inside the centre square, finds Cleary. Paul just living in the Bulldogs front half. 8 goals to 2 already and a 34-point buffer. Game high lead for the Dogs. We're getting ready to keep an eye on the Bont as he comes off with the trainers after being involved in that marking contest and coming off worse for wear. Lob the forward 50, kick to Darcy. Just Velcro for hands.
He's just too tall.
That's amazing.
With his big
loaded there. Jimmy Webster.
Oh, Jimmy, he's like, this is not right.
How do you stop that? Just all arms.
Jimmy's giving up 25 centimetres.
Yeah, you can't take a ladder out there, can you, into the back 50? That's all he needed. There's no chance of him stopping that. Great kick, but...
Oh, he's copped a good one there, Bob.
Yeah, there across the front of the
Sharman's knee to the ribs.
Ribs, yeah.
Left himself. He sort of went up to take the mark, so he was fully exposed and copped the knee right into the ribs. Darcy on his return. Misses to the right. Dogs by 35, halfway through the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Marcus Bontempelli's just had a couple of little prods and feels with the doc and heading down into the room. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on there.
Thanks to Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Wanganeen Miller brings the Saints back into play. To Wilkie in the back pocket, works it up to Stocker. Hand pass to the runner, Wanganeen Miller. Catch me if you can. Bramble offers a chase, 2 bounces. He's still streaming down the wing. A third, he runs into Brad Hill and smothered by Davidson. His kick up towards McRae. Ricochets back to Davidson. The Bulldogs turn defence into attack. Hand pass to Treloar. Chips it up to Vandermeer. He has Darcy in the middle of the ground. He's going to chip it over the top to Treloar, who's kept running from half back. He's now at right half forward. He looks up inside 50. Darcy's the target. Great athletic mobility to work his way through the middle of the ground. The footy got to him in the end. Now the set shot to try and finish.
Well, yeah, Jimmy Webster in that first marking contest. Now Zach Jones.
Yeah, he's a special athlete, isn't he? Look,
he's unbelievable.
Who are you meant to play on him?
Well, I tell you what it reminds me of when you used to do Oz kick clinics and you play against the kids and you just be like, good luck. And you sort of wave it around over their head.
But what I love about Darcy is he uses the natural gifts that he's got. So he knows he's tall. So but his arms are always straight when he marks the ball.
Sam Darcy on return, threatening to take over. Out to the right. He likes this off the boot. Sam Darcy has 2 on return. And the Bulldogs are out to a 41-point lead. 5 goals to 1 so far through this second quarter. 9-4-58 to St Kilda 2-5-17. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio.
Rama, I always love a player running and bouncing.
Yeah.
I love it. But when you're doing it without any sort of a plan and you're running yourself into trouble, into a brick wall, and then just jamming a little right foot banana off your boot back into the corridor, that just slungshot back the other way.
So this will make fans mad, right? So I get he doesn't want to kick it long because it'll just be an easy turnover. The Dogs are well set up. But aren't you better off turning it over at full forward for your team rather than...
Well, give your forwards a chance at least to try and compete.
And then at least the ball comes back with interest.
I'm a big believer if you're out of control and you haven't got a target, kick it high in your forward line so it allows the forwards to get there.
And deep.
Yeah.
Go as deep as you can.
Then it's as far away as possible from the opposition goals.
And he's had a mixed night, Naz. He's had plenty of it, but hasn't done all that.
I'll tell you what,
with it.
What's also happening, St Kilda have touched the ball 27 times in this quarter, and we're at the 17-minute mark.
And this is after the quarter-time spray from Ross the Boss.
Ray Chamberlain, get him in the rooms at half-time with Ross.
55-27 the disposal count. Dogs inside 50 again after the free kick in the middle, and Petroria's kick is marked by Wood, goes short to McRae.
So St Kilda need to slow this game right down now.
Yeah.
Take all the oxygen out of the game for the next 5 or 6 minutes. Obviously, the Dogs' tails are right up at the moment, so they're
wagging.
Yeah, they are definitely wagging.
No pun intended.
But just suck all the oxygen out of the game for the next 5 or so minutes.
And McRae to Wilkie to McRae. So there's that short kicking game in the back half for the Saints. Ray Chamberlain.
Marcus Bontempelli back, and I think he's going to be fine.
That's good news after that big knee from Sharman in the marking contest. Got him straight in the ribs, and the slow-mo on the television pictures was gruesome, as you can see. His rib cage just buckle with the pressure. There's the long kick here from Steele down the line. The ball spills the way of the Saints, picked up by Bradley Hill. Hand pass away to McRae. He's got it again. His third touch in the chain. Kicks back inboard. Clever kick. Cooper Sharman takes the mark at full forward.
It's clever work down there. Who was that was at full forward that kept McNeil out of the contest? Was it Burns with it, or was it
Higgins?
No, it was Wood. He was wrestling at the top of the goal square.
Oh, yeah, Mason Wood, yeah.
Yeah, so his ability to allow Cooper Sharman just to mark that one unopposed, because he's just held out McNeil, gave him no chance to fly over the top.
Well, understatement of the night, this is a must-have, and he's got it. So Cooper Sharman knocks it through. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, and that might be it for the Saints. So 3-5 to 9-4. The Western Bulldogs lead trimmed to 35. 19 minutes gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it was still an ugly build-up, really, for St Kilda. The ball went to half forward, and there was a number of players there. It was really the creativity of Jack McRae in the end that was able to bring the ball back into the middle of the ground there to give Sharman an opportunity to mark the ball. So, yeah, I mentioned they need to just suck the oxygen out of this game, but when they are going forward, try be a little bit creative. Try to, there, for example, perfect kick, top of the square, scoring opportunity.
Brad Hill just needed to look forward, though. He had Higgins all on his own, sitting inside forward 50.
Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio with you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 5 goals to 2 the way the Bulldogs in this second quarter. Marshall scrapping forward at ground level. Thought he could have been taken high. No whistle as he pleads that case as he and English both get to their feet. It's an interesting season, Ron Marshall. He hasn't quite reached the heights that many thought he would. Tap down towards McRae. It's locked up by Fraser. The speculation that Tom de Koning could be going to the St Kilda and what impact that might have on his role. As McRae is the last to rise. Gets the support of Hunter Clark as the umpire throws it aloft. English tries to swat it over the back to Kennedy. Tackled by McRae. The umpire will ball it up. A third consecutive stoppage.
Holding only 3 games this year with the coaches Rowan Marshall. Sort of season or career low numbers since 2018. So down on his better footy from the years previous. As Marshall down to Wood. Took on the tackler. Lost. Fraser got him holding the ball. I've got a question for you too, guys, about the Dogs' defensive 50. So they're winning this game wide, and yet the Saints have scored 8 times from 14 entries. As the kick from Fraser goes out wide, English hand pass to the Bont, kicks inside 50. Oh, Wanganeen Miller spoils Sinclair, who could have taken an easy intercept mark. Runs back to defence, gives it to Wilkie. Wilkie's caught, just got it out. Owens, hand pass to Wanganeen Miller, a short kick. Finds Burns, back flank for the Saints. Long kick down the wing. Sharman had a fair piece of it, no mark, and then the Wayne Harms effort. Whacks it back inboard to Hall. Hand pass to McRae. Handball to Sinclair. One too many. Clark scrapping for it with Fraser. Centre square at Docklands, and the ump says, keep going. Dogs got it out. Kennedy to Davidson.
Davidson looks up, has nothing really at centre half forward. Drives it looking for Darcy. Pushes Caminiti underneath it, and the umpire spotted that. Saints fans feel like they've had a few against them. It is a parochial home game for the Saints. Only about 22,000 in tonight.
It is 6-1 this quarter in the Bulldogs' favour.
Got to get to the footy first to be rewarded as Burns turns and comes inboard. Okay. That takes them
Shots
up.
fired there.
I'm just saying.
As we know, free kick count doesn't have to be even, though.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't have to read 3-3.
Travalia takes the mark, gives it back to Jimmy Webster, kicks out towards Wanganeen Miller, takes the mark on the wing. Cat-like as he bounces back to his feet, hand pass to McRae, works it forward to Butler, can loop a hand pass over the top to Mason Wood. They've worked this to left half forward, the final kick important. He just chips it into the path of Cooper Sharman. He marks in the left forward pocket on a tight angle, but a chance all of a sudden to boot the fourth goal for the Saints tonight.
I like that decision, Ramo, because that's 100% just to land it on someone's chest, or you go for the risky ball into the middle. There was 2 or 3 players there, but they had opponents not that far away. So good decision by Mason Wood, a good build-up from the Saints. Like the marker in Isaiah Wanganeen Miller out there on the wing.
Last 5 minutes, by the way, possession count 24-5 the Saints way.
17 goals of the season for Cooper Sharman. It's across the face of goal. English got hands to it, couldn't hang on to the mark. It's through for a minor score.
Well, it's been their best 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
So
34-point lead the Bulldogs way at the 22-minute mark of the second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Straight up the middle here for Lobby.
Lob. Kicks it straight down the pipe, and Marshall floats through, picks it off. So the Saints with a better 5 minutes, turning the momentum. Still a long way down on the scoreboard. Dogs by 34, as Quincy said. So Wanganeen Miller alongside the centre circles. Short kick. Oh, through the hands of his intended target, Stocker. Dogs win it back. Fraser to Trelaw. Handball to Darcy. There's that one up ahead. Gives it by hand to Liberatore. Here comes the support. Oh, handball to Kennedy, caught. Didn't see Windhager. Great tackle. Forces the ball out. Sinclair off on a run. Hand pass to Marshall. Handball to Windhager. He laid the tackle to finish it off. He goes. Great reward for Marcus Windhager. The tackle, he kept on moving and completes the chain by popping it through. And St Kilda with back-to-back goals for the first time tonight. 9-4 to 4-6. 23.5 gone in the second term. Dogs by 28. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah. Much better intent.
Yeah, great individual effort.
Yeah.
Marcus Windhager, absolutely.
Yeah, to lay but that's his go. That's his go as a player. We know he's super fit. You hear through a pre-season, he wins all the time trials and the like. So, it's that. Then okay, if I'm fit enough to do it at a pre-season, I've got to be fit enough to do it on the field as well. And there's a great demonstration of it where you lay a tackle, you bounce back to your feet. And Matt Kennedy's a hard man to tackle. He's a big unit.
Yep.
So laid that tackle straight back up to his feet. Sinclair again involved. Little handball, Marshall, and then Windhager follows up with the goal. So just a good period here for the Saints. Can they capitalise now to the end of this second quarter?
Marcus Bontempelli back on the field for the Bulldogs. They've kicked 5 goals to 3, but the Saints with the last 2 goals of the match. From the clearance, spills to the back of the centre square where Dale gets a hand pass to Kennedy. Back to Liberatore, almost chopped off by Burns. Couldn't hang on to the mark. Sanders' hand pass, too sharp for Bramble. Spills out the way of Jack Steele. He can't get it to McRae, who does lay the tackle with Burns. And the free kick goes St Kilda's way. Oh, Marshall is going to take it against his opposing ruck, Tim English. All of a sudden, St Kilda have found a bit of rhythm.
Yeah.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
It's fantastic application for holding the ball there. A clear duck, so not a high tackle free kick, and then that's a prior opportunity. So well done to Lee Fisher.
Great to have Ray Chamberlain on the boundary tonight, and of course on Saturday afternoons, as Marshall initially wanted to come into the corridor, now out wide to Wanganeen Miller. Waits for the leads to come. Burns has it bounce off his fingertips. Back to Sinclair. Has to retreat all the way back to right half back where Caminiti has it. He looks to switch back inside the defensive 50, and Wilkie takes the mark. Bulldogs by 28.
Down the city side they go. Travalia takes the mark, and he's off and running into number 5 for the Saints. Long kick from Travalia down to half forward. They all fly for it. No mark. Spills down to Cleary. He's tackled immediately. The ball up half forward for the Saints.
It's the first time I've ever heard someone on the boundary compliment the umpires.
Right.
Ray, it was special comments.
With special comments
on the umpires.
It's underrated and should happen more often. We certainly question plenty of decisions.
Yep, too much.
Kennedy from the stoppage kicks down the wing, and here's Karmas who takes the mark. What a fun fact out of you, Lids, on Toby Travalia. You've provided us with some great insight on a number of players as Vandermeer takes the mark. Hand pass away towards Fraser. Pokes the kick inside 50. Superb. And Josh Dolan, who's the youngest man on the ground, takes the mark at right half forward. He's 16 days younger than Toby Travalia.
There you go. Fun fact. He actually won the best and fairest over Harley Reid in his bottom age year for Bendigo Pioneers.
Wow.
Yeah.
It is a good start.
And then finished second the year after.
Yeah. To Harley.
No, James Barrett, who plays for the Saints as well.
Oh, of course, Harley's in the system.
Yes.
Here's Dolan on the drop punt. Kick goes across the face and misses far side. I think the question will be, did it score?
Tough pocket.
Yes, it's your dead pocket, Raman.
Your dead pocket.
Your theory is...
There's a funny wind out there. I don't know what it is.
Wilkie to Marshall, who looked to play on, and English came there late, put the pressure, and the ball spills out of play. A good smother from Tim English, lunging low to his right, and a boundary throw in the left forward pocket for the Bulldogs. The Dogs kicked 4-1 in the opening term, led by 16 points at quarter time. They lead by 28 at this stage, 5-3 so far. English out of the ruck against Marshall, trying to get it to Richards. A pinballs towards Sinclair, can't get a clean disposal away. Kennedy got down low, tries to tap it out to Richards. Treloar tight against the boundary, tackled by Hall. His kick not 15 as Steele gathers. Hand pass to McRae for the Saints. High up and under kick to half back. Mitch Owens pushes off Bramble. Takes the mark at right half back.
Nice pairing, actually, you two tonight. You both got ground theories and dead pockets, and long ends and short ends.
Well, Benny's not here.
He's the
theory man.
He is. As Owens goes long down the wing and a turnover lob takes the intercept mark.
Theories and quotes. That's what Benny's there for.
Yes.
He's actually texted me gloating a little bit about his golf game.
Okay. He's enjoying his week off then. Lob goes back to Cleary. Oh, dangerous kick into the corridor. Wood takes the intercept mark. Immediately moves it inside 50. Out to Butler, running back with the flight. Takes the mark.
Oh, no.
Keeps it going forward. Hill in the pocket. Hill looks back corridor. Higgins got to go. Scored away by O'Donnell. Ball hits the deck. O'Donnell gets it back. Hand pass away to Bramble. Hurried kick to half-back. West. Good contested mark. Keeps it moving.
Feeds the hand pass inboard to Kennedy. Chips it up the wing. Sanders takes the mark. Saints had a golden opportunity there. They were just a little cute. As Sanders looks up, Karmas is the target, trying to get back Sinclair. Did enough to spoil Karmas off the mark. And Caminiti runs onto it. Hand pass to Marshall to a stationary Stocker. He's tackled by Sanders. Got a hand pass out somehow. Sinclair can't quite take it cleanly first time around. Bounces off his boot, and he and Matt Kennedy tangle as it rolls across the boundary line for a throw-in. In front of the two benches, the Bulldogs lead by 28 points. So closing in on half-time. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So if you're late to the party with us on ABC Sport, perhaps you're a new listener, Rama's theory is the right forward pocket as the Dogs are attacking at the moment. So Lockett End, city side of the ground, is the dead pocket here at Dockland Stadium. Hard to kick goals from there. And the boundary throw-in, Dogs win it. Richards, hand pass, releases the bomb, drives it inside 50. Ball's out the back, keeping his feet. The Doc Davidson bangs it through. And there's one for young players. Keep your feet. Davidson goals. And the Bulldogs lead is back out by 34. 30 minutes into this second term, 10-4 to 4-6. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Ed Richards, well done. His ability in here to get his hands free, to get that ball to Marcus Bontempelli on the outside. Just gave him such an opportunity to get that ball inside forward 50. The Dogs are as good as any side, I feel, in terms of getting that ball out. The release.
Little release hand.
Yeah. What do they call it in the NRL? The offload.
Yeah.
That ability while you're being tackled, just to break that line and get on the outside. Just the contest, but keep your feet, Corp. You called it.
Yep.
To stay in the contest. 1v none. Doc Davidson going inside 10 to kick that goal from the goal square.
Lids' theory, by the way, at the MCG is that the balls travel a little further,
At the city
end.
Uphill and
it's
downhill.
uphill at the punt road end, so it's a little harder to get them through from there.
Marshall out of the ruck, kicks up towards half forward. Hall gathers into the pocket looking for Owen. Got rid of his opponent, O'Donnell. Couldn't hang on to the mark. O'Donnell tackled by Owen. Wins back the footy. Higgins with a centering ball. Kilda the target. Lob came in. Did he chop the arms?
He did.
Umpire calls play on. Spills out the way of Mason Wood. It doesn't matter. He kicks over his shoulder and puts through a goal for the Saints just before half-time. So 6 goals to 4 so far in this second quarter. It's been a high-scoring affair after just the 5 goals in the opening quarter, in which the Bulldogs kicked 4 of them. The Doggies leaders fluctuated sort of between the 4 to 5 goal margin. It's the Bulldogs 10-4-64 to St Kilda 5-6-36. The Dogs leading by 28 points. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
I love that from Mason Wood. He makes the mistake up the other end where Davison runs in and kicks a goal, but on this occasion he's down the other end. So Keeler probably should have been paid the free kick, but Mason Wood's right there to clean up the scraps and kick the goal. So, you know, a lot of guys, they drop their heads so quickly when they make a mistake in AFL football or in any football for that matter. But Mason Wood, within 30 seconds, had cleaned up his mistake.
Saints with 3 of the last 4 goals in the game. Steele, hand pass away to McRae, got it out to Hall, who's getting some midfield minutes. The 1-2 with Marshall. Kicks inside 50, and there's Windhager.
Get the runner out, just kick the goal. There's enough time.
13.
Marshall's just told him.
There we go.
Good leadership.
And the horn sounds to signal the end of the half here. Marcus Windhager will get to take his kick, but it'll take his best.
Certainly will. They'll be pulling his hair out. A couple of red time goals.
Marcus Windhager, he's kicked 1 in the quarter. He was on the run after laying a superb tackle to win the ball back. This from a long way outside 50. His drop punt is not going to make the trip. It's whacked away on the behind line. And that'll do us to half-time. It is the Bulldogs by 28 points. It was as many as 41 at one stage in that second term. So the Saints putting a better face on it late in the quarter. They kicked 3 goals to 1 in time on. So from the 20-minute mark onwards, 3 goals to 1 the Saints' way. Throw it all together, 10-4-64 the Western Bulldogs. St Kilda 5-6-36. 28 points the Western Bulldogs lead. The goal kickers, Darcy's got a couple, as does Karmas. And then singles for Sanders, Richards, Fraser, Norton and Davidson. Meanwhile,
a few words out there, Corb, being spoken.
Butler and Libba.
Towards Wanganeen Miller. I think Leith Vandermeer was a little bit pointed towards what's he up to next year, boys? What's he going to do? That's what I lip read anyway.
Okay. He can be a little yappy, can't he, Leith?
He looks like a little foxy.
He is. He's
yapping at the heels.
One of the noisiest. Just repeating that, 2 for Darcy, 2 for Karmas, 2 for Norton. So 3 multiple goal kickers, and then singles for Sanders, Richards, Fraser and Davidson. While for St Kilda, 5 individual goal kickers, Higgins, Keeler, Sharman, Windhager and Wood. In the cricket, 4 for 93 is the score at the moment, so an even 50 added to the overnight score in London. That is, what are we, about an hour and a quarter into the morning on day 2. Call available there through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket ball button. Bettingham's on 23 and Temba Bavuma is not out on 36. Halftime here at Docklands. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio with the Dogs on top by 28.
Well, Lids, it was an entertaining second quarter. I thought the Dogs were really going to blow that out.
Yep.
But credit to the Saints. They kicked 3 goals after the 18-minute mark of that quarter to sort of put a bit of respectability on the half. I think, because it was just looking like the Bulldogs were doing as they pleased. Clearances were 12-3 in the Bulldogs' favour that quarter. Contested possession was plus 13 in the favour of the Bulldogs that quarter. Their inside to outside game, which Lids and I spoke about a lot, it looked on song where they couldn't get that going last week. The Bulldogs. Hawthorn was so good at holding the ball in. 86 tackles the Hawks laid last week. For the halves, and Kilda have laid the 30 tackles, so not too bad. But it's that little release there. So one right in front of us with Ed Richards to Bontempelli, then it's down the other end for a Sam Davidson score. So I think that's where Ross Lyon will go to work on in this quarter. Okay, how do we keep the ball inside that 2-metre radius?
Yep.
You know, how do we then roll the ball forward a little bit more our way and that we can attack more rather than Kennedy, Liberatore, Bontempelli, Richards, Treloar, Sanders, those guys going to work on the inside of the contest to get it to the outside. The other part that I am noticing a little bit with the Saints is their defenders are getting too high up the ground. I think here at the Docklands, you want your last line of defence always to sit a little bit deeper.
Yep.
And I just, like, even Cal Wilkie, who's such an accomplished defender now for so many years, Norton looked dangerous that quarter. He looked more dangerous that quarter, which we haven't said that for weeks. Karmas looked more dangerous that quarter. Sam Darcy took 2 big marks inside forward 50. So I want the Saints defenders just to sit a little bit deeper, so then that doesn't allow, I guess, the St Kilda force to get behind and come back at the ball, the old tick league, which we say. The Saints, on the other hand, the only way they're going to win this game is if they get the ball on the outside and start running. We saw their foot skills there in the last 10 minutes of that quarter. They're able to score a couple of goals. If they try to play a stoppage game, I think the Bulldogs...
No, you're playing into the Bulldogs' hands, aren't you? And that's... I think Norton looks more dangerous because he's got Sam Darcy alongside him.
Yeah,
and no one can come off Sam Darcy because he's such a threat to then be able to come over the top and spoil Aaron Norton. But he got it into better positions. He got better looks. So I think ultimately that's where he's going to play better footy with a key target right beside him. So I thought the Dogs would be further in front, if I'm being honest. And I think Bevo would probably feel that way a little bit as well. They haven't really been able to dominate the Saints. They've put up a really good fight, I think, in terms of their ability to make that. I know they've missed a couple of tackles and they've got on the outside. The Dogs have looked sharp at times, but I don't feel like they've been respected enough in their front end, the Saints, with their forwards. I think they're playing a little bit loose down there, the Dogs, and that's why I think you spoke about in that when they've gone in, was it...
they went in 14 times for 8 scores.
Yeah, which is a really high percentage, So, Ross would be really pleased with that, but then they've just got to stop leaking out those little goals out the back as well. So... Yeah. Plenty to like. I think I'd expect that the Dogs will get just tickled up a little bit and say, boys, we're just not quite at our sharpest. And
one big win for the Saints is Marcus Windass.
100%.
He's kept Bontempelli to 7 possessions.
He's had 9 himself and kicked a goal.
Yeah, so that is a win.
When he goes in the midfield, he's all over him, and then he's been able to get out the other way and impact the game. So he had to look after the siren plus kick the goal during the quarter. The Dogs, by the way, 10th for points against. So that's not crash hot. And think about the last 20...
That's average.
Last 20 premiers have been top 6, so they've got a bit to clean up. They're the worst for defensive one-on-ones, so they lose the most amount of one-on-ones outright down back. And they've conceded the least amount of inside 50s in the competition. So, if anything, their defence has been aided by the fact the ball's rarely been in there.
Yeah, because they're so strong at clearance.
If the ball goes in there more, you'd think their defence would be under even more pressure.
Their scores from clearance, the Dogs is always their strength.
Yeah.
So.
Like they've had 11 shots from 19 entries to half-time. So that's the Saints against the Bulldogs.
They just need to get more inside 50s, the Saints.
Yeah, well, their scoring is sort of overwhelming and probably masking a few of their issues down back. Bulldogs by 28 at half-time as it stands at the moment, 10-4 to 5-6. One other thing worth noting, remembering last week was the lowest scoring round on average since round 11, 1989. So that's actually in my lifetime that we've had that lowest scoring average per team. So 62.9 was the average score last weekend. Dogs have already scored 64 to half-time.
Yeah, wet weekend.
On the up and up, under the roof at Docklands. So we're happy about that. Dogs by 28, half-time score here. More from Rama and Lids coming up, along with myself, Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Your thoughts off the SMS. We'll hear from a few more of those after the latest from the newsroom. Quick score check in the cricket. South Africa 4 for 94. That is approaching an hour and a half into the morning on day 2. Of course, there's a call available through the ABC Listen app. So South Africa 4 for 94 in response to the Australians 212. Half-time here at Docklands. Second half not too far away. But first, the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. An Air India plane bound for London has crashed during takeoff in Western India. South Asian correspondent Meghna Bali reports.
An Air India flight bound for London has crashed just a few minutes after takeoff at Ahmedabad Airport. Local television channels report the crash occurred near a residential area with 242 people on board. Visuals from the scene showed debris engulfed in flames and thick black smoke rising near the airport. Emergency crews have been seen moving passengers on stretchers and being taken away in ambulances. Meghna Bali, ABC News.
The opposition leader says she wants the government to succeed on delivering the AUKUS Defence Pact, but she can't ignore uncertainty posed by the US review of the agreement. The Pentagon is undertaking a 30-day review of the agreement, which includes equipping Australia with nuclear-powered submarines. Susan Lee has told Sky the opposition is concerned about the state of the government's relationship with the Trump administration.
It's critical to our security in the Indo-Pacific. My comment to the government is you do need to secure a meeting at the earliest opportunity with President Trump, and you do need to safeguard AUKUS for the future.
Meanwhile, the Shadow Defence Minister says his party needs to have a good look at itself as part of a review of its sweeping election loss. Susan Lee has committed to a review after the party held on to just 43 seats in the lower house. Angus Taylor says reform is important.
I'll be contributing to the review and I'll be interested in the outcomes of that. But most importantly, we do need to do better. There's no question about that. All of us, everyone who is involved in the leadership of the party and everyone involved in the party over recent times, we've got to take a good hard look about how we can do better.
Candidates across Tasmania are putting their hands up to be part of the 52nd Parliament as the state prepares for a snap election. Harry Buttonshaw reports.
The ABC understands Liberal Gavin Pearce, who chose not to recontest his federal seat of Braddon, will join a stacked state ticket in Premier Jeremy Rockcliffe's own state electorate of Braddon. The Premier also confirmed earlier today that all sitting Liberal MPs will be recontesting. One Nation has announced it will not field candidates in the state election, while Jackie Lambie's party, which at one stage had 3 members in the Parliament last year, will have no candidates this time around. Labor has yet to officially reveal any of its candidates, but it is understood all sitting members will recontest.
A man will face court tomorrow accused of shooting another man dead in the New South Wales Riverina. The 35-year-old was arrested at Narrandera this morning, 3 days after he allegedly killed a 37-year-old at a home in Wagga Wagga. He's been charged with murder and aggravated break and enter. Police are urging an anonymous caller to get back in touch after a tip-off provided a new lead for detectives investigating a fatal arson attack in Melbourne. Here's Andy Yu.
Detectives raided a house in Melbourne's southeast today as part of their investigation into a fatal house fire in Truganina in January that claimed the life of innocent 27-year-old Katie Tangi. Police believe the fire was a targeted attack linked to the illicit tobacco trade, but carried out at the wrong address. Ms Tangi was house-sitting for relatives and called 000, but died in the fire along with a pet dog. Police today seized mobile phones from a house in Dandenong, which they searched after receiving a tip-off from someone using a pseudonym. No arrests have been made, with police again urging anyone with information to come forward.
Some dermatologists say people shouldn't be concerned about a report which found several sunscreens weren't providing the SPF protection their labels claimed. Consumer Group Choice tested 20 sunscreens in an independent accredited Australian lab and found 16 did not meet their advertised SPF 50 rating, including 3 children's sunscreens and 3 sold by the Cancer Council. Professor of Dermatology at the University of Melbourne, Rodney Sinclair, says the report is being somewhat overemphasised.
The test has probably been overstated in terms of its accuracy, and the sunscreens, I think, are doing their job because you test it every time you go out in the sun. Did you get sunburnt or did you not get sunburnt? It's a very simple answer to the question.
One of the world's most active volcanoes, Kilauea, on Hawaii's Big Island, has erupted again. It's the 25th volcanic episode since an initial eruption in December. The Hawaii Volcano Observatory says lava fountains are reaching over 100 metres and will likely go higher before subsiding. Activity around the volcano has been stop-start, lasting as little as 13 hours to as long as 8 days. And in cricket, South Africa is trailing Australia by 167 runs in the World Test Championship final at Lord's. You're up to date with all the latest from ABC News.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemass from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Liberatore scrubs a kick in the middle of the ground. Fraser, what a clean pickup as he kicks long in towards Bontempelli, one-on-one with Windhager. Clears the back. Wilkie and Norton. Norton shoves him out of the way and finishes from millimetres out. Aaron Norton kept his feet and got the ultimate reward for doing so. And his first disposal is a goal. Treloar, who's kept running from half back. He's now at right half forward. He looks up inside 50. Darcy's the target. Great athletic mobility to work his way through the middle of the ground. The footy got to him in the end. Now the set shot to try and finish. Sam Darcy on return, threatening to take over. Out to the right. He likes this off the boot. Sam Darcy has 2 on return.
Liberatore, here comes the support. Oh, handball to Kennedy caught. Didn't see Windhager. Great tackle. Forces the ball out. Sinclair off on a run. Hand pass to Marshall. Handball to Windhager. He laid the tackle to finish it off. He goes. Great reward for Marcus Windhager.
O'Donnell tackled by Owen. Wins back the footy. Higgins with a centering ball. Keeler the target. Lob came in. Did he chop the arms?
Did.
Umpire calls play on. Spills out the way of Mason Wood. It doesn't matter. He kicks over his shoulder and puts through a goal for the Saints just before half-time.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back to Docklands. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. It is a 28-point buffer for the Western Bulldogs. At half-time, it was as many as 41 at one stage in that quarter, and then in red time, St Kilda kicking 3-1 to put a better face on it and get that margin back to 28 at the half. Marcus Windhager, one shining light. He's had 9 and kicked a goal, while also limiting Marcus Bontempelli to 7 touches. We're keeping a close eye on what's happening at Lords, and the good news is...
Wicket during the news.
The South African skipper is out. So Temba Bavuma departs and brings Carl Verreynne to the crease. He joins David Battingham as 24 not out, and it is the first wicket of the morning. So
that's why Marnus is back in the side because he can field.
Yep, Vuma looking to drive down low to his left. Marnus Labuschagne able to take a pretty good catch off the bowling of Pat Cummins, who picks up his second wicket. So the Aussies finally get their breakthrough.
He's out. 5-4-94 is the score as it sits currently. Remembering the team resumed, that's the Proteas at 4-for-43 on the day. So they've added 51 to their overnight score before the wicket has fallen.
So about par then. The game looks pretty evenly balanced, you'd say, at the moment, Corb.
Yep.
What did we get, 212?
I've lost access to my mouse at the most inopportune moment.
Yeah, but they're 5-for-94. So
who got the wicket?
It was Paddy Cummins. Who else?
Beautiful. So Cummins a wicket, caught Marnus, and Bavuma is out. So that is good news for...
Then another quick one, I reckon. Another quick one.
Now, the rest of the round in just a moment, but there's also a pretty important event this weekend. If you're a sports fan, not just the World Test Championship final, not just a full round of footy, whether it's AFL or NRL, whatever your pick is, the US Open golf.
Yeah, this is going to be good.
How tough does that track look?
There is absolute brute of a course at Oakmont. So the Oakmont Country Club, the first of the golfers have just teed off, and the man who's hit the opening tee shot, the first drive of the tournament, is a full-time dentist from the area. His name is Matt Vogte.
Yeah, good on him.
There are 15 amateurs that have qualified, of which he's one. So Matt Vogte is hit the first drive of the tournament. So we're underway in the US Open for over the next 4 nights.
Toughest course in the world is what the designer tried to make. I watched a little special on it today. If someone last year they were out driving one of the bunkers, so he added another 15 yards onto it to make it even harder for him.
Well, the old saying in the area is, if they were announced to host the US Open on a Monday, basically all they'd have to do is put up the ropes and it'd be right to go on Thursday. They don't need to make the course any tougher. It's like that 12 months of the year, and so it is again on this particular occasion. So you can follow along. Scotty Scheffler, by the way, is the shortest price US Open favourite since Tiger in 2009. So it speaks
He's in rare form, isn't it?
Well, I saw Tyrrell Hatton and John Rahm. They were using the putter from 150 yards out.
I saw the same thing.
Yes.
Amazing.
That's how quick it is at the moment. So it's going to be fascinating watching.
There's NRL on tonight, the Sharks and the St. George Illawarra Dragons. If you want to follow along with that, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. So look out for the green ABC Sport button, and you can follow along to Andrew Moore's commentary. Of course, it's a shortened round. There's only 5 games this weekend as we count down to State of Origin Game 2, which is coming up on Wednesday night. So you can find that early in the week. The score currently is somewhat of a turn-up. Early in the second half, the Dragons, 18. They lead the Cronulla Sharks 6. So 18-6 at the moment, despite that game being played at Shark Park. Quickly, the teams for the rest of the weekend. Henry Hustwaite comes in for the injured James Worpel. Watson returns and McGuinness loses his place for the Hawks. They play Adelaide tomorrow night. Lockie Murphy comes in for the suspended James Peatling. On Saturday afternoon, Starcevic among the ins for the Brisbane Lions, and Finn Callaghan, a big name, returning for the Giants. In the twilight, the Scott brothers going at it. Of course, it is Essendon and Geelong. May and Blackiston are both going to make their debut. 2 guys from the mid-season draft out of the WAFL. They become the 9th and 10th debutants for the Bombers. Hobbs has been omitted. Durham has been suspended. And obviously Bailey Smith makes his way back in for the Cats. The Dockers are as selected. The same team that had a win last time out. They front up again, Freo, to take on North Melbourne. Callan Dawson comes in for the injured Charlie Comben. And, of course, just squads for the remainder of the weekend. But we can tell you Jack Viney and Jason Horne-Francis in contention for both the Demons and the Power, with those teams, of course, to be trimmed tomorrow night. And the news of the day, Braden Maynard, a 4-year deal. So he is off contract, a free agent. But 4 years to remain at Collingwood takes him till 2029. And as a result, it leaves Tom De Koning, Brandon Starcevic and Oscar Allen as the only restricted free agents left on the market.
Any of those going to leave, you think?
One definitely. Two definitely.
Yeah.
And then Brandon Starcevic is 50-50.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? But that one I'm just guessing, by the way.
I don't know. Yep. I've got absolutely no idea.
You would know, Lids.
Come on, Lids. Tell us what you know.
Across it all.
Ram is the one in the know.
Bulldogs by 28, second half upon us on ABC Sport. Here's Matt Clinch.
English wins down the tap. Zach Jones tries to get down low, but it's Liberatore gets a hand pass out to Kennedy. His kick was smothered by Higgins. Ricochets out to English, who tries to kick through the middle of the ground. Down low, it's Mason Wood, who goes to work against Vandermeer. Vandermeer gets a hand pass out to Richards inside 50. An awkward bouncing ball as Bontempelli tries to get back. Wilkie's bumped off it by Liberatore, and Brad Hill comes over the top. Other big news in cricket. I don't know if you heard this one today. Tim Mitchell reporting out of Sydney that Bubba Azam is set to join the Big Bash. Speculation they might be joining the Sydney Sixers, so certainly one which would give a fair boost to domestic cricket across the summer. Jack Sinclair for the Saints gathers and kicks up the wing. It's wide of Keeler and Rory Lobb, and goes out to play for a boundary throw in. The Bulldogs leading by 28 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, opening minute of the third term.
Brendan from Hobart off the SMS. If the Saints got better under Ross the Boss?
The first season they were better. Made an elimination final.
Define better.
Thrown back in, we'll ponder that. It's a good question. English gets it down to Sinclair. Hand pass to Steele, close to the boundary line. Kept in by Hunter Clark. Gets a hand pass to Brad Hill. Comes inboard to Marshall. Tackled and run down by English. Spills out the way of Vandermeer. Can't get a clean disposal away. Scraps for the ball against Brad Hill. Trickles out the way of the Bulldogs. No whistle, as they thought there might have been high contact on Bailey Dale. It spills out the way of Vandermeer. Hand pass away to Sanders. He runs the wing.
Sanders kicks off his left peg down to half forward, and good body work by Darcy takes the intercept mark.
That's a push in the back.
You reckon?
Yep.
Darcy from 60 out drives it to full forward, and there's Wood takes the intercept mark.
You can't just put two hands in somebody's back and extend it.
Turns out, Rammer, you can. As Burns marks it half back, hand pass away towards Wood, pokes it down the line. Jones got 2 to beat. The ball in the end through the legs of Fraser as he's tackled. Jones picks it up. Tackled by Fraser. Ball comes out. Treloar to Lobb to Richards. By hand to Fraser. Hand pass over the top to McNeil. Dabs it inside the forward 50 and a good intercept mark for Caminiti.
And I say that because Caminiti was in front in that marking contest with Darcy. For his weight to go forward, somebody has to push him forward. Otherwise, he goes straight up in the air. It's not jumping forward.
Caminiti called to play on, so had to dart it across half-back. Kicked out towards Brad Hill, who takes the mark in front of Sanders. Hand pass away to Wilkie. Kicks up the wing looking for Mitch Owens. Spoiled away from him by Cleary. Running onto it, though, is Higgins. Tight against the boundary. Up towards Cooper Sharman, who leads out and marks on his chest. He's 50 out from home, though. He's got Butler deep in the goal square. Can he get it to him? He drives it long. The Keeler lob gets back and spoils it through for a minor score. And Dan Butler was the loose inside forward 50, but they couldn't get it to him. The Bulldogs by 27 points. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Rammer, I'm going to give you a little bit of a tingler here, mate. I absolutely am aligned with you on that. You can the word in marking contest is a player is unable to push or bump in an unduly fashion. Now, which is an interesting word in itself, and the point of it is to differentiate between hands in the back, which was an automatic free kick back in the day.
Yeah.
But your point's well made. You can't create space by pushing the opponent in the back in a marking contest. We're aligned, mate.
Thanks, Ray. I love you.
You too.
Wow.
Like two Ps.
Yeah, we're coming together as the year's progressing.
As the Dogs work it up by hand now to half forward, all the way from the kick out. About 15 possessions in the chain. Vandermeer pokes it inside 50. Spills out to Stocker. His hand pass back into dispute. Caminiti had it. And then it ends up with Sinclair, who's tackled by Darcy. Ball up half forward for the Dogs. He's educated you on the game as the year's gone on, Rammer. And
I certainly has.
Told you all about the rules and what the umpire's looking for and the trigger points. And now here you are picking them as they happen in the broadcast. It's perfect synergy as the Saints quickly rebound out of defence as Marshall grabs it out the ruck but kicks it straight to Dale on the wing.
Bailey Dale, possession number 18, inside 50. Norton the target, in the pack almost. Claimed the mark and a good piece of it and off hands. Goes out to play in the left forward pocket for the Doggies. That's the type of lead up and attack on the ball Bulldogs fans have been wanting to see. Just couldn't quite hang on at the last moment.
Riley off the SMS. The lads and I are driving up to watch Lids play at Colamberley.
Oh, this is what we want.
And making a weekend of it. Good luck, man.
Thanks, Riley.
Thrown in, English and Marshall. Spills down to Sanders. Top of the 50. Cuts back on his right. Got around Winhager. Looks into the pocket. English the target. Marshall going back with the flight. Made front on contact. Free kick going the way of Tim English. Much to the disappointment of the Saints fans. I'm not sure they've got much of a case there. Marshall was out of position, trying to get back. Crashed right in the front of Tim English.
I'm unaware. What's it called?
Colamberley.
Where is it?
Yeah,
Please educate our listeners, Liz.
4.5 hours north.
North.
So north of Denny and Drury.
Yeah, okay.
Up that way.
Okay.
All right, just hang on here as Tim English has the shot on goal. There's more questions as English hemmed into the pocket. Can he curve the ball around the corner? Opens up the angle. Does it superbly. The Bulldogs' big man strikes first in the third quarter. Through 5 minutes, and the Doggies lead by 33 points. 11-4-70 to St Kilda 5-7-37. He just curled that superbly around the corner for his first goal of the match. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio with you Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, look, he is a brilliantly skilled player, Tim English. So we have seen on many occasions where he's been able to push forward and kick a goal. But again, it's, from hand to foot for a big guy, it is a long way down, but he did that beautifully, Tim English. So a good little start for the Dogs, and really no drive. Only the one inside 50, I think, for St Kilda to start this third quarter. So again, just lacking that drive and urgency.
Is it in New South Wales or in Victoria?
New South Wales. Yep.
So through Echuca, up through Denny.
Well, I'll be coming from Kyabram, so through Nathalia and up to Tokemore.
Okay.
Beautiful drive.
Fun with that.
Liberatore first possession at the bounce, but turns it over. McRae gives it to Clark, gets it back, and then spears the kick to Owens.
Like old times.
Yeah.
Pre-game chat. Tell me what he wants to see.
Calf's ready to go.
Write down a few goals.
Calf's all good?
Calves are good.
Beautiful.
It was the post-game chats that I feared from my...
Yeah. Well, I've got 2.5 hours with him after that.
Owens the drop punt from about 55 out. It fades to the right and behind. So Dogs lead trimmed to 32. 7 minutes gone in the third. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. I'm just repeating, Bavuma out for 36. Court Marnus bowled Pat Cummins. So South Africa currently 5 for 97, approaching lunch on day 2.
Bailey Dale with a beautiful kick to Davidson. Didn't have to break stride. He kicks up towards the wing. Darcy tries to juggle the mark. He was paid in the air.
He was played on.
He did play on.
He came to handball.
Caminiti thought it came off his wrist, so Sam Darcy gets a win there. Comes inboard to Richards, not 15, so has to play on. Around Wanganeen Miller, back to Bailey Dale, edge of the centre square. Long to Norton, one-on-one with Wilkie. Top of the goal square, clears both fingertips and bounces through for a minor score to the left. 33 points as the Bulldogs lead at the 7-minute mark of the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sinclair goes wide with the kick to Wilkie. He's off and running, drills it down the boundary line, but got the Wanganeen Miller on the hop. He collects, runs an arc, burns off one, burns off two. Wanganeen Miller, a long kick down towards Sharman, body on lob, takes the mark, 60 out, comes back corridor as he plays on immediately. Keeler, the half-volley pickup, gives it to Owens, a little fumble, he was caught high by the Bont. Trying to tackle from behind, and Owens gets the free, true centre-half forward. Hasn't been his night so far, Bont, has it? Just the 8 disposals, and had Windhager for company most of the night.
Well, he did take that big knock to the ribs early in that second quarter, so
he's trying to impose himself, I think, on the game with, I'm not going to do it with class and outside touches and finish, but I can with tackle pressure and doing the right thing for my teammates.
With the 10 from the coaches, maximum votes last time they met, just 7.5 weeks ago. So Owens to have a look, a little closer to goal, just to the left of centre, right-footed drop punt. He missed the last one to the right. This is this one to the left. 2 long-range drop punts and 2 shots to start this third quarter. Bulldogs by 32 points, 11-5 to 5-9. 9 minutes into the third.
Bailey Dale brings the Dogs back into play to Kennedy, who's trying to give it back to Dale around the back. The Saints are weak to that, so has to kick it out to Bailey Williams at right half back. Hand pass inboard to Fraser. Spots Davidson all on his own on the wing. He kept running up the dock side and takes the mark. Stocker comes charging in, has to stand. Davidson looks into the middle of the ground, wants to kick on the 45 to Liberatore. Takes the mark. Libba between wing and half forward. Just the 14 disposals last week for Tom Liberatore as he goes short back to Davidson between wing and half forward. The chip mark game on for the Dogs as he works it up the field, and Kennedy marks. Still 2 kicks out from goal though. Wait till the leads to come. Darcy one, and he reaches over the top of Richards and claims the mark. He is an imposing figure, Sam Darcy, and it's good to see him back. And the Bulldogs players, they are looking for him tonight.
It just makes your kick look so good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just float it out in front of him and let the levers of his long arms go to work.
Go and get it, mate. Just go and get that. Catch that for me, will you? I mean, it was a nicely weighted kick. It allowed him to really run and jump into it, but his wingspan's just so big.
The scary part, he's nowhere near his prime as a footballer.
Oh, no.
Sort of reminds you of those young, tall kids in basketball. Put it near the hoop and you're half a chance. Darcy comes in, looking for his third. Starts at the left goal post. It bends back right. Sam Darcy on return has 3 goals, 1 in each quarter so far. And the Bulldogs lead once more grows. It's 38 points, 12-5-77. The Saints 5-9-39. To get out by 41 points during the second quarter. The Saints have offered some response late in the half, but the Bulldogs back in control. 10 minutes gone, third quarter. Brett Delidio and Adam Romanascus.
Well, the reality of that for the Bulldogs is, Lids, is all they need to do is leave a leading lane open for Darcy to come into. And then it's really, if he's got front position and he's...
Good luck.
It is. It's almost good night. So really, if you're a defender there, Caminiti needs to start front shoulder and continue to push him back to the goal line, because once it's a run and jump, nobody can get to him because of he's just so tall.
Back in the middle, English wins it down, but straight to McRae. His former teammate gives it to Travalia. High up and under, out towards the wing, and Hill reads it best, takes the mark one-on-one with Sanders. Bradley Hill.
Well, the only one who could probably play on him is at the other end on his own team, Lob. Yeah, only one long enough.
Hill kicks inside 50, and Gale gets back and across, takes the intercept mark. Immediately moves it for the Dogs. And here's Norton getting up the ground, marks at half-back. We like that.
Yep, love that.
Get on his bike. Didn't have a touch in the opening quarter. Kicked 2 goals in the second term. Long down the wing, and Richards now winning him off his backside. Gets a kick going forward. Here's West, 70 metres out in the launch pad. Kicks inside 50. Sanders takes the mark. Remember, it was Hill who outmarked Sanders to start the chain. The Saints went inside 50. Sanders runs all the way forward. And then he beats Hill in the one-on-one, 20 out straight in front.
It's outstanding by Riley Sanders. So rather than tracking the ball across the wing where it went after the Bailey Dale intercept mark, he's gone straight through the centre corridor. So it's terrific running. So he's probably run, call it 100 metres, 120 metres.
Yep.
So he deserves this shot at goal.
Lost the first one-on-one, wins the next. In a dangerous position, Riley Sanders skips in, pokes it through. He's got a couple. And all of a sudden, the Bulldogs have a game-high lead. 44 points and counting. 12 and a half gone in the third term. The Bulldogs 13-5-83. St Kilda 5-9-39. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
He's spot on, Ramo. The ability just to see that work rate and that want to get forward and test out your opposing wing. We know how good a runner Brad Hill is, but nowhere to be seen, really. I thought he might have had an opportunity to give it over. Hill was coming back to try and get
But he gave him 20-metre head start.
Yeah, so he put the head down and just really went, didn't he? I thought he might have handballed that one over the top. He had young Dolan and Darcy going in towards goal, but when you're only 30 out, directly in front, you better off take the time off the clock, go back and knock it through.
He did the classic thing where he pretended maybe it's too late now. Yes.
It's all happening as well. South Africa brought up the 100 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. Verena with an edge off Bo Webster, which landed just short of a lunging Steve Smith at second slip.
I did love the creativity of Ed Richards on the ground there.
Yes.
To just Riley get a kick, and then Riley West just attacked that ball.
The Bulldogs have worked it to half forward. English wins down the tap to Bontempelli. Hand pass to Davidson, who cuts through traffic, fires on goal and misses to the right-hand side. A minor score. 45-point lead the Bulldogs' way. 13 minutes now, 14 minutes gone, third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
15 minutes away from lunch on day 2. Call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket ball button. Stocker takes some ground from the kick out, goes long up the wing. Bramble knocks it back for the Bulldogs to Davidson, who's tackled dispossessed. Ump says keep going. Trelaw, short kick to Dolan. He gives it back to the veteran. Trelaw 60 out, kicks inside 50. Norton flying from the back. Lost his headband but took the mark. And Aaron Norton has a chance to make it 3.
Yeah, had to get it there fast and did. You know, he really, that was a 3-iron, not your little lob wedge going inside forward 50. Love that. It gave Wilkie no chance to get back and have a play on it. He came late, but you can already see Norton just with that early goal. His confidence has gone up because he's clunkered him tonight.
So 21 for the year so far. He did go 4 weeks without a mark inside 50. He's got the mark inside the attacking arc, and now he's got 3 majors. Pokes it through. And Aaron Norton, the equal leading goal kicker on the ground with Darcy. And all of a sudden, this is a problem for St Kilda. 14-6 to 5-9. Margin is 51 halfway through the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, unfortunately, Clinchy, what I said to you at half-time is coming true. I said to Clinchy, the Bulldogs will probably kick the first 5 of this second half, and then it's game, set, match, and it'll be a really long second half for the Saints. And they've kicked the first 4 of this half now, the Dogs. But look, Adam Trelaw there. It's just smart play. It's just really just tracking the ball as he was able to continue to wrap around the back there.
That left foot touch though.
Yeah,
that's just
one
great touch.
The first little left footer got the Dogs out of trouble. Then to receive the next one was always going into an open forward line.
It's 57 disposals to 29 the way of the Bulldogs. So the Saints need to get their hands on the footy. Here's Steele, gets the hand pass away to Travalia, away to Marshall, awkward on his right foot after he kicks up towards half forward. Bailey Dale in front. Cooper Sharman lays the tackle. He was holding onto the jumper. And Bailey Dale will get the free kick at left half back for the Bulldogs. They lead by 51 points. Inside 50s, 11-5 the way of the Bulldogs so far in this third quarter. They've booted 4 goals, 2 to the Saints, 3 behinds. As Bailey Williams wants to come inboard, short to Liberatore, barely 15, as he has it at left half back. Weber looking for options around the city wing. He waits for Buku Karmas to lead into space, and that's a well-weighted kick to him. He marks out in front. And Jimmy Webster, and now looks for the next avenue around the wing. Goes short to Davidson. Marks between wing and half forward. Pearce out to the right. Trying to get it out the back towards Norton. Riley West with a right. Got up early before acceptances, and Wilkie took the mark anyway. Kicks out towards Marshall, who marks in the left back pocket for the Saints.
Handball to Jones. Kicks down the wing. Hall the target, lob. Had to make a lot of ground late. Got there, breaks it up, punches it out of bounds.
Good read. That's what you want your key defenders doing, reading the play, coming forward to defend, shutting off that easy uncontested mark from a small forward or a midfielder.
Riley's got a follow-up for you, Lids. Have you decided which coloured boots?
Oh, yes.
You've settled on?
I've got
Of course, Riley.
a fresh pair of bright yellow ones or a pair of white ones.
No, a few
Yeah,
options.
I'll leave that open to you, Corbeck. Which ones do you think I've chosen?
I would have picked the white ones. You picked the yellow ones.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, you knock on Adidas's door? They give you a little care package?
No, it wasn't Adidas, a New Balance, actually.
Oh, well, did you wear Adidas your whole career?
No. Puma at the start.
For what, 12 months?
5 years.
51 points on Bulldogs' advantage. 18 gone in the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Marshall palms it down towards Libba, who's wrapped up straight away. Approaching lunch, South Africa 5 for 101. It's in response to Australia's 212 Day 2 action. The World Test Championship final from Lords. Call available through the ABC Listen app. From the stoppage, the Saints through Sinclair. Off his left peg, high up and under down the wing. Lob wants it, attacks it, punches it away, but down to Higgins. Hand pass to Wood. Looking to kick back inboard. There's a whistle here and there's a little shove. It's a free kick. It's going to go Wood's way. The Saints will get it in front of the interchange.
Happened
I think it's wrong.
Rowan Marshall's got to come back.
Come back to Marshall to take the kick. Right in front of you, Ray Chamberlain.
Jack Higgins come in. So
There's nothing worse, is there, when you pay a free kick and the big fella rolls off 40 metres?
What?
Where's the mark being set here too?
A serious question, mate. Why does it matter who takes the kick?
You know what? It's funny you say that because just a second ago down back there was a free kick for an unrealistic attempt in a marking contest.
Rowan.
Mark to Callum Wilkie, and they just let that roll, right? But that's the case with the player marked the football because it was in general play. That the player who's free kicking his mate, they've got to come back and take it.
Call that passage, Ray. What just happened then?
Awful.
Marshall just put it down the full, about 20 metres away from where Ray is watching on, and Tom Liberatore will take the free kick up the wing. Keeler was in the pack, can't take the mark. Sam Darcy's hand pass to Kennedy, kicks up towards a vacant half-forward line. Awkward ball for Stocker on the half-bout volley, had to gather. Hand pass to Sinclair, composed in game 200. Kicks out to Brad Hill, who marks in the right back pocket. Bulldogs lead by 51 points, 19 minutes gone. Third quarter, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Only 4 goals in the quarter the Dogs' way. Hill, a long kick to the wing. Off hands, it slides down to Frazier. He's tackled. Ball comes out. Libba's got it. Hand pass going forward towards Dale. Hand pass to Davidson. 60 metres out. Kicks inside 50. Karma's the target. And Stocker, he's fisting there to knock it out of bounds. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, a little bit of action down here on the interchange bench. So the Saints are looking to activate their sub. Dan Butler will come out. That's just a tactical substitution. And Jack Carroll will make his way in.
Okay. Ross is not happy with how much of the footy Bailey Dale's had, I don't think. Interesting choice there.
Disposals for Dan Butler.
Yeah, Brad Hill had Caminiti out this side, 1v no one, and then goes to a 1v1 of Jack Higgins. Interesting choice.
One from Fran here. Hi team, enjoying the call. May have been a low-scoring game of footy last week. Let's hope it's not the start of a lacklustre weekend of footy. And this game is ending up that way. Well, we've got the scoring at least with the Dogs putting a...
Just haven't got the contest.
Yeah, putting a few goals through. So they're at a 14-6-90, plays 5-9-39. That's a 51-point margin. Time on in the third.
Does this happen, Corb, with the split up of all the buys? And not just have 1 week where we're all off?
I've got something on that. As Darcy wins it down towards West. Shakes a would-be tackle from Wangane Miller. Pushes off a second in Sinclair. Hand pass back in dispute. Davidson's there. Handball away to Dale. Kicks inside 50. Darcy let it bounce as Karmas attacked it front on. Ball eventually comes to Darcy. Gives it to West. Shoots goalward. Misses the whole set. Out of bounds on the full. Shoot. I don't mind it the way it is. I've swung full circle. I've gone from thinking we could get the buys done in 2 weeks to thinking like we get the most amount of footy over a prolonged period. If we went to, say, a whole weekend off and had a shutdown, we would all sit around and say, oh, why don't they just play a couple of games this weekend?
I like something else.
What do you think they should do?
Champs.
Yeah, under-18 championships, local football. There's a lot of different options.
AFL weekend off and then highlight the under-18s championships. Why not?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yep.
Isaac Keeler's gone into defence of the Saints. His kick out is marked by Rory Lobb. Kicks inside 50. Norton in the back. Rose Highest can't take the mark. Zach Jones gets a hand pass out to Clark. Hand pass to Keeler to McRae, who's taken over the boundary line for a throw-in.
My argument would be, look, no one's watching 9 games every weekend anyway. Like, 9's a lot of games. So if we have 7 one weekend, 7 another weekend, 8 another weekend, you still got footy in all the key slots you'd usually watch it. So if you're always watching Saturday Arvo, Saturday night, Thursday night, Friday night, a game or 2 on Sunday, you're still going to get that.
Marshall palms it down, straight to Riley West, who read it superbly. His shot on goal misses to the right, so he's had 1 out in the full, 1 to the right in the last couple of minutes. The Bulldogs by 52 points. 22 minutes gone. Third term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sinclair with the kick-out duties. Something from Damien here off the SMS in just a moment as well as Caminiti marks the kick-out. Evening, gents, out on a walk listening to the app. Love the call as always, but the atmosphere sounds like a country footy game in the background. Thursday night doesn't work for crowd numbers, I'm afraid, from Damien. Certainly was hot early in the year as the Saints work it up to the wing, but they've turned it over. Dogs back the other way. Vandermeer away to Davidson to Trelaw. All the Blondies. Gives it to McNeil. Kicks to full forward, but Wilkie picks it off. Takes the intercept mark at fullback.
Finally, they switched the ball, St Kilda.
52 points for the spread as the Saints come out dockside.
Now to Hunter Clark and now to Webster. Kicks up towards Marshall. Spoiled away by Sam Darcy and a boundary throw-in.
And I say finally because all St Kilda are doing is they're winning the ball back in their back half and kicking it back up the same line. So all the Bulldogs numbers are there. The ball's coming back inside forward 50. So you've got to take the ball off the line as much as you possibly can to shift the defence.
Just to Damien's point, it's not a great crowd, is it?
No, it's not.
Sinclair's 200th game. They're coming off a win, and yet it's a pretty modest turnout.
Expectation was only around 22,000, Damien. So, of course, we hold over 50,000 here. So, yep, early in the season, the Thursday night's a place to be.
What
Maybe
was
in
it
the
last
middle
week?
of winter.
Hawthorn and Bulldogs.
There's more than that.
Let me have a look.
I don't think it's the Thursday night. It's more the
I think the two teams.
the teams that they put out there.
Thrown up. Marshall wins down the tap. Fraser trying to break through. Tackled by Steele. I will ball it up once more. I didn't write it down. Did you? You're more disciplined than me.
I don't think I did either.
We're 0 from 2.
I didn't write it down either.
Oh, we knew you were never going to write down.
Hang on, I always write the crowd. Yeah.
I'll look it up.
We've all got our own little note-taking system. Rama's got a little
Ray, how'd you go?
pocket book he carries around.
No, I didn't take it. I didn't take that one down.
35,700 last week.
Okay, so as we said, two sides who are fighting for the 8, potentially fighting for the top 4 as Owen is gathered for the Saints. Hand pass to Hunter Clark into the middle of the crowd. Higgins is out the back. Now he's got Burns. Can he find him top of the goal square? He can.
Unselfish.
And on just their inside 50 of the court, and the Saints are finally going to strike through for a goal at the 24-minute mark. Jack Higgins was able to find Ryan Burns. On other occasions he might have blazed away at goal, but this should be one for the record from the top of the goal square. He will go back and do what he should do, looking for just his second goal of the season and 14th goal of his career. Point blank range. Burns comes in, sends it into the second tier, and the Saints finally have one back the other end after the Bulldogs put on 4 goals early in this third quarter and really have blown this game out of the water. So 4 goals in the first 15 minutes, but we had 10 goalless minutes since then. The Doggies 14-7-91 to the Saints 6-9-45. Ryan Byrne with his first goal of the evening. Brett Delidio and Adam Ramanauskas, your experts, Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he started at that contest at half-back, Jack Higgins.
Yeah.
So
is there anyone better at sniffing out a turnover?
He goes earlier than anyone, Jack Higgins, though. So it's like, usually you go when it's probably 70-30, you know your team's going to win it. But he goes 50-50, even 40-60. So
you live and die by the sword
you do.
A little bit.
Absolutely you do. So
when it works, it looks great. When it doesn't, you're getting
horrible.
a cook from the coach.
Yeah, that's right.
The SMS 0437 774 774. Let us know what you're up to tonight as we follow along with this game here at Docklands, which is lopsided. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio, and we can get down to Ray.
We've seen a lot of these this year. Umpire contact there at a centre bounce where the players set up behind the umpire, and that normally brings a financial
sanction
donation as well. Yeah.
So what, the player behind the umpire as he backs out after bouncing the ball?
And it's only at centre bounce, right?
Yep.
So around the ground where it's obviously more fluid, no dramas. But at centre bounce, the umpire needs to exit, so they just need about 3 degrees of the circle.
Dogs inside 50, another stoppage. Dolan hands it to McNeil, who snaps it through for a goal. And there's a big stoppage win for the Bulldogs. And more pain on the scoreboard. 52 points, the Dogs lead. 15-7 to 6-9. 27 minutes gone in the third term. The goal to Lockie McNeil.
Yeah, well done, young Josh Dolan there. His hands were sharp and clean at ground level, but then found it a way to get his hands free and get it up and over to McNeil, just swooping out of this stoppage. McNeil Hunter Clark had his back to McNeil and went and got seduced to where the footy was and just left McNeil all by himself at the back of the stoppage. Great finish.
The fact that there are 2 games not being played because of the bye makes a Thursday night fixture an even bigger head scratcher from Joseph in Albury.
Just on those financial sanctions, Ray, when the players used to accidentally knock into the umpire. Did that go to the umpire's football trip fund at the end of the year?
Well, we used to have an end-of-season trip to Mornington, but since this happens, I think the boys go to Miami, so potentially.
Ray Chamberlain down on the boundary. Ron Marshall takes out of the ruck, gets the clearance, kicks up towards Wanganeen Miller. Can't take the mark. Bontempelli's hand pass to Bramble, back to Cleary, back to Bontempelli, through the hands at half-back. Bramble links up with Davidson, who runs away from Hill. Hand pass over the top to Liberatore. They've got the handball game going. Fires the hand pass to West. Cuts around Keilor. Back onto his right-hand side from 55. Long to the goal square and through it goes. The handball happy Dogs there as they just cut through the Saints from the middle of the ground all the way to half forward. And Riley West, who's had an interesting couple of weeks, he joins the growing list of goal kickers, and the margin is out to 58 points, 6 goals to 1 so far in this third quarter. Rama said to me they'd slam on 5 at some stage. They've done so in this third term. 16-7, 103. The Saints 6-9, 45. Adam Ramanaskas, Brett Delidio.
Well, Lids, the reality of that is that's the Bulldogs at their best.
Yeah.
So win the ball at half-back, and then it's a handball chain all the way to their 50, and Riley West good enough to finish it. But that's where the Bulldogs separate themselves from other teams. They're that sharp with handball. And I'm teaching this to the under-16 team that I coach, the ability to handball to advantage.
Yes, not to their back.
Not to their back, not to their side, not to their feet. It just opens the game up so much.
Man Don's back from Mildura, who's actually at Lords. More on that in a moment as Fraser went darting out of the middle, caught by Clark. Saints win it back. Windhager, hand pass away towards Carroll, the sub, who kicks inside 50. Knocked away by Cleary, but straight into the path of Wanganeen Miller, who pumps it through for a goal. And in a fortuitous spot, Nasai Wanganeen Miller on the end of that Cleary spoil. And Naz able to put one on the board for the Sainers. Pretty bruise-free end-to-end footy at the moment. 16-7 to 7-9. We're at the half-hour mark of this third term, and the Bulldogs with a comfortable cushion. 52 points the margin.
Ross has spun the magnets a little bit, put Naz up forward. I don't mind
Keeler up back.
And Keeler gone down back to see whether he can add a little bit. I don't mind it. I mean, you've got to see what your young players are made of, what other tricks they've got in their boat. It was, as you said, Cole, a little bit bruise-free going end-to-end there, wasn't it? That the initial tackle to strip Fraser as he tried to go forward with it. And then they had an opportunity to cut it off there, the Dogs, but dropped mark as they tried to intercept. And out the back, Nasai Wanganeen Miller, very good finish-up.
6 goals to 2 the way of the Bulldogs in this third quarter. It's back in the middle. English wins down the tap against Marshall. Spills down to Kennedy. Hand pass took a deflection, but McNeil gets it back to Bontempelli. He loads up a kick inside 50. It's over the head of Darcy. Riley West flies from behind. Can't take the mark, and he gave away the free kick.
Remember I mentioned Don earlier, who was at Lords?
Yeah.
Says, hi guys, listening from Lords. How is the Bont? Mates are texting me that he's got a rib concern. Go the Dogs.
He's fine.
He's all good now?
Yeah.
Got a little knee in the
He'll be sore in the morning.
Yeah, he'll have some ice on it tonight, I would imagine.
But he's okay, Don. Great to have you back with us. Hope you're enjoying the cricket.
Stocker back to Caminiti, and now into the back pocket for Keeler, who's kicked a goal already tonight, but now in the back line in this third quarter. Short to Cal Wilkie.
It's the second time Riley West has tried to sit on someone's head and given away a free kick. Becomes a bit frustrating at times, I think, as a teammate.
I think you would like to think he's a little big forward, wouldn't he? With his aerial threat. Often starts in the goal square as they come inboard to Sinclair, the Saints. Risky kick for Wanganeen Miller. Liberatore reached up, spoiled it down. Wanganeen Miller, clever kick, but straight to Kennedy of the Bulldogs. They can chip it inside 50. And here is Riley West on cue. He marks in the left forward pocket, and he'll shoot from 45 metres out from goal. Has one already in the third quarter, looking to add a second.
Just felt like the Saints defenders have been sitting on their heels all night. They're just that step or two behind.
Slow to react.
Again there, I know Caminiti's not Riley West's direct opponent, but he was at that moment. But he gave him 3 metres before he started to move.
Goalless last week, West out to the left, and he drags it left all the way through for a minor score. 53-point lead the Western Bulldogs way. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 32 minutes gone. Adam Ramanaskas and Brett Delidio.
And I say on the heels because defenders have got to be on their toes. They've got to be first to react.
They're the hardest defenders to play against. The ones that are constantly taking your space in front of you.
Yeah.
Lunch, by the way, day 2 at Lords. South Africa still 5 down, 5 for 121. More on that in a moment. Saints run into a cul-de-sac here as Wilkie gives it to Clark, and he's tackled half forward for the Bulldogs. Bavuma, the only man out in the session, caught by Marnus Labuschagne. Superb diving catch at cover point of Cummins bowling. So Cummins has 2 wickets, Stark has 2, Hazelwood 1. Bavuma out for 36. 5 for 121, South Africa at lunch on day 2. In response to Australia's 212. You can hear it all through the ABC Listen app. Look out for that cricket ball button. As the Dogs go back inside 50, slick hands from West and now from Dolan. Back into dispute. Dolan wins it back. Kicks it goalward. It's touching the fingers of Wilkie on the way through. Eludes Karmas and through for a behind.
Had more time there, the young fella.
He's been okay, Dolan.
He's been good. Yeah.
Got some energy.
33 minutes into the third term. Dogs by 53.
Jack Sinclair brings St Kilda back into play to Wanganeen Millera as the siren sounds for 3-quarter time. So the Bulldogs put on 6 goals, 5 to St Kilda's 2-3 in that third quarter. And the Bulldogs lead by 54 points at 3-quarter time, having led by 16 points at quarter time and 28 points at half time. 16-9, 105 to the Saints 7-9, 51. For the Bulldogs, it's been a good return for Sam Darcy. He's kicked 3 goals too. 3 goals for Aaron Norton as well. 2 goals for Sanders and DeKarmas. While individuals to West, Richards, Fraser, McNeil and Davidson alongside Tim English. While for the Saints, all individual goal kickers, Higgins, Winhager, Wanganeen Millera, Burns, Keeler, Wood and Sharman. 54-point lead the Bulldogs away at 3-quarter time.
And lunch at the cricket on day 2 with South Africa 5 for 121. More thoughts from Adam Ramanaskas and Brett Delidio coming up in just a moment. The Dogs by 9 goals at 3-quarter time. You're listening to Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Are comedians naturally good at spelling?
Guayabera, propolis, guacamole.
Find out in the brand new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Kennedy marks. 2 kicks out from goal though. Waits for the leads to come. Darcy 1, and he reaches over the top of Richards and claims the mark. He is an imposing figure, Sam Darcy. Darcy comes in, looking for his 3rd. Starts at the left goal post. It bends back right. Sam Darcy on return has 3 goals, 1 in each quarter so far.
Dogs inside 50, another stoppage. Dolan hands it to McNeil, who snaps it through for a goal. And there's a big stoppage win for the Bulldogs.
Bramble links up with Davidson, who runs away from Hill. Hand pass over the top to Liberatore. They've got the handball game going. Fires the hand pass to West. Cuts around Keeler. Back onto his right-hand side from 55. Along to the goal square and through it goes.
Fraser went darting out of the middle. Caught by Clark. Saints win it back. Windhager. Hand pass away towards Carroll, the sub, who kicks inside 50. Knocked away by Cleary, but straight into the path of Wanganeen Millera, who pumps it through for a goal.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Dogs by 9 goals, 3-quarter time here at Docklands off the SMS. Damien says, it's me again. 35,000 last week. I got home after 11. Too late for the kids and the families. Keep up the good work and I'll keep walking. Thanks, Damien. Nice to hear from you. Rory in Melbourne, who's a blind listener. Love your commentary. I love Thursday Night Footy and I'm glad it's here to stay. It makes the week go by just that little bit faster. Craig in Rockingham, surely they can even the round up by playing the 4 teams off the bye against each other the following week. I'm sure, again, in an ideal world, the fixture would look like that, but so many variables, Craig, and as a result, that's why it is the way it is. But I agree, in an ideal world, it would be good. Annie says, you're always good to listen to. I'm making a valiant effort tonight for what is a pretty awful game for my team. Thanks, Annie. Appreciate that. And unfortunately, your Saints a long way down. They've lost every quarter so far. And from Simon in the York Peninsula, enjoying the call on a cold winter's night. enjoying the symmetry as the planets align with the expert commentary and the boundary umpire/rider. Go the doggies. And yes, pushing it back, much maligned. Thanks, Simon. Nice to hear from you. Lids and Rama with their take. The Dogs by 9 goals at three-quarter time.
It's always nice to get a bit of positive feedback, putting a bit of glitter on it.
Yes,
Rama, I think it has been a tough one at times. I think we've still got to celebrate the good bits of play and the good players that have been out there. I enjoy watching Sam Darcy play live. I think he's been fantastic. I love the work of Bailey Dale off half-back. The Saints they've tried reasonably hard, but they were just blown out of the water in that quarter, I think. Their inability to stop the Dogs getting the ball out of the centre or even lay a glove on them at times was what ultimately let them down. But look, we've got a fair way to go in this game for them to get back into it, I would have thought, Corb.
22-7, the forward 50 count in that quarter.
Yeah, that's a shellacking. They just lived in their front half, and a couple of times where they just bomb it out of there, and the Dogs. And that's what we say, like, you've got to be proactive as a defender, come up the ground to try and take that dangerous space away from your forward. And that's what the Dogs defenders do. They just take off like they haven't got a player there. Yes, they'll get beaten out the back every now and again, but more often than not, like that third quarter, they win the inside 50 count and the ball lives in their front half, 22-7.
How's the overall arching numbers, Rama, for the game? 53-26, the inside 50 count.
Look, the stats aren't great reading for St Kilda. So, those 22 inside 50s contribute to 11 scoring shots for the Bulldogs as well. So, that's going at a pretty good rate.
Yeah,
50%. Problem was that the disposal count in that third quarter, so 106-75 in the Western Bulldogs' favour, but 500 metres more gained.
Yeah.
So we talk about the territory battle often now in football. But when you're scoring, you're going inside forward 50, because you can gain territory from the back half of the ground to the middle, but the Dogs were gaining territory going into the front half of the ground. That's where it becomes really, really dangerous, and that's where the 11 scoring shots eventuate. So I'm interested to see what Ross does in this last quarter. How far does he go with the magnets in terms of making a statement to a player to say, well, you're going here because we need some effort out of you, or you're going here because we need to see if you can play here for future weeks. So he'd be really, really disappointed in this performance so far. It's got to be 2 big beatings at the hands of the Western Bulldogs in, what was it, 8 weeks, I think you said, to start the game, Corb. So it's like, what do you learn? What do you learn from 2 big beatings from the same team? So flip the magnets, go and find out about some players. Travaglia, put him in the middle of the ground, see if he can play as a genuine midfielder rather than a winger. Put Brad Hill to halfback. Just throw things around and see what comes of it. So disappointing night for the Saints again.
It was 71 points that night. It's 54 here at three-quarter time the Dogs' way. Interestingly, they actually played a final against each other at the Gabba in the COVID year, which the Saints won by 3 points. From that point on, the Dogs have won 4 of their last 5 meetings by an average of 67.5 points.
Is that the Bailey Smith game where he turned it on? Is that
That was the week before, and then no. Different year. The following year, the Dogs went and won the semi-final. He did the ice in the veins celebration and everything else.
Can I ask Ray a question? Is it harder to bounce here at the Docklands than it is anywhere else? Because I see a lot of skew-whiff bounces.
It's a great question. It's an absolute... It is far more difficult. The ball tends to be slipperier and the centres are less forgiving.
It's lumpy.
We do like the MCG.
It's a great question.
Yeah. I see it all the time here.
There you go. How's that?
I'm getting into your areas there, Cole.
I was about to say,
want something a bit
we've been here for 13 weeks with Ray. None of us have asked that question. The lead's on night 1. As the Dogs eventually win the footy in the middle of the ground, and Fraser a little too casual as Caminiti came and gobbled him up. Run-down tackle on the wing. St Kilda with it. Hand pass away towards Stocker. Kicks laterally out to half forward. Collected by Sinclair on his milestone night. He drives it goalward but misses. Chief possession getter on the ground with 27. Your man Bailey Dales had 26 lids, so
you'll comfortably get over 30.
30 incoming. And
a couple of kick-outs and a stun lids.
That's it.
Lob into the back pocket for Bailey Williams, who cuts one way and then the other back boundary side against Zach Jones. Kicks up towards Dolan, caught behind, and Stocker takes the intercepting mark. Kick missed Carroll, though. Might be a bad turnover, though. Darcy overran the footy. Carroll gets another go. Hand pass to Winhager. Wagner Miller, who just fends off Richards. Get off me. Kicks inside 50. Looking for Higgins. He's outnumbered 3-on-1 as Sharman slipped over. English is just tapping it towards the boundary line. He's pretty happy to concede it. And the umpire says, throw it in. Left forward pocket for the Saints.
In your defensive 50, not ideal seeing two big avatars running after the ball for a ground ball, isn't it? In English and lob. You want your small little fellas getting after it.
So it's a 53-point lead the Western Bulldogs way. Can the Saints start here positively? Sharman shoves English out of it, kicks towards the goal mouth, barely 15. As Fraser underneath takes the mark against Zach Jones for the Bulldogs.
How about this for a bit of a treat? ABC Perth, all regionals across the country, and everyone that's on ABC Sport Digital will all be getting the cricket.
Oh, beautiful.
Following this. If you want the cricket now or any other time, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket ball button. But ABC Radio regional places around the country, as well as ABC Radio in Perth. Cricket coming up next. So we'll take you there following the footy here tonight. As Bradley Hill gets a couple of touches in a chain down the wing, runs to half forward, has a look at the sticks himself, unguarded goal square, knocks it through. Simple as that. Saints get the first to the final turn. They move to 8-10-58. They trail the Western Bulldogs big time. The Dogs 16-9-105. The Dogs by 47 points. 3 minutes played final quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So I think, Lids, for St Kilda, respectability in this last quarter is really important.
Yep.
So, they go to Alice, have a good win. Okay, so then you're expecting, can they roll that on? Tonight they certainly haven't been able to roll that on in the first three quarters, but there's still a lot of season to play for St Kilda, and having a blowout loss, with such a long time to go into the season, can make the second half of the year seem very, very long. Yep. So respectability and fight in this last quarter is critical.
They've got a big month coming as well. They've got Collingwood next Saturday night, Fremantle and Hawthorn in the weeks to come. Back in the middle, English got it down to Liberatore, kicks out towards half forward. Dolan in a tangle with Stocker, spills down the way, Hunter Clark, tackled. In fact, he was just bumped into by Sam Darcy, couldn't get boot to ball. Picked up by Kennedy, hand pass to Treloar, hand pass to Sanders, through traffic to Kennedy. Kick was smothered in there by Brad Hill. It ricochets out to Norton, inside 50, hand pass to Liberatore, who fires towards goal and curls it out to the right. Snapping on his left, through for a minor score, 48-point lead. The Western Bulldogs way. We've ticked past 4 minutes gone in the final term.
Gee, they look good when that handball game's up and going, the Dogs. Zwangane Miller are 3 running bounces, eventually draws Vandermeer, gives it to Windhager, kicks down the wing. His Steele, 8-goal lead for the Bulldogs. His Steele kicks to half forward. Sharman marks, man out the back's Higgins. Can he get it to him? Decides to kick across the half forward line and finds Marshall drifting down, and he marks 30 metres out, centre half forward for the Saints.
Good option in the end, wasn't it? You said he was looking for maybe Higgins out the back, but Marshall had just drifted down and caught big Timmy English out of position.
Is this where we see more into the future with the impending arrival of Tom DeConey?
Not when you got King coming back as well, I can't imagine. A bit tall down there.
And he comes, Rowan Marshall on the drop punt. It's out to the right and behind. So 3 goals, 7 for the year for Rowan Marshall. 47 points, the Dogs lead early doors final term. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Action down here on the interchange bench for the Western Bulldogs. Cooper Hines about to come in, and Buku Karmas has come out of the game.
Thanks, Ray. Ray Chamberlain down the boundary. Bailey Dale went to Williams at half back, and now Williams up the wing looking for Darcy. In front, Mason Wood gets a fist to it. Down to the front where Riley West gathers. Hand pass inboard to English. He's crunched. Mitch Owen came charging in to lays the tackle, holding the ball, and he'll be rewarded for that.
Been run down quite a few times today, the Dogs, haven't they?
Yeah.
They look so much better when they handball. They go to kick it, they get tackled.
Now, non-officiating umpire has spotted a player down O'Donnell from St Jones.
Giving him one
in the midriff, and as a result, the free kick will be reversed. Owens has to give the ball to Tim English, who kicks inside 50. Bontempelli against 2. Stocker in front, brought down by Windhager. Hand pass chopped off by Vandermeer, long to the goal square. Easy as you like. Here's Hines into the action, got rid of his opponent, and puts through a goal with his first kick. That's how you'd like to come into the match and have an impact. And that's his first goal in AFL footy. what a time to do so in his 4th game of AFL footy. So pick number 20 in last year's draft, the Bulldogs' top pick. He was a runner-up in the Morris Medal for the Premier underage competition behind Xavier Lindsay from the Demons. So some four-gamer former Blue, John Hines. Able to kick a goal there, 53-point lead.
Played against his dad, John Hines, in the under-18 competition in the late 90s, and he was a tough bugger, Johnny Hines. So watch Cooper as a young player at the Dandenong Stingrays develop over a number of years, and the way he's transformed and transitioned his body from a kid that could really only play sort of deep forward to now playing higher up the ground and even through the midfield. He had 31 possessions last week.
That's not a reversal.
No. He had 31 possessions last week in the VFL, so he's going to be a real player of the future, I think, Cooper Hines.
You saw a replay of the O'Donnell free lids?
Yeah. All Zach Jones did was step in his line and he went down.
Kennedy first possession back in the middle as he gives it to Liberatore. Hand pass out to Davidson. Hooks a kick inside the forward 50. Oh, big collision in the air. Ball spills out the back. Close to the boundary line. Wood collects. Wants to get back on his left side. Dangerous kick finds Webster. Marks top of the defensive goal square. Hand pass to Bradley Hill. He's off and moving. Misses Travalia. Kick goes over his head. Marshall cleans it up. Back to Toby. He's tackled by Richards. Ball up in the centre square. Ray.
I love the way that Brett described that there. 55 metres forward of the football. I think the words were he stepped off his line. So he's got no right to step off and pick a bloke off who's not expected to receive such contact. Free kick every day, Lids.
Oh, disagree, Ray. Okay.
You can do that all you like, mate. I'll pay him for the rest of the time.
Bulldogs by 53, 8 minutes gone in the final term.
Even if he doesn't go down?
He knocks him over and he's not expecting it and he gets whacked. He was in the hands of the trainers for 30 seconds, mate.
Please, yeah.
Lids is just getting a taste of our Saturdays, Corb.
Bont threw it out and the umpire caught that. It has not been Bont's night. He's been involved in a collision. He's had to try and deal with Windhager. There's been a padlock on him all night. And now gives away a free kick here as Steele ends up with the footy and he's rolled over in the tackle by Vandermeer. Ball up, attacking edge of the centre square for the Dogs. 53-point lead for the Bulldogs. 8 gone final term. Cricket to come later tonight.
Marshall and English. English wins down the tap. Unable to break clear, though, is Jack Steele, and the umpire will ball it up once more. 53-point lead the Western Bulldogs way. Won by 71 points when there's two sides faced in round 6. The umpire goes down here as unable to break clear. Tom Liberatore is locked up by his former teammate Jack McRae.
His lunch day 2 of the cricket. 5 for 121 South Africa at the moment. 5 for 121. So you're missing nothing there. But there is a call available through the ABC Listen app, and we'll let you know when play gets underway in the second session.
Mitch Owens can't break away from Tom Liberatore, so a 4th stoppage here as the two rucks tangle. Umpire reluctant to blow a whistle there as it's picked up by Jack Steele. Kicks a high ball inside 50. Wood up against Cleary. Cleary did well to spoil from behind, and Bailey Dale runs onto it. Hand pass from Davidson. Tackle by Caminini. Got it back to Dale and back to Lobb. Wants to try and switch it. Can he do so, the big defender? He does so out to Sanders, who marks in the right back pocket.
He's had a good 9. Skipped a couple of goals. And the ring roll Riley Sanders. High pick out of Tasmania. Host Friday night footy tomorrow night, of course, at York Park in Launceston. His kick looking for Hines and Sinclair knocks it out of bounds. Throwing between wing and half forward for the Saints.
Bailey Dale just hit 30, easy money.
Well predicted. Brett Delidio forecast that in the opening minutes. So 20 and 10 for his 30. And Bailey Dale busy as always from the boundary throwing. Richards goes darting through, collects, kicks down to half forward. Darcy takes a contested mark. He turns, looks inside 50. Norton got a break and takes the mark, and what a kick off his non-preferred. They've got 11 lefties on their list. He's not one of them, Sam Darcy, as Norton puts it straight to Kennedy, takes a contested grab in front of Soccer. And Kennedy will shoot from 25 out this right of centre.
Look, both Ed Richards out of the stoppage on his right foot to hit up Darcy, and then Darcy on his left foot, so both opposite, to hit up Norton, and then Norton goes inside forward 50 again because St Kilda defenders are sitting on their heels. Kennedy now has a shot for goal, 20 metres out directly in front.
I think we feared Sam Darcy's year might have been over when they met 8 weeks ago, and he's come out and done this tonight after the layoff. Kennedy rams another one through for the Bulldogs. Dogs by 59 points. I'll make that a new game high the Bulldogs' way. And it comes at the 11-minute mark of this final term. 18-10, 118. St Kilda 8-11, 59. 59 points. As the Bulldogs lead, they've doubled the Saints' score. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanaskas and Brett Delidio.
Well, he's always had that ability to go forward, Matty Kennedy. Something probably Carlton had really loved at this point in time. You know, he's been such a find since crossing over to the Dogs. Here's that kick from Darcy, so good. And the ability just to find Norton out in space. Even the Norton kick was a really good one just to Kennedy. Gave him every chance to mark that, but having that option is to go forward, kick goals is a great option for midfielders.
Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport as English sharks it forward, gains 10 metres, but Wanganeen Miller is able to volley it up towards the wing. Bouncing ball for Hunter Clark, who tries to tap it forward. Back into the path of Wanganeen Miller. He's locked up by Davidson, and the umpire will ball it up.
It's hard to believe that 13 games ago he played for the Blues, Matt Kennedy. Like, there's some players that trade clubs and they just look so at home in their new colours, and he is exactly. It's hard to imagine him playing for anyone else.
Mitch Owens takes it out of the ruck, kicks up towards half forward. Cleary back with a flight against Caminiti, can't take it, spills out. O'Donnell is tackled and brought down, and the umpire will ball it up. Would it be leading the Bulldogs best and fairest, Matt Kennedy, comfortably, do you think? Always hard to tell internally as to how they rate them, but I thought they'd be thrilled with what they picked up. As English taps it down towards the boundary line, Richards tries to keep it alive. Burns could have been held by McNeil.
Ed Richards is the highest rated player in the competition at the moment.
I reckon he's got his hand up waving.
And Bailey Dale would be there.
Bailey Dale will be there. I think Riley West would be up there as well.
Yep.
But I mean, more the internal versus the public
that's right.
expectation.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Certainly be in the top 5, top 10. Matt Kennedy for his starting his new colours. And Richards, who's having a sensational year, comes charging through, kicks down the wing. Wanganeen Miller throws his body on the line. Free kick. He's going Naz's way, but advantage applied as he was clipped high and all of that. Wilkie in game number 145 consecutively kicks it across the back 50 to Hill. A short kick to Webster. And now creeping over the mark is West. And the ump says, nope, can't do that. That's 50.
So if there was 22,000 here, what you expected, Clinchy, they'd be lucky to be 10 here now.
Yeah. Webster goes short to Burns. Burns hooks inside 50. Higgins the target. Still fighting on O'Donnell. Spoils. Gets on the end of it. And then with his long left-footed kick, pokes it down the wing but turns it over. Caminiti takes the intercept mark. Just on Kel Wilkie, by the way, the record for most consecutive games played from debut is held by Jared Crouch, which is 194. But he's actually 18th all-time for the most consecutive games played at any stage of his career. Of course, the record that Jet Crisp now holds. So he equals Jude Bolton tonight, tied for 18th in his 145th consecutive game. So phenomenal story for the North Adelaide Premiership player. The Saints worked it straight down the pipe through Carroll, turned it over. Dogs have got it. Lob to Treloar, to Davidson, back to Treloar, and back to Lob, who marks it fullback for the Bulldogs.
He was an accountant, of course, Cal Wilkie, as Lob switches it out towards the back pocket, and the mark is taken by Bailey Williams. Doesn't have to do any numbers now. Professional footballer as Williams looks out across the wing, sends it towards Vandermeer. Wanganeen Miller was able to time his flight from behind. Couldn't complete the mark, so has to sock it off the ground away from Bailey Dale. Up towards Hall, hand pass to Travalia, hand pass to Owens, inside 50, hand pass to Clark. Down low, his hand pass to Burns, gives it back to Clark, top of the 50. Pokes the kick out into the pocket, looking for Higgins, and Cleary gets rid of him to take the mark. Chips it out to Bontempelli. Skipper's had a tough night tonight. Possession number 13 coming up.
And that would really frustrate me with Jack Higgins. So he's happy to get out the back and get the easy possession, but when it comes time to compete in a marking contest, he lets Luke Cleary just take an easy mark.
Long kick down the line. Richards forces it to ground as West gets a handball to Richards. Back down the line. West, clever toe poke. Knocks it to McNeil. He gives it back to Richards. Kicks inside 50. And there's those long limbs as Darcy reaches up and plucks it overhead. Immediately looks corridor. Gives it to Treloar. Plays on. Goal coming up. Hooks it through. And just like that, it's beyond 10 goals. And the Bulldogs are running up a score under the roof at Docklands. 15 gone in the final term, 19-10 to 8-11. 124 plays 59. This game high advantage continues to grow for the Bulldogs. It's out to 65 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And I know that will sound harsh, Lids, on Jack Higgins, but as a teammate, you do at times get sick of seeing the same bloke out the back all the time when you're busting your backside up the ground to try and get it inside forward 50. But then when it's your turn to compete inside forward 50, you just let your opponent take an easy intercept mark. Then the ball goes up the other end other end of the ground and scores. So, I know that sounds harsh, and Jack Higgins is having a really good year, but you've got to compete inside your forward 50. You can't just allow your direct opponent to take an easy contested intercept mark.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. English wins down the tap, but Keeler gets a hand pass forward, links up with McRae, drives it inside 50, looking for Cooper Sharman, just wide of the fingertips of Williams, although Rowan Marshall's gone forward, trying to get a hand pass forward. And Rory Lobb sees it out of play for a boundary throw-in. Adam Trelaw became the 13th individual goal kicker for the Doggies, and they're 19 goals, 10-1-24. Darcy with 3 goals, Norton with 3 goals. Sam Darcy, is that over expectations you would have had coming in tonight? First game back?
Certainly, yeah.
Certainly has impressed as Marshall tries to shark it out of the ruck with his boot. Only as far as Lobb, who spoiled it down. McRae gets a hand pass back to Mason Wood. Screws it back on his left boot. It's offline to the right. A minor score. 64 points is the Western Bulldogs lead at the 17-minute mark of the final term. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Sam Darcy's basically looked like the best forward in the game again.
Yeah. Short kick out, Bramble to Dale. Dishes a hand pass back to Bramble. He goes long to the wing. Young Dolan leaps up and takes the mark. There'll be more people here during the COVID days when we had the separation and everything than what we got at the moment.
I don't know about that.
It is,
wow.
That's a fair shout.
It is phenomenal. Like, this is, I mean, it wasn't
unbelievable.
I was about to say, it wasn't thick to begin with, but it is 20,508 at its zenith is the crowd. 20,508. And how many would still be here, Rat?
I reckon lucky to be 10.
Is Ray still down there? He's the only one who's got a real view. What do you reckon, Ray?
If there's 10,000 people here, I'll stand Sam Darcy next week.
Sanders to Cleary. Hand pass goes forward to Fraser. Gives it back to Sanders. Burns off Hill. Handball back inboard to Trelaw. He's kicked one already in the term. He kicks off his non-preferred there. Ball bounces across the goal face. Still alive for the Dogs. Norton collects against the boundary line. Shoots with a drop punt goalward. There's something special, not quite. Across the face. Hines trying to keep it alive. Tunnel ball out of bounds.
Oh, the siren leads.
Yeah, I reckon both coaches will be reasonably happy with that.
There's still 8 minutes on the game clock. Dogs by 64 points. 19 minutes gone in the final term. Don't forget, if you're listening on ABC Radio in Perth, all regionals or on Sport Digital will take you to the cricket. If you want to listen to that and you're not in any of those areas, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. Look out for that red cricket ball button. We're about 10 minutes away from the second session commencing on day 2 of the World Test Championship final with South Africa. 5 for 121, so 5 for 121. With Bettingham on 39 and Verena on 11, and that's in response to Australia's 212. Just one wicket fell in the morning session at Temba Bavuma.
Got a review here, and I'm not sure why we're bothering.
We're going to see if it hit the behind post.
Across the line.
As a throw-in, or whether it was across the line for behind.
That looks like it's over comfortably right there. With that view.
So for us and the 10,000 of our friends that are still here, we all look to the big screen. Here's a behind. $20,508 fans. With the umpire's call coming up on the big screen.
Throw in.
So,
I'm more confused.
Didn't that contradict what we just heard? Anyway.
I assume that what they just said meant it was a behind.
Okay. No score. Bulldogs by 64 points. They're still inside their attacking 50 as it's thrown in. English tries to take it down the ruck. Tackle by Keeler. Drop the ball. Steele gets a kick out towards Higgins at half back. Links up the hand pass to Clark. Trying to have the ball in fast transition from half back, and he turns it over. Rory Lobb takes the mark against Mitch Owen. Sends it back up the wing looking for Trelaw. Couldn't quite claim the mark. It's Carroll claimed late and off hands. It goes out of play for a boundary throw in.
Ray, just on the two guys that were subbed out, so Dan Butler and Buku Kama, so we assuming that's just both tactical?
Yeah, certainly Butler was. Buku sort of sat up the back and had a bit of a chat to a couple of the coaches. The medical staff haven't seen him, but I haven't seen him do anything in particular. There's a little bit more of a tension there, so I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
He kicked 2 goals. He only had the 4 touches. I think it's an easy one. Just give Cooper Hines a run.
He's got the Hines warm-up top on. Number 6 on the back. Buku Kama sitting down in front of Ray. Dogs win it from the stoppage on the wing here. The kick from Sanders down to half forward. Bounces off the back of Steele. There's a free kick. It's going the Dogs' way. They're trying to take the advantage inside 50 and scream at Matt Kennedy and says, nope, that's got to come back.
Give Josh Dolan 3 or 4 years and he'll be taking that advantage.
Here's McNeil. 70 metres out, right half forward. Kicks inside the forward 50. Cleaning some bodies out of the way. Caminiti as he trots through to take the intercept mark. Dangerous kick. Cleary breaks it up as he tries to go across the goal face, but in doing so knocks it through for a rush behind.
It was a tentative kick, that one across goal, wasn't it?
The Dogs
low.
Dogs by 65, time on final terms. 7 minutes left on the game clock.
Jack Sinclair, possession number 29 coming up as he takes the kick in and brings St Kilda back into play in his 200th game into the back pocket for Wanganeen Millera. He looks long down the city wing. Sends it in the direction of Mitch Owens. It clears him and Bailey Williams out towards the back when McNeil races after it. Got there first in front of Hunter Clark. Hand pass to Dale. He runs away from Clark. Hand pass to Treloar. Gains a few extra metres. Hand pass boundary side to Williams. Over the top to Sanders. Tackled by Mitch Owens. Taken out of play for a boundary throw in. Bulldogs by 65 points. 22 minutes gone final term. Bulldogs with victory tonight will move to 7 wins and 6 losses. They move back inside the 8. The challenge to try and stay there.
Hi, we're listening to the game from our resort in Thailand. Love it. Nice to hear from you. Don't forget to chuck your name and where you're messaging from. In that case, obviously, we know it's from Thailand. But on the SMSs, 0437 774 774. McNeil taken high, heads inside 50, and Sinclair takes the intercept mark. So it'll be 30 for him as he kicks to Webster in his 200th game, Sinclair. Webster gives it to Hill. Hand pass through the middle of Docklands to Steele. He links up with Jones. Jones trying to give it to Higgins out the back. 2 Dogs pick it off. As the kick lands short and Lob well set up to retrieve it. Hand pass to Libba. He gives it to Williams. Kicks out to half-back. Dogs on the counter-attack now, and Sanders slows it down at half-back.
Comes inboard to Liberatore, not 15, so plays on. Trying to poke a kick over the top out to the wing where Treloar can take the mark. Western Bulldogs by 65 points, 19-11-125. The Saints 8-12-60. As Treloar chips it over the top to Bailey Williams, who kept running around the boundary line. Has it between wing and half forward on the city side. As Riley West is the deepest target, Aaron Norton as well. What stage do you think Sam Darcy's day might be done? The kick inside 50. English has gone forward. Can't complete the mark. McRae front and centre gathers. Jags it back around his right shoulder. Treloar back with the flight. Takes the mark. Sinclair was coming the other way. He pulled out.
If Buku wasn't injured, they should have subbed Sam Darcy.
Yep.
Well, he certainly did enough.
And the game was done.
Yeah.
Short to Bramble. Bramble kicks inside 50. Pack competes. 30 out from the Dogs' goal. There's the Bont. Got a handball away, but straight to Hill. Running out of defence for the Saints. Dogs by 65. 24 gone in the quarter. Kicks looking for Higgins. Knocked away from him. The Dogs win it back in midfield.
It's a brick wall there.
The Bramble out towards the city wing. Sanders in that launch pad, 70 out. Kicks inside 50. Big English. Leads up, takes the mark. And gets a chance. If you can knock this through, the margin lids would be 71. Exactly the same as it was 8 weeks ago.
Ray, you're a bit closer. Can you see where there's a bungee cord attached to Jack Higgins? I just can't see him getting too much farther past that centre-half back line. It's like he's got a bungee cord on him. Slings him back towards goal.
Here's Tim English. He's kicked one already tonight after a couple of behinds last week. He moves in. Drop punt.
Oh, he turned his back on it.
Oh, wildly out to the right and behind. So 11 goals neat, the margin. 19-12 to 8-12. 25 minutes gone in the final term. The Dogs all over the Saints. The first double-up meetings that we've seen this year. We've got another one, obviously, on Sunday with the Eagles and the Blues. But it's the same outcome here. Dogs all over the Saints.
The Bulldogs 3-3 to 1-3 in this final term. Wanganeen Miller with the kick in. Long towards Cooper Sharman at half-back. Can't take them up, but Mason Wood gets a hand pass forward. Steele takes a bounce. Runs the wing. Looks up inside 50. Higgins is out the back trying to get it over. Bailey Dale can't do so. And Dale holds his ground. Takes the mark and now gets a 50-metre penalty as well.
That was Sinclair, not Higgins. With a 50.
What do you think Higgins was?
Well, he just needed to make a contest. He's not tall enough to make that contest with Bailey Dale, but you've got to fight and scrap and do whatever you can to try and get it to ground.
It was Jack Sinclair, yes. So Bailey Dale comes in, more to Liberatore, chips it to Lobb, who's getting the Bulldogs fans cheers every time he gets a touch. The wall across half-back. Sends it inside 50. Darcy flies. Can't take the mark with Mitch Owens in front. Keeler at the back. Can't pass to Winhager. And now to Owens, who chips it forward. Jack Steele marks.
Steele kicks down to half forward. Marshall got his mitts around it. Takes the mark. 66 points the lead at the moment for the Bulldogs. Marshall down to half forward. Here's Higgins trying to trap it. Does. Up against the boundary line. Put it out. Trying to swing it onto his right boot. And it's out of play. So a boundary throw in half forward for the Saints. Still plenty of footy to come this weekend. Of course, tomorrow night you'll get the Hawks and the Crows here on ABC Sport. Actually making the trip down to Launceston for that. So
I've heard.
It's my first York Park experience.
I love it down there.
I've been fogged out a couple of times when we were meant to go and the plane never quite took off. So we'll see what York Park has for us. I'm looking forward to it. So
rug up though.
I have packed appropriately. So good. I think 4 degrees tomorrow night they're expecting. So it'll be a little chilly. Rare Friday night, a rare night game, period, in the Apple Isle. And a pretty good game at that. The Crows and the Hawks going at it. Boundary throw-in. Dogs win it. We've said that a lot tonight. Fraser the 1-2 with Dale, and then superb kick. Out of defence finds Kennedy. He marks it left half back. Dogs by 66, 27 gone in the final term. Full post game coming up. We'll have it all covered from every angle. The full deep dive analysis from Rammer and Lids. Right here on ABC Sport.
I'm looking forward to hearing Ray's interview in the winners' rooms.
Oh, yeah.
As Davidson takes the mark, chips it up to Ed Richards. He marks it left half forward, has Treloar running boundary side, slicks the hand pass to him, chips inward looking for Dolan. It's chucked off though, and Matt Kennedy takes the mark out to the left. He'll kick from a 45-degree angle, 45 metres out from goal. Just kick his second goal of the night. Second in this final term.
He's filled his boots nicely in this last term, hasn't he, Matty Kennedy? He's been able to sneak forward if he knocks this one through. I can't see what's his total up to.
So 6 in the final term. He's up to 28 coming up for the match. It's Matt Kennedy looking to grow the margin for the Bulldogs. That is a beautiful kick off the boot. It sails straight through the middle and dropped by a Saints fan 3 rows back. Another goal for the Doggies as Matt Kennedy puts through his second, and the margin is 72. Very similar to the 71 back in round 6 here at Docklands. The Bulldogs 20, 12, 132. The Saints 8, 12, 60. So another nice little percentage boost here for the Bulldogs.
4 goals to 1 now in this last quarter, Lid. So really haven't put up much of a fight at all in this last quarter, St Kilda. So just watching the uncontested chain of possession here for the Bulldogs going forward.
The Dogs have been going, 60%, would you say, if that, in this last quarter?
If that. Yeah. So
concerning.
Look, it'd be interesting to see how Ross summarises this game in his press conference, because he was hot in that quarter time address. So I wonder if he'll be just as hot at the end of the game.
They gave up 69 inside 50s last time they met, which was the most that a Ross Lyon team has ever conceded. It's 66 at the moment. 8 weeks on. As Steele kicks inside the forward 50 for the Saints, but the Dogs win it back. Williams to O'Donnell, to Bramble, to McNeil, back to Bramble. All by hand, and now the kick. Out of defence up to the wing. Young Dolan, the youngest man on the ground at 18, takes the mark and is off and running. Hand pass to Hines, fend off to Caminiti. Hines kicks inside 50, over the head of Darcy, so missed by some way. Wilkie gives it off towards Stocker. He's tackled, and the ump says, I'll have it.
That's hard to do.
Yes. Just grazing the roof as it lands on the deck, and a ball up here. Centre half forward for the Bulldogs. 72 points, the Dogs lead. Half an hour mark, final turn.
Sam Darcy's still out there, up against Keeler here in the ruck battle, and it spills down the way of Ed Richards. He's tackled, and the umpire will ball it up. So time for one more for the Dogs. Darcy tries to tap it down, bounces off Caminiti. Keeler can't gather, Burns his hand pass, looking for Steele, chopped off by Norton. Tackled and dispossessed. Carroll spun as he got a hand pass away. Hall cleverly tapped it down to Burns. Kicks end over end up towards Cooper Sharman. He's tackled by Bailey Williams. And the umpire will ball it up at right half forward for the Western Bulldogs. Marcus Bontempelli's gone to full forward with Marcus Winhager. Has been his caravan for the afternoon. Darcy wins down the tap, racing after it. Wanganeen Miller, he darts away in the defensive back pocket, kicks out towards Travalia. He runs onto it at right half back. Has Wilkie from behind, feeds a hand pass back to him, over the top to Travalia. He looks up towards the wing. He tries to drive a kick in the direction of Rowan Marshall. He sets himself in from the side, O'Donnell, and he spoils it out of play. Boundary throw in. Right half forward for the Saints. The Bulldogs by 72 points. 31 minutes gone.
Free kick here.
Final term.
Just watching Norton on Travalia. He gave him a bump, so Tobes went back at him and he threw him to the ground.
Marshall gets a free out. His own umpire picked it, kicks into the pocket. Higgins dropping in front of Owens, and Rory Lobb gets his fist in there, knocks it out of play.
Again, how many 1% do you reckon he would have had here tonight?
Yeah, he's had a strong game.
Yeah.
From that sense, we're so used to seeing Rory Lobb with intercept marks now as a defender, but his defensive, application tonight has been really impressive.
Boundary throw in. Darcy Rucking late in the piece, knocks it down to Kennedy. Kicks out of defence, broken up by Webster, but straight into the path of Richards. Dogs back with it again. Sanders. And 8 weeks on from their last meeting, the outcome remains the same, but even worse. 71 points then, 72 points now, as the Dogs with a massacre against the Saints on a Thursday night. Pick a facet of the game and the Bulldogs won it. In the end, the inside 50 count finished at 68-40. They won the opening quarter by 16 points. They extended that advantage to lead by 28 at the half, 54 at three-quarter time, and 72 points in the finish. A 12-goal win for the Bulldogs. 20-12-132 over St Kilda, 8-12-60. So the Dogs get themselves to 7-6, and St Kilda are no closer, in fact further away than the Western Bulldogs.
Red, white and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the
They got it done by a committee, but the headline act, Sam Darcy, on his return from a knee injury. The last time they met 8 weeks ago, they feared he'd torn his ACL. It wasn't as bad as first anticipated. He returns tonight with 3 goals. Aaron Norton with 3 as well. 2 each for Sanders and for Buku Kamas, and then a real spread. 1 for Hines, his first in AFL footy. 2 for Kennedy. Kicked 2 in his final quarter, so make it 2 for Sanders, 2 for Kamas, 2 for Kennedy, and then 1 for Hines, West, Richards, Fraser, McNeil, Davidson and English. 8 individual goal kickers for the Saints on what was a rough night. 1 for Higgins, Windhager, Wanganeen, Miller, Hill, Burns, Keeler, Wood and Sharman. Whew. If it wasn't conclusive the last time they met and was reinforced again tonight, they've played 8 quarters of footy against each other in an 8-week span, and the Dogs have won by a collective margin of 143 points in that time. There is a gulf between these two teams. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio with their take. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Dogs by 12 goals.
Well, Liz, we'll get plenty of time to talk about St Kilda, but we'll start with the Dogs because, look, last week I thought they were pretty disappointing against Hawthorn.
Yep.
So they've come out and responded.
Just looked doughy, didn't they?
Yeah, they didn't look themselves last week. It was simply a game where Hawthorn held them in tight. They couldn't release. They couldn't get on the outside. And that was really the game. Tonight, you can really see they went to work on that early in the game. They wanted to release the ball as quickly as possibly could. And that then results in 1,100 metres gained more in this game for the Dogs. So they've only had 60 more possessions. So it's not a ton, I wouldn't say, but 1,100 more metres gained here at the Docklands. That's a huge number because the ball moves so fast. Once it's out in the open, it just pings around. They'll be really happy with the way Sam Darcy has come back from his layoff with that knee injury. It looked like he hadn't missed a beat. Nobody went near Bailey Dale again tonight. He's had 36 possessions. Matty Kennedy has ended up with 29 and 2 goals. Libba 29 after a quiet game. But what I think they'll be most happy with Adam Treloar getting through a game. He's had 28 and kicked the goal, but it was probably his movement.
He looked sharp.
Yeah, he looked a lot more comfortable. Last week he came off early in the game. We thought, oh no, has he done his calf again? He was able to finish out the game. Tonight there was no sign of it. So touch wood, that could continue on for the Dogs. Their back line looks solid. I know they were scored against a little bit in that first half where St Kilda didn't have many inside 50s, but they were able to score when they did go inside. I thought Rory Lobb had a really strong game.
He did.
Fraser was really good. Bailey Williams ended up with 27 possessions, going back to a halfback flank. That's right. It's hard not to play well when the opposition are applying much pressure.
Yeah,
I think
that was evident early, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think they're flipping over to St Kilda. You know, we spoke about they wouldn't be able to match it with the Dogs in the midfield, and that was evident.
Yep.
I think Clinchy or Cors may have said, "Is it time just to throw all your best players in the middle of the ground and have a go at that?" But you know, you try plug one hole and one problem, another one opens up, and it just felt like any time Ross tried and his coaching staff tried to do something different, the problem just went to some other spot on the ground. So, look, a really, really ordinary night for the Saints, coming off a really good win in the Alice Springs before their bye. They got a lot to work on, St Kilda. I'm not sure really what their identity is as a team is at the moment. You know, it used to be around defence and holding teams to low scores. Well, the Dogs have got to put up 132 points on them tonight, so completely split them apart. Their defence looked all at sea. Even Cal Wilkie looked all at sea tonight. Norton had his moments in the game. He could have... I reckon if it wasn't Cal Wilkie tonight, Norton would have kicked 5 or 6. Because he looked dangerous, and Wilkie continued to try, but Norton was able to kick goals on him as well. So really, really disappointing night for the Saints.
Oh, mate, I completely agree. I think when you look at their disposal winners, and I know it's not all about disposals, but there are 2 guys at half-back in Wanganeen, Miller and Sinclair. So much falls on them, but their next best is their ruckman in Rowan Marshall. Now, Jack Steele comes in under that, but he had 9 of those in the last quarter when the game was dead. So their inability to then, like, if you're not matching it with them with disposals and going forward with the footy, well, then put pressure on. But they didn't do that either. So, you look across the board, and you named most of them already, but Kennedy, Liberatore, Treloar, Richards, Sanders got involved, Fraser. Bontempelli had one of his quietest nights in his last 6 years.
What did he end up with? 14 only.
So you got to tip your lid, don't you, to Marcus Windhager. Did a great job being able to nullify Marcus Bontempelli.
But the Bont has 14 and you lose by 12 goals.
Yeah. And he comes back in his first game last time, and he should be undone. Get
30 disposals and 2 goals. So it's the first time this season Sam Darcy and Marcus Bontempelli have played a full game together. The Bulldogs' percentage goes from 122 to 127, so they gain 5 percentage points tonight, and they have the 3rd best percentage going around. The criticism is going to be that this is what they do against average teams, and then you look forward and they have the Tigers.
Got 3 winnables next.
Sydney, North Melbourne. So their next test comes against the Adelaide Crows in round 18.
They should turn at 10 and 6.
Yep. They have the Brisbane Lions in round 19, and then they have GWS and Freo in their run home. So they only play 3 or 4, depending on where you have Freo in the top 8 sides.
Adelaide away, is it?
Against the Dockers.
Is that Adelaide away?
Adelaide at Docklands.
At Docklands.
So they have
Brisbane will be away.
A good run here at Docklands as well. So, on that run through to September, their percentage, you should have them featuring in the top 8. It's that. Yeah. Where do you see them, though, in that wrestle for the top 8?
Near the bottom end, I think. Like the bottom end of the 8. I don't see them getting towards the top 4, but they can make a run. They win more games than they lose comfortably and get on a really good roll towards the back end. Tell me they couldn't.
I think the only concern for Luke Beveridge is what's the right mix of defenders.
Yep.
So there's still a couple that are...
Jones to come back in.
Jones is there. You've got Taylor Duray still there. You've got Nick Caulfield there who's come back from injury. So there are troops. There are numbers that can potentially come in and help.
Dogs by 12 goals. They're back in the top 8. Ray Chamberlain is in the winners' rooms. Razor.
I tell you what, it's a full house down here. They've got plenty of support. I know we joked about how many were left. They've all come down to the Western Bulldogs rooms, guys, and they're very, very happy, this team. And quite rightly so. You know, they had a couple of losses, and now they turn after round 13, ahead on the ledger 7-6.
Sons of the West, woo, red, white and blue, woo, we'll come out sailing. Bulldogs through and through, what we sing. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs rock. We give our very best. Can't be the boys of the Bulldog Creek with the team of the mighty West. Woo!
Pretty happy bunch, as you can hear down there. The Dogs 72-point winners over.
Well, that was very subdued.
Yeah, so did Kilda. More the reaction post to it. The rest of the fans and everyone else screaming out.
Hangers-oners who've got their way in the rooms.
They were ready to sing that song at, halfway through the second quarter. Dogs by 12 goals in front of a modest crowd of 20,508. 2012 to 8-12 full-time here at Docklands tonight. What a contribution they've had on the goal kickers list. So 3 for Darcy, who didn't miss a beat on his return, 3 for Norton, and then 2 each for Kennedy, Sanders and Karmas. And then singles for Treloar, Hines, West, Richards, Fraser, McNeil, Davidson and English.
So they had 13 individual goal kickers, the Bulldogs, and that's when they're at their best, when they are hard to stop because they have so many contributors. And Sam Darcy, he touched on his return, kicked 3 goals too, took 4 contested marks. So that's the element of his game which can make he and the Bulldogs an A-grade forward line.
Let's go back into the winners' rooms with Ray Chamberlain.
Thanks, guys. I'm down in the winners' rooms with Joel Fraser. Joel, congratulations on tonight's win, mate. 7-6. Big week for the club. Bevo re-signed. What was his message to you guys this week heading into tonight?
It was great that he's re-signed. The message for this week was just to get back to our footy that we had been the weeks before. Obviously a few tough weeks, but we just come back to keeping things simple. With our ball movement, we thought that we hurt ourselves on offence a bit the last couple of weeks, so it was good to pick that back up tonight, and defensively as well, I thought we were good. So, just the simple things really was the message.
Now, listen, I'm not the tallest bloke in this room, clearly, but this is the first time I've stood side by side with you. You're a big bopper. You've forced your way into a midfield that has got some serious names. Tell me what that's like, being a part of that group.
It's pretty special. I mean, guys like Sando and I just more than excited to come into the club every day and be in a midfield with Bonty and Libber, Ed Richards. Matty Kennedy's been awesome, and obviously like the wisdom of Az Treloar. So, it's been great. Learning a lot from them, and I think it's great that we have like 7 or 8 midfielders that can go through there, and it's a good blend.
Now, you guys get lots of raps, the midfield of the Western Bulldogs, but to be fair, either end of the ground, like, you're starting to have a serious presence. Tonight it was 3-1 for contested marks. Sam Darcy back. Obviously, that's the one that everyone's buzzing about. What was it like to see the big fella working to get back after, we thought his season could have been done?
Yeah, it's awesome. He's such a humble fella and down-to-earth guy, so to see him come back with a smile and play how he did with his presence was awesome. I thought Naughty was great as well with his presence, and Buku Karmas, so really dynamic with Das coming back, and then the smalls like Riley West and Lockie McNeil, Lathan Vandermeer playing their roles. It's really exciting, and it's great to have the big unicorn back.
The big unicorn. You guys have got 12 lefties, 11 lefties in tonight's listed team. Is it fair to say that Sam Darcy kicks the ball better infield off his left foot than his right?
He's a left footer.
He's a left footer. Boys, got any questions that you'd like to throw down to Joel?
Joel, I'm just interested when you said back to your football, back to the Bulldogs football. How would you describe that to your fans? Because last week, clearly, Hawthorn put an enormous amount of pressure on you guys around the contest. They laid 86 tackles and you couldn't get any flow in your game. But when you say back to our football, how do you describe that?
Their pressure was awesome. So for us, we needed to get through the first layer with our hands, and we weren't able to do that. So credit to them. They're a good team, but we had to review that this week. And then just basic things like essentials, hitting short kicks and getting the ball flowing. We thought we hurt ourselves with a few errors offensively last week and against Geelong as well. So it was nice to tidy that up tonight.
And your own self, we don't hear a lot from you. You're obviously still a young player within the competition, but how have you gone from being probably on the fringes of the team to now an absolute regular in this team and one of the more promising young players of the competition?
Yeah, I think I just lean on people around the club, to be honest. Jaron Geary's been terrific, and Brendan Lade in my development through the midfield. And then, as I was mentioning before, with the other midfielders, the experience and wisdom in there has been terrific, and it's been good fun. So I think, leaning on the coaches and the wisdom through the players has been terrific in my development this year.
Joel, Brett Lidio here, mate. Well done tonight. Looked comfortable from early on in the game. But I want to know your development, mate. You spent a bit of time in the midfield and obviously at half forward and even some time at half back. Where ultimately do you want to finish up with your career?
I've been playing a bit everywhere, which is nice. But probably a midfielder. But if I can be lent on in other roles like half forward or half back, I'm happy to do that for the team. I think that's it's been a real strength of ours this year is guys can play multiple positions. But ultimately a midfielder, I think.
Yeah, nice, mate. I like that. Big Marcus Bontempelli obviously had his colours lowered a little bit by Marcus Windhager tonight. Do you need to get around the big fella and say, listen, I know I'm mini Bont, but I can teach you a few things?
No, there's only one Bont. I thought Windhager was quite close on him tonight. So we just try to get him into the game where we could. But as I said, there's plenty of other guys that can play different roles and help. So I think that's a real strength.
Joel Fraser's with us in the Western Bulldogs rooms following their 72-point win. I want to ask about Riley Sanders, your fellow draftee back in 2023. What have you seen about his game? It feels like he's gone to another level similar to you this year in terms of how he's made that transition.
Definitely. I think, Sando is a really skillful player and he thinks through the game. I think he's really worked on his defence hard, and his running and work rate, which can see him turn up to more balls and get his hands on it a bit more, which is great. And I think his contest has lifted as well, which is his tackles, pressure, and just with the ball in general. So, I think he's taken his game to another level as well through working with all the experienced boys through the midfield and coaches.
And you referenced Sam Darcy in his return, the unicorn. What about Aaron Norton tonight? His ability to attack the ball with maybe a bit more aggression and was able to clunk a few and kick 3 goals. Is that what you're looking for him to deliver to you guys on a regular basis, or is it to get up the wing and work a bit harder to try and help in transition?
For sure. I mean, that's Nordy's greatest strength, I think, is flying at the ball and crashing packs. Even if he doesn't mark it, then there's smalls around to impact. So, seeing him fly at packs like that is very exciting. So, I thought he performed really well tonight.
Joel, we're just watching Cooper Hines do some extra running after the game, mate. Is there a worse job in footy?
It's pretty stiff. I mean, Josh Dolan did it the other week. It's not a great. It's pretty tough after the game, but
rap that you're playing, but not great to go out there and do the extras.
Yeah, that's right.
Guys, I got one last question before Joel gets taken away. Joel, I did notice that you had a new member of the Mushtaka Club tonight. Did it need sign-off from you for Das, or does he just do that on his own?
Where is the big fella?
There.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, it's coming along.
Not too bad?
It's not too bad. I reckon about a week and a half ago he really started growing it. So, it's not too bad. I wouldn't say it ranks up there, but he's got a bit of work to do, the unicorn.
Mate, thanks very much. Congratulations again on tonight's victory, and thanks for spending some time with us on ABC.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great job, Ray. Great job to Joel Fraser. Lovely to have him with us post the Western Bulldogs victory tonight. One of 3 teenagers in the team for the Dogs, and he's got some plenty of upside. Yeah. There's no doubt about it in the way he's going about it at the moment, Joel Fraser. Sam Darcy clearly is going to be the story coming out of it. So an incredible night. 19 touches, 9 of them led to scores, 3 goals to himself. 9 marks and 11 contested is what his evening looks like overall. And just his marking is incredible. And there were moments during the night where...
9 marks tonight.
Yeah.
He took 4 contested.
Yeah. And just the way he did it, just how long he is and the ability to be able to catch it at the point that he does is, how do you possibly defend that?
You don't. You can't. I don't think you can. No, you have to have a Rory Lobb or one of the King boys to go down there and learn their craft and play on him.
Well, the reality is, the chopping of the arms rule is perfect for Sam Darcy. Because that's really the only way you can get to him in the air.
And the concern was 7 to 8 weeks ago, we thought his season was done. Yeah. Comes back into this Bulldog side, and all of a sudden he looks like the beacon. Like the ability he could have to take his game in the next sort of 6 to 7 weeks as he builds that consistency. And I think we all sort of shuddered a bit when Bevo threw him into the ruck. I guess that's the risk versus reward, that you can't hide him once he's back in the AFL.
And able to get his footy legs back and trying to get up and going, obviously, in the back end of the year.
He's huge for them in their run to the finals. Huge for him.
Wicket, Corb?
There is. Cole Verena's out, so he's out for 13. South Africa are 6 for 126 as plays just back underway in the second session on day 2.
LBW.
So Pat's up to 3. He also removed Temba Bavuma in the morning session for 36. So Verena is out for 13. An unusual incident there too, where there was a big appeal for Pat Cummins. Verena's taken off to try and get the quick single and actually cracked into the back of Pat Cummins. Cummins, as he does, bounces straight back up. Nothing like a little bit of body contact, and he's right to continue. So Cummins 3 for 27, and South Africa now 6 down early in the second session on day 2.
So, Corp, sorry, just before, there was more in that contact than there was in the free kick that was...
Call available through the ABC Listen Up. Look out for the red cricket ball button. David Battingham still there, 41 not out. The Aussies reviewing that. So it was originally given not out, and as a result, the Aussies went upstairs and had a bit of success. That score, by the way, in response to Australia's 212 batting first. So the Aussies in a strong position with South Africa 6 for 126. Just on Bailey Dale's night, so he had 36, well forecast by you, Lids, that he'd get to 30 again, but had a game high 8 intercepts.
Yeah.
So led the game tonight.
Yeah, far too much space early, Corb. Too much.
Big numbers for him tonight. So 36 for Dale, 29 for Kennedy, and 29 for Liberatore and the Dogs. 7 and 6. They move inside the top 8. A date with Richmond next Sunday back here at Docklands is their next assignment. The Dogs won every quarter, 16 at quarter time, 28 at the half, 54 at three-quarter time, and 72 in finish. We'll get some reaction too from the Saints room. So Lauren Borden's gone down there, and we'll get some response when that comes to hand on what was a pretty gloomy night for St Kilda.
Hopefully we can get Ross's press conference. That'd be interesting listening, I think.
Well, it's amazing when you fast forward 8 weeks from their worst showing of the year, and they had 69 inside 50s against that night and lost by 71. Tonight they gave up 68 entries and they lost by 72. What's changed in 8 weeks?
Yeah, not a lot. Not a lot. Well, I mentioned this at the start of the night. It's around the other players for St Kilda. So their top end's their top end. Like they perform.
Yep. Consistently.
But, it's this bottom end that just doesn't perform that they're probably just not good enough. I think is probably more to the point. So
they just haven't got the depth at the moment.
No.
The players where we talk about all those midfielders from the Dogs and their ability to just back each other up. Bond plays a quiet night, but then everyone else lifts their rating, and then we've got you got your 2 half-backs dominating, but not much else after that.
Another wicket, by the way, has just taken place here as well. So Marco Jansen's out. Cummins got him as well. So South Africa now find themselves 7 for 126. So 7 for 126 at the moment. Call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for that red cricket ball button. We did get the question during the call, didn't we, about whether the Saints have improved under Ross Lyon. So
no one wanted to answer it.
Yeah. Well, certainly the narrative has changed, if nothing else. So when they sacked Brett Ratt and appointed Ross Lyon, they said they feel like the list is capable of more. That was the words from the chairman in Andrew Bassett. So certainly what they were telling their members initially was, we're getting Ross Lyon because we feel like we can do more with this list. And almost immediately, as soon as Ross has gone in, he started to change the narrative after a run to an elimination final in year 1, that the list actually isn't good enough. Last year it was all about the year of exploration. This year it's all about, we need to go back to the draft and get more talent in the doors. And so clearly this is a full-blown rebuild that has commenced under Ross Lyon, but that's very different than the reason they gave why they moved on from Brett Ratton.
Yeah, I suppose it's changed, hasn't it? The wheels turned. So have they improved? Well, I don't know, because they've got rid of a number of players. They're trying to rebuild on the run, I suppose, and bring in some more talent. And they've won 5 games this year. They would have thought they might have been a chance. I didn't think they were tonight. But
in saying that, if I'm a club, I don't mention the word rebuild because it gives the players an out.
No.
Yeah.
And you look where North Melbourne have been for a long time now.
Yep.
They've used the word rebuild for a long time. West Coast are using the word rebuild. It gives an excuse for poor performance. And now, if you look at St Kilda's injury list at the moment, really, Dougal Howe would probably play as another defender. Max King would certainly play. Well, unfortunately, they haven't had Paddy Dow at all in that team. But you look then, like Philippou he's out this week. So it's just a funnel of talent that's just not there for him at the moment. So
has that been mistakes made with who they've recruited to the club in terms of their trades? You got in Hanbury who didn't play that regularly. Zach Jones is out there. Brad Hill's been good. You give him that. Mason Wood's one they've found and made better since he left his old club.
Liam Henry was an emergency tonight. He's not in their best side.
Yeah.
When he came the first half of the year last year, he was playing some really good footy.
Yeah, and people were making the case the other way, saying, how did the Dockers let him go? Now all of a sudden he's not in their team. They're a fascinating case study, St Kilda. And
they've now lost 4 of their last 5. And the interesting part was Ross Lyon was contracted till 2026. Early in the season, in March, before the season had started, they extended that by another year. So he's contracted till 2027. So did they think maybe this might be a season where we slide, or is that just linking everyone on the same page that we're locked in until 2027 and we'll have a better picture by that year as to whether we're all invested in the right direction?
Clearly the goal is not 2025, is it? From all the rhetoric, or 2026, and in a way that can's been kicked down the road.
Yeah, the problem is, do you go a full list overhaul through a draft? But that relies upon you need to have 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks, basically in every draft up until when Tasmania come in.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're going to be in no man's land when they come in. Or do you continue to attack free agency?
The other thing,
I don't think they can give draft. Sorry, Cole, I don't think they can give draft picks away.
They can't. Yep.
They can't.
Whatever they got to take the draft. The other thing is they do a lot of talking, particularly through their president Andrew Bassett. And they did a review into football when Ratton left, and basically they found that the focus was on too many other things other than football. So it was all about renewed focus on this. And we've heard them. They've been a noisy club. They've complained about the academies. They've complained about basically all the disadvantages that they feel like the club's got. I think that's also worrying that basically if you don't want to sell, when you're trying to sell your club or tell people to come and play for you, you don't want to tell them all the things that's wrong about the place.
No.
So you're also, yes, you're putting that out there to try and even it up and have a few wins here or there, but if you're a player that's looking to move and go to another club, why would you go to St Kilda? Because all they're telling you is, hey, we're completely disadvantaged. We're playing with one hand tied behind our back.
Well, all they're selling is the money.
Yeah.
That's really
but look at North Melbourne over the last 10 years. They've had a massive checkbook to go and get players, and who have they been able to attract?
Your problem is Geelong have got money, Hawthorn have got money.
Everyone's going to have money.
Adelaide have got money.
Cap's going up.
Yeah, so there's money to go around.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, people want to win.
Yeah,
I mean, Lids,
Brisbane have got money.
You changed teams late in your career. You didn't change for money, did you?
Nope.
Yeah,
less.
So, and that's the thing. So if you're trying to get players out. I'm not sure that's particularly the sell. Steve in Ballarat off the SMS. If St Kilda pay a fortune for Tom De Koning, they have lost the plot. He already plays for Carlton, who are unlikely to play finals. One player is not enough. They would be better off going to the draft. If they don't, the Roos and the Tigers will move past them over the next 2 to 3 years from Steve in Ballarat. Of course, Tom De Koning's a free agent, so they actually don't have to give up anything to be able to get him in the door, apart from the huge portion of the cap.
We spoke about this the other week. My opinion is with that money, you can probably go and get 3 players, really, 3 good players.
Yep.
And I look at Adelaide going to get Pete Ling, Neil Bullen coming.
Yep.
That's transformed their team because
so those guys
they're not superstars. They're certainly not superstars, but they're great role players.
Yeah, great depth.
But again, doesn't that speak to your point though that those guys left? Apart from Pete Ling, the other guys left, didn't they, to go home essentially?
Yep.
Whereas, like, if you're in St Kilda, you're one of 9 that are looking to come and play in Melbourne, and you go, well, why do I want to go there?
Not to mention the best sides like Hawthorn, they strategically know what they're targeting. Yeah. Whereas at the moment, St Kilda are just targeting talent. We need to get better. We need better talent in the door. And the concern is if the Koning comes in and Wangane Miller walks out, so you're 1 for 1. You're not better. You're just swapping positions, swapping talent.
But the thing is, if you look at St Kilda's team tonight, where are the big holes that you see? Like, obviously full forward. They need Max King back.
They need a big key back.
They need a big key back.
And they need speed in the midfield.
Yep.
So there's just about every area of the ground.
Well, your main post, yeah.
Yep.
What they don't need, I think Rowan Marshall's more than enough in terms of ruckman.
I agree.
I
agree.
It was Michelle and Chris in Thailand, by the way, off the SMS. Happy Bulldogs fans. Enjoyed the call. Thanks, Michelle and Chris. Nice to hear from you. We'll be interested to hear Ross's press conference. Absolute disgrace from Nick. Thanks, Nick. And no name, no pack drill, but Sam Darcy's the best player in the comp, calling it now.
Wow.
That's high praise. He's certainly the fastest rising star in the game. I think that's fair to say.
Well, it's not as...
There's no one on the trajectory.
Not as far-fetched as that sounds.
Charlie Curnow, Ben King, Jeremy Cameron. I mean, they're the forwards in the conversation with him at the moment, but none of them
who go past
mark in the way he does at the moment.
Yeah. If this was a schoolyard game and it was line them up and we'll pick our teams, you're not picking any of those guys over Sam Mayer.
No, not at the moment. Let's be real though. He played on a guy who's in his third year, potentially fourth year, Caminiti.
Not really a defender.
But he kicked 14 goals in his first 5 games before he got
I'm just talking about, let's not get overhyped over 1 week. He's just come back. Oh, we can't wait to see it. Man, I was too. I'm fanboying as well.
Yeah.
But let's not.
Didn't you read your media handbook? It's all about latest the greatest.
No, mate, I like to keep it real.
And that's why we love you. Brett Delidio with us on ABC Sport. Quote of the night. Dogs by 12 goals. We can head inside the St Kilda rooms. A bit of a change of tone here. Lauren Borden downstairs. Loz.
Thanks, Coleman. I am down in the St Kilda rooms, a pretty subdued St Kilda rooms with Cal Wilkie. Thanks so much for your time after the loss. You've just come out of the meeting. What was kind of the message coming out of what was, a margin that blew out to 72 points in the end?
Yeah, disappointing. I guess first and foremost, champion of our footy club, Jack Sinclair's 200th, and we didn't show the fight and spirit that, we'd been accustomed to he deserves. So that's disappointing. Onto the game. I guess inconsistencies from our best and our worst is, the gap's so large and, we need to close down. Everyone's got their own piece that we need to work on, but as a team, it just shows you, when you're off, you can be off by a long way and we've got a lot of work to do. So, Bulldogs get us done. They've got us done a few times by this margin. It's frustrating. We come out angry and frustrated, but we just got to get to work on Monday and, get better.
Yeah, you mentioned the Western Bulldogs who beat you by a very similar margin 8 weeks ago. Do you feel like you'd made inroads coming in these last 2 months but just couldn't show it tonight on the field?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like our system, we've, worked a lot hard on and, we've produced some pretty good footy over the last couple of weeks and albeit didn't get a couple of wins on the board, but, we felt like we were better. But, our fundamentals tonight were off and it shows that it's big. It's a big gap, and when Bulldogs get their game going and we can't stop their midfield dominance and their overall game, the floodgates open, and that's what's extremely disappointing, that we couldn't wrestle back the momentum. And it's a frustrating feeling down here in the rooms, and it's going to be frustrating for the whole week.
Yeah. How do you get that consistency? You had a few losses in a row, then a great performance in Alice Springs, and then tonight. How do you feel as a senior leader of the club you can bring that consistency for the rest of the season?
Yeah, first and foremost, it's probably, my job as a leader and vice captain to, rally the group. It's never as good as it seems. It's never as bad as it seems. But, we're all very frustrated as a playing group to have these inconsistencies throughout the season. You just want to keep playing your brand of footy and keep improving. And we didn't play our brand of footy tonight, which is what's disappointing. And the unpredictability that which we played as a group, it's frustrating. I just keep using that word. But, no, we just need a, young group. The young kids bring the energy. We just need to guide them in the right direction. As leaders, we need to stand up and be better and, stand up for this footy club.
Was it a positive tonight, the way Marcus Wintaker performed on Marcus Bontempelli? He kept him to a low number of touches and really took him out of the game. Was that one of the positives from tonight? Yeah,
definitely. Ross alluded to it just then. He was awesome. He did a great job on Cozzy Pickett last week in Alice Springs, and he's relentless in that role. I was down with him down back, and he's just into Bont the whole time. And it's great when you can give him the task and he just goes and does it. He's awesome to play with.
And you mentioned Jack Sinclair, but you spent a lot of time playing footy with him in that back half, 200 games. He's a dual best and fairest and all-Australian. Just what's it like having him next to you when you're playing?
No, it's awesome. I mean, thinking about his 200 during the week, almost got a little bit emotional. We just, played so many games and how much of together and how much we've played together and how much he's dominated. It's great to see. And, it's such a shame that we couldn't put in a performance that he could be proud of us tonight. So, yeah, no, it's a shame. But he's been an incredible player for so long, and he's going to go down one of the greats of our game.
And as you move on from tonight, I'm not sure if you look at the season in blocks, but it's a pretty tough 3 weeks coming up. You've got Collingwood, then a trip to Perth to play Fremantle, and then Hawthorn. So how do you move forward and prepare for a very tough 3 weeks?
Yeah, I know, I did see that, but yeah, you sort of, as cliche it is, you got to go one game at a time because you can't look too far ahead, otherwise you won't perform. So, Collingwood, they're the league leaders at the moment. So, got them next Saturday night. So, we're looking forward to that test. It's going to be a great test, and we need to get to work during the week and come out with our contest and our pressure game, which we know we can bring. We just haven't been able to bring it consistently.
Cal, really appreciate your time on ABC Sport.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Cal Wilkie in the St Kilda rooms with Lauren Borden. Appreciate his time after that kind of defeat. 72 points at full time. It was the Dogs by 16 at quarter time, 28 at the half, 54 at three-quarter time, and 72 in the finish. So they played twice in 8 weeks. The first time it was 71 points the margin. The second time it was even worse, 72 points. Sam Darcy, the highlight on his return from a knee injury, the seemingly season-ending knee injury that he sustained last time they met. Not as bad as first thought. And as a result, he returned after just 8 weeks out, 19 disposals, 3 goals too, and took 9 marks, 4 of them contested. 9 of his 19 disposals actually led to scores. So huge night for
Does he squeeze into the votes, do you think? Is he good enough to get into the votes?
He's certainly on the back page of the paper, there's no doubt about it. He's the story coming out.
He might not need your votes. He's going to get plenty of attention.
Dogs are back in the 8. They also jumped up another 5%, as Clinchy told us, percentage-wise. So big win tonight. Got it done by committee. Huge spread of goal kickers. They had 13 in the end, while for the Saints they fall to 5 and 8. That is their heaviest defeat of the season. All right, let's tie a bow on this game before we look ahead to the rest of the weekend. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Plenty of contenders. I could have gone anywhere with this. Rory Lobb I thought was terrific down back. A brick wall by himself down there largely, but I've gone one vote. Our boy Sam Darcy, the unicorn. Spoken about by
just one.
Joel Fraser, just one. I thought I'd take into account his opponent that he played on, and he did look good off the knee. I liked him. 2, I've gone to Bailey Dale. I thought he was terrific from off half back. Got plenty of space, so didn't really have anyone putting a glove on him. And 3, I've gone for Ed Richards. I thought he was terrific tonight. 25 touches, 2 goals, 11 score involvements, 15 contested possessions, 9 inside 50s, 7 clearances. Need I say more?
Okay.
Sam Davidson's the other one. He had a cheeky good game. He had 19 disposals,
He ran hard.
75%, 433 metres gained, and 10 score involvements. He had a couple of quiet weeks, but he was back to his best tonight.
Yeah, it's certainly. And I'll always lean towards score involvements for people to give votes to. I thought it wasn't his absolute best game, Ed Richards, but then when you put it all together, I think it was pretty terrific. With no one else really standing out, I thought a couple of people filled their boots late, Matty Kennedy being one of those. Adam Shalor as well. So
3 for Richards, 2 for Dale, 1 for Darcy. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. The Dogs win by 12 goals.
You touched on it just before we move on. 20,508 fans. What does that tell us about Thursday night footy?
You need to put big clubs there, I think.
Yeah.
Is there a bit of a fatigue factor, Rammer, for some teams that are going, I'm not going to come and watch something I saw 8 weeks ago where I know the scoreline's going to be pretty similar?
No, I agree with Lids. I think it's making sure that you've got big drawing teams and go from there. So there certainly is an appetite. 35,000 turn up last week, so there is an appetite for it.
The Saints
a Sunday 4:40 game. This one.
Yeah, but the Saints complain about a lot of things, which we touched on, and they're not happy with academies and certain bits and pieces, and good on them, sticking up for their little club. But when you celebrate a guy who... sorry, it's not meant like that. But if you celebrate Jack Sinclair tonight, who they talk about so glowingly, 200 games, we talked about off the top, so few players have reached that milestone in the club's history. He's only the 33rd to get there for a team that was one of the original 8 in 1897. You're coming off a win. It's a Thursday night. It's a marquee spot. You're playing the Dogs. Like, if ever you're going to roll up and support your team, it's tonight, isn't it? And they get 20,000 here.
But they've seen it before. They knew what was coming because they got touched up last time. So
so if they're not coming tonight and we're in the middle of June, who's going to roll up in late July and August? Well, that's a good question.
We will, Corb.
I'll be here. There's no doubt about it. But it's a worry from a St Kilda perspective. I would have thought the Dogs by 12 goals in the finish, 72 points in the NRL tonight. Remember, I read this score earlier. The Dragons were on top against the Sharks, 18-6. Sharks won 30-18.
Wow.
So they scored the last 24 points unanswered. Sharks get out of jail at home. So they should be beating the Dragons, and ultimately they did. So 30-18, big second half comeback. It is a shortened weekend given the fact Origin is on Wednesday night. So as a result, just 5 games this weekend in the NRL. In the cricket, South Africa are now 8 down. So 8
control
for 135 is the score at the moment. 8 for 135. The Aussies running through them after lunch. What are we? We are 45 minutes into the second session on day 2. Pat Cummins, another 5-wicket haul. 5 for 28 on his 17.2 overs, including 5 maidens. Bettingham's now out. Cummins got him as well. Caught Carey, bowled Cummins for 45. Bavuma went this morning for 36. Verena out LBW for 13. And then Jansen caught and bowled third ball for a duck. It means Kashav Maharaj is there on 5, and Kagiso Rabada has just arrived. South Africa 8 for 135 in response to the Aussies 212. So second day of the World Test Championship at Lords. So that is good news from an Australian perspective. If you are listening on ABC Radio in Perth throughout the regional areas or on Sport Digital, you can catch coverage of the World Test Championship, which is coming up next. If you're not in any of those areas, never fear, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for that red cricket ball button. Now, the rest of the...
Sorry. I might get to listen to Marnus bat as we drive home. Might be the right time to be in the car.
Correct. 2 wickets away, and we'll be back out there having a hit before long. Hawks and the Crows coming up tomorrow night, York Park in Launceston. We had the teams for you a little bit earlier tonight, and obviously James Worpel is going to miss. Didn't get up from that corky. He could barely walk up the stairs at Waverley during the week, so no surprise he's not playing. Finn McGuinness also out, omitted. Huswaite and Watson, the 2 ends, while Lockie Murphy replaces James Peatling, who is out suspended. The other big names across the weekend, Finn Callahan's back for the Giants. They make the trip to Brisbane, while young Starcevic makes his return, Brandon Starcevic. So good luck to him coming back from a series of concussions. The Essendon and Geelong game, 2 debutants for the Bombers. Archie May and Lockie Blackiston both to debut for the Bombers. That takes them to 10 debutants this year, while Bailey Smith has been named for the Cats. The Dockers, no change. Charlie Combin's been replaced by Callan Dawson at North Melbourne. And just squads for the Sunday games, obviously, at this stage of the weekend. They'll be trimmed down tomorrow night, but both Jack Viney and Jason Horne-Francis have been named as part of extended squads for Port Adelaide and Melbourne. Those teams play one another on Sunday afternoon. All right, to take us out, might just hear a little bit of Ross Lyon. Here he is at his post-match press conference.
Thought we jumped out of the blocks pretty well, didn't take opportunities, and to your point, coughed up the ball a lot. For whatever reason, it was wetter and slipperier than you'd think coming here, but I mean, that's by the by. But yeah, our decision making with the ball, we just gave it. If you come in, clearance work was strong early, 13-5, and entries, but just our decision making. So probably as a coaching group, somehow we've got to say, well, what we're expecting, what's been delivered. There's a bit of a disconnect. So tidy up our education and train, and all you can do is train it. So I'm really disappointed for Jack Sinclair and his milestone, pretty special player for us. But it just shows emotion, and words don't get it done. At the end of the day, you know, as Wilkie said, that's the feedback where we're at, and we just need to work hard to turn it around, shoulder to the wheel. And I think that's as simple as I can make it. Yeah, so at least in the last quarter, we probably fought on a little bit, but I thought early in the first half, particularly quarter time, I was like, let go of the scoreboard. It was 1-4, 4-2, doing a lot right. But their intercept game, they dominated the air, something like 20-6 contested marks, which has been a theme against us all year. We're just a little bit short either end, you know. Within the wreck, I suppose. Like Wintake did a great job on Bontempelli, really tenacious and determined. I thought Rowan fought pretty well against English, and I thought Wilkie. Outside of that, and I thought our captain really pressured, but outside of that, it was really hard to find a winner, I would have thought.
Here's a little bit of Ross Lyon from his press conference a few moments ago, trying to find some positives, Ram.
Yeah, trying. Trying, but there were few and far between, unfortunately.
Really disappointing for Jack Sinclair was the line in his 200th game. A big win for the Dogs by 72 points. They're back in the top 8. Lids, I'll see you tomorrow morning for ABC AFL Daily.
Bright and early.
Early start. Good luck in the footy at Colamberley.
Yes, go well.
Colamberley, yeah.
Colamberley.
Yeah,
I'll get there.
Mate.
Can you call in on the way home? We might have to touch base with you.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I'll text him.
Good luck. Go well.
No worries.
Look after the calves and the hammies.
Baby moo-moos.
Thanks, Ram. I'll see you at the footy on Saturday.
Yeah, Twilight, Essendon and Geelong.
I would have been to York Park and Launceston by then.
Yes, correct.
I'll report back. Have a good weekend, Clinchy.
See you for the country game.
I'll see you there as well at the MCG. Thanks to Leo Keefe for all his work, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Lauren Borden in the Saints rooms, and to Craig Davis as well back in the studio. That is us signing off from Docklands. The Dogs are back in the 8. They win by 12 goals. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Field or that side of the field as a player. The strength of my generation was not me, it was the fact that whomever wasn't playing in our team was often as great as the ones that were playing. That old adage of it's harder to get out of the Australian team than into the team was something very unique to our generation, and certainly this generation of Australian cricketers will have a similar case to mount as to the greatest.
Start balls outside the off stump. Maharaj goes to the cut, misses, goes through low to Carey.
I think you could probably mount a very good case as to the 3 fast bowlers from Australia and Nathan Lyon chiming as a spin bowler to contest with the likes of Lee and McGrath and Gillespie and Warne, for example. Certainly you'd say they'd played a lot more cricket together, more consistent in their approach. Do they have the drama of a Shane Warne? Or Glenn McGrath, you know, that's the sort of legacy perhaps that they have. Pat Cummins himself, you know, he's kind of like the good guy that flies under the radar in many ways.
Start, short ball outside the off stump, didn't get up there. Maharaj pulls out of the shot, it goes through to Alex Carey again. 137 for 8, South Africa, lost 3 wickets since lunch and replied to 212.
Yeah, so the collaboration between those that didn't play and those that did, and you know, for someone like myself who was honoured that Hall of Fame as an unbelievable gesture. And it was great to have my family, my sons. My daughter's actually commentating as a presenter over at the Bengali Premier League. She's worked for the IPL as well, Grace. And my son Josh and Tom and my wife Kelly. Like, it was just unbelievable to have those family members, because cricket, such a long game that it gives you a lot, but it actually takes a lot as well. Especially that element, the most important, and the thing that we all share as humans is time. So it was lovely to have them. And then to celebrate with a guy like Graham Smith and Daniel Vittoria. I mean, I've respected these people my entire life.
Start round the wicket, bowls to Maharaj, turned away, backward a square. They're off for 1, they might come back for a second. They do hustle back for the second, throws on his way, it's a tight one. It could be a run out. It could be a run out. It was pretty close. It looked a tight second run, and Maharaj struggling to make his ground. Australia got a 9th wicket here. The technology will tell us.
Scrambling hard, wasn't he, at the end? He was almost like he was running on a treadmill.
Run out at the striker's end. Let's see your best side on angle, please. Watching it now.
They think they got him.
Through, please. Keep it coming through. Thank you. Bats is well short of the ground. There's a broken. I have a decision for the big screen.
And that decision for the big screen, it says decision pending, but it's going to be out. And Maharaj is walking off. He was 3 inches short, something like that. But it did look a risky one. You could see exactly what they were trying to do, get Maharaj back on strike. But there wasn't the room to do so. 139 for 9.
Yeah, that trail by 75 runs, that's such a key figure to keep your eye on throughout the course of this test match now. This generation has been very ruthless. You know, they've been ruthless in the field. Someone like Marnus Labuschagne, you could forgive him, for example, you know, to not be so upbeat because of his own form. But he comes out there and he tries his guts out, and he takes a good catch, a turning point in the first session. And they're so onto it. They so want the ball. Even that run out, that's coming from a big quick that's bowled plenty of overs. Josh Hazlewood, good throw. Just so ruthless, this lot.
They are. 138 for 9. As Lungi Ngidi walks out. Now, what are we? 2 o'clock, just up past 2 o'clock. Play starting at 10 past 1. Well, actually a bit later than that because we had that rain delay. The sun's out now, but I don't imagine Ngidi thought he was going to be in within 45 minutes of the resumption, but he is out there, and Australia are nearly through here, this South African lineup, and they are on course for a significant first innings lead, and power to add, of course, in the second innings and put the pressure on in that final innings. Do you see this pitch offering something for Nathan Lyon in the fourth innings?
Oh, yeah. It's dry.
Yeah.
It's dry. And look, the thing is that even the right-hander is having impact because of the slope. He's actually a number of times very close to the danger end. Sorry, the danger areas on the wicket. And, of course, the two left-armers as well. They're creating some rough. So definitely going to be some challenging times for batters against Nathan Lyon in the fourth innings.
Here's Stark going into bowl to Ngidi. It's full, and Ngidi digs it out up towards mid-off. And there's no run. Welcome back to listeners on ABC Sport in Australia. They've been listening to the Aussie Rules coverage.
They're loving it now, aren't they? The Aussie Rules season cricket gets no place whatsoever.
Will this be featuring, flickering in Australian consciousness at the moment, this World Test Championship final?
Oh, yeah, I think there's a very proud culture of cricket lovers in Australia. There's over 1 million people playing the game, which is enormous for a population of 25 million, or almost 26 million. And in particular in rural areas of Australia as well.